This isn't just a football club, it is a democracy. Schalke 04 is owned by its fans, nearly 200,000 members who pay to keep the heart of the club beating. In 2018, they were runners-up in Germany, playing in the Champions League, believing their club was in safe hands. They were wrong. The people hired to run the club betrayed the people who own it. While fans paid their dues, management let a golden generation of talent leave for nothing. Matip, Goretzka, Nubel, assets worth over 100 million, walked out for free. The board replaced them with expensive failures, piling up to 200 million euros in debt, while the fans could only watch in horror. Then came the inevitable crash. In 2021, the giant fell, relegated. They bounced back only to be relegated again. The yo-yo years didn't just hurt pride, they drained the bank accounts. Today, Schalke fights for its life in the second division. But here is the real tragedy. The fans didn't leave. In fact, the membership has grown. The fans are now buying stadium shares and fundraising just to save the club from bankruptcy. The managers destroyed the finances, and now the working class owners are paying the price to keep the lights on. Schalke 04 provides a harsh reality. It only takes a few bad employees to bring an entire empire to its knees. But this isn't the end of the story. Schalke was born in the coal mines. They know how to dig themselves out of the dark. It might take years, but the giant will wake up. The Veltins arena will roar again, because billions can walk away when money runs out, but a club owned by the people lives forever. So then, welcome to Gelsenkirchen, home of FC Schalke 04, founded in 1904, and here are some stats. 62,271 capacity, 45,962 seated. They do not have a youth level at the moment, but they do have excellent youth facilities. Anyway, let's go into the club supporters. 43% or who are core, 17% family, 13 fair weather, 2 corporate, 13 casual, and 12% hardcore. 39,000 season ticket holders, 3,312 on the waiting list. This is a club that should not be in the Bundesliga 2. So, the home of Veltins Arena, what are our club visions? Gain automatic promotion from the Bundesliga, be competitive in the DFB Pokal, and work towards being self-sustainable. Which, in 2029/30, we need to become self-sustainable. So anyway, looking at the finances and looking at our debt, we are currently at £90 million in debt. Started off as, technically £139 million in debt, but 107 remaining of that, with £1.24 million per month paid every single month. So if we go on where am I going? Portal stages preview. We are second favourites, even to the title. We have a pretty good squad, including the likes, if we go in, of Loris Karius. Champions League finalist with Liverpool. Is 32 years old now, but is one of the highest earners at the club at 10k a week. And it's still decent. 16 101s, 16 reflexes, 16 jump and reach, 6'3" as well. Pretty decent. Anyway, if we go and sort by ability, Loris Karius is 4th on this list. Top of the list is Timo Becker, centre back. 6'3", definitely a dominant one in the box. Passing of 10, maybe not quite the ball playing centre back. At 28 with 11.5k, he is the highest earner at the club. And then our second one is Nikola Katic, who's from Bosnia and Herzegovina. 8.25k, 17 jump from reach, 6'4", 16 aggression, 18 bravery, 16 heading, 16 leadership, 17 work rate. He is just an absolute animal in the air. And third is another centre back, 6'2" as well, 16 aggression, 16 determination. Just look at that defensive partnership. We do have Loris Karius, and then a top striker, Musa Silla, who is wanted by Borussia Mönchengladbach and Udinese, but at 11.5k is one of the highest paid at the club. Pretty quick, probably more of a winger, but his goals will be the difference whether we return him back to the Bundesliga or not. So anyway, a couple of these players, as you'll see, maybe not this one, he was at Plymouth last year, which kind of says the level for this. As you can see, they were in the Bundesliga 2 last year, so definitely a well-awaited club to go back into pre-season. Unfortunately, you do start really early into the season, so our fixture schedule, we already are 22nd of the 7th. We are literally going to be playing our first pre-season game, as we literally started the save literally a week ago. AA Ghent from Belgium, Club Brugge from Belgium, and then Slavia Prague from Prague. We also have Thomas Callas, former Bristol City and Chelsea player, along with Fulham Middlesbrough, Vitesse, and Sigma Olomouc. It's going to be a save where we definitely have a bit of an older squad, but if we get sort by potential, we just have loads of good players. Where's this left back? This guy was in the Schalke second team. Just look at this guy for 20 years old. He is 3 stars current ability as well. 16 long throws as well. 5'10", decent pace, absolutely awesome. Along with a couple more. Another centre back, Felipe Sanchez, who's 6 foot Argentinian. I think they brought him in for £1 million recently. A Tongo winger, 19-year-old Zaid Shabara. I'm not sure. I've seen many Togo players. Another 6-footer, so definitely a good little player to have. And then Johannes Siebeking is another youth prospect goalkeeper, 6'5" with 17 jumping reach, is exactly what we want from our goalkeepers. So anyway, let's get into this. I've put through some recruitment focuses, as I'll show the formation in a minute, but you'll probably see it. Left mid, right mid, centre mid, and striker. Always need a striker. But this is the formation that we're playing. Of course, it's Gegenpress, because that is Germany, the home of the Gegenpress. Complete forward with 2 wingers, channel midfielders. These roles can change, but defensive midfielder, more of a deep line playmaker or a breaker. 2 wing backs, and then ideally 2 ball playing centre backs with a ball playing goalkeeper. These are the team instructions. Just run through these quickly. Basically, ball playing, high pressing system. Out possession, high press, high defensive line, counter press. Standard tackling, we are going to step up more and have a high defensive line. Trying to trap those into. We're going to leave the tackling off and we're going to be positive. Honestly, we're going to be better than a lot of the teams in this league, so we should be dominating. So onto the induction. We don't need to do any of that. There's a couple players in the squad. If I go on to selection info, there's a couple players that already want to leave. Ibrahim Cissé is leaving on a free transfer at the end of the season, along with Henning Matriasani, who I believe is our starting right back. Being 6'2", not sure he's a great right back with 8 crossing, but he's having an option also wanted by Kaiserslautern and Eintracht Braunschweig. Another player who is wanting to go as well is Amin Yunus, who is probably our best winger, but 31 years old on 5k a week. He's one of our better players, but at 31 is not really the quality we're going to want in the future, so I'm not exactly over the moon about his what's the word? His departure, but we'll really do it. We're trying to come up with a lot of these supporter culture and expectations, so we're going to try and do these as much as possible. The way Schalke have a fan base known for building a very loyal and extremely passionate and support their team. Moderate level of influence on the board and for the collective views could have some impact on the board's decision. So we want to develop players through the club's youth system. We definitely want that youth grade getting higher in the future. Signing German players, I think that's just a German thing. Be competitive against Borussia Dortmund, who are our main rivals. Get the better of our rivals, Ross, Wien, Essen, if we happen to play against them, and then gain automatic promotion to the Bundesliga. So anyway, on match day 1, we have Hertha Berlin. Are they the team that we are gonna... Yes. So, that's a little bit spicy. First game of the season, we have a team like that. Also, Fallen Giant, Dynamo Dresden. I don't know if Fallen Giant said that, but definitely a good team, apparently. I've heard good things. I've not really done a German save before. Nice to see one that isn't Bayern Munich or Dortmund or RB Leipzig, but I don't actually know who else is in the Bundesliga. Bayer Leverkusen, of course. Gladbach, Wolfsburg. Some very good teams. Cologne as well. Mainz. St. Pauli. There's a lot of good teams in the Bundesliga. Who's coming down? Hamburg and Cologne. I'm going to pronounce a lot of these wrong. If you are German and watching this, you're going to absolutely hate me by the end of this. But anyway, yeah, let's get towards this season and meet the players. Decided to just set it up because I just don't want you to see all the pieces that we don't want to do. Already got, so skip for all this. I'm pretty happy for anyone to leave. I have said that. Budgets can be fine. Promotion odds, we are second favourite at evens. I'm not a betting person, so I don't really know what that means. I've set up all the responsibilities, so my director of football and technical director will be hiring and getting rid of staff at points. Emil Højlund. That's Rasmus Højlund's brother, isn't it? How do I check? It is Rasmus Højlund's brother. That's cool. Hopefully we can get him scoring a little bit more than Rasmus Højlund did for Manchester United. Anyway, 4-2 win over Genk in the first one. Yunus, Rumba, Gumis and Ayan scoring in that one. Nice to see Loris Karius getting a 6.5. Maybe. Hopefully we can get some more of the performances that made Liverpool buy him, not the ones that made them lose the Champions League final. Anyway, a couple scouting reports coming back. Not going to look at them too much in today's episode. We're going to play our first 2 games of the Bundesliga 2 season. Inductions fine. Who are you? Who's the right back we was on about? Maybe we go 60 and then that, because honestly he's already leaving. Maybe we get towards 100k, put that towards like 15. How's that? Perfect. Honestly, 100k or 8k off the wage budget as well for a player that probably not going to use. We have a lot of centre backs. Nice and decent Spanish winger. Not sure what the club will be like if we're just gonna sign Spanish players. Anyway, the budget 425k available, and then we have 13k in a wage budget. Probably need to get rid of a couple of players. On the contracts, there are quite a few at the end of the season, leaving Yunus, one of them, and a couple of other youngsters as well. Going to be learning the team along with you. So if you don't know any of the players, nor do I. Right, a couple of requirements, recommendations, we'll look at them after we played our first 2 games. When does the transfer window close, actually? That might be a good thing to check out before we just play the whole season. Cancel that quickly. Transfer window. Doesn't close until September. We have plenty of time. International break after that. Northern Ireland and Luxembourg have the German fixtures with a couple of under-21s as well. It's going to be perfectly fine. Who do we play? Our last game of the season is Brunswick. How's the games? Tuesday, Saturday, Tuesday, Friday, Saturday, Saturday, Saturday. So a lot of weekend games, not too many midweek games, so we can keep a pretty similar squad. Anyway, let's actually get towards that first game so we can get something going. It's going to be against transfer blocked. What? Okay, fitness coach. Not sure what my staff are doing, but I would hope they had something like that sorted, but apparently not. Anyway, Hertha Berlin and then Kaiserslautern. Where are they supposed to finish in the league? 5th. Great. Easy start. Right. If we win these first 2 games, this will be a real test of how good we actually are. Anyway, we're just going to skip until the 31st. Indai, youth winger, out for 3 to 4 months. Not exactly great on our first couple of weeks in the job. Slavia Prague over this one, 3-2 win over Club Brugge, and hopefully we can get a win in this one. Captains are fine. I don't really know the squad. Whatever's current is fine, sure. 3-2 win over Club Brugge as well. Seems like we are winning games, still conceding goals a little bit, but I guess it is a little bit of a weirder formation. We have another assistant manager. I'm pretty sure we already have 2. Or we did have 2. Yeah, we do have 2. Have we signed another assistant manager? I mean, sure. There's another guy. Season ticket sales update. That'll be out. Especially perfect 39,000. Knocking that one out. Does club doesn't need a physio. Not really sure why my chairperson is knocking out hirings when our club doesn't really agree with it. But anyway, we'll take it. That's why we played the Slavia Prague. No, that's the Club Brugge one. I am not into it. It is 3:30 in the morning, so that does explain quite a bit. Expectations and promises. Good enough to go as champions. Nothing else to talk about. Probably should have done the code of conduct, but that doesn't really matter too much. Anyway, let's get into this. Right. Hertha Berlin on the first game this season. I do believe this is a license. I haven't downloaded any packs or anything like that. Perfectly. FIFA does well in an under-19 victory. Absolutely perfect for that. Right, I'm just going to skip towards the Hertha Berlin game because this is taking a little bit of a while. So then here we are, first game of the season. Don't really know who any of the players are, but we'll go through it. Loris Karius started goal. Definitely know who he is. Timo Becker starts at right back, 28 years old, 6'3". Definitely a tall team. Nikola Katic, who we talked about earlier, 6'4". Definitely not a problem in centre back. Hassan Kurakai, not even sure if that's how you pronounce him, starts at left centre back. Anton Donkel will start at left back. Decent little player, 16 long throws, 16 pace, 6'1". In midfield, we'll start with Sufjan Al-Fawzi, not exactly the most German sounding name. Max Gruger, a little bit more German sounding name, a 20-year-old, starting him in the defensive midfielder. Finn Parath, not really sure. I think he's a bit more of a utility player. Not sure he'll be our midfielder going forward, but decent player on that. Blonde hair matching me. Christian Gomis, the Senegalese right winger. On the left is Christopher Antwia. J is a Ghanaian. 16 pace, absolutely love that. And then Musa Silla. Couple of substitutes, not going to go through them too much. He's wanted by a couple of players. Who is he? That's the youngster I was on about. Felipe Sanchez on the bench. I think they signed him for £1 million. And then Emil Højbjerg is on the bench as well. Has got a little bit of a knock, but we've got quite a couple of players out with knocks. Harache can stay. Oh, it's at Amiens, so you can go to the under-19s. My face. So then Hertha Berlin, Bundesliga 2. Let's get this going. So he needs a squad number 16. Sounds good. And let's get into our first game of the season. Top 4 in our first 2 games, so hopefully we can get this done. I haven't really seen the licenses for Bundesliga 2. It's important now. It's full use of advantage of this one. Bundesliga 2, supported by Amazon. I think that's German Amazon. So I'll go through the pre-match stuff just because I haven't seen it. Bundesliga 2 table as well. That's nice because this little match day stuff doesn't do it. So as the players walk out, it's top of the league in the season preview against second. Schalke at home to Hertha Berlin in the stadium. The managers shake hands. Let's get kicked off. So then Kabulrik for BSC. We are in the blue and Hertha Berlin in the yellow. So then 15 minutes in, it looks like Hertha have settled the little bit better than we have. We do have the ball now though. This is a very counter-attacking tactic. Still on the ball. We do have quite a couple of pacey players. Silla back to Antwi. I'm just going to call him Antwi because I'm not pronouncing any of that. Silla, header just wide, 15 minutes in. And the second, Schalke missed the chance. So then, deep free kick, edge of the box, 35 minutes in. Reese to take a shot. Fabian Reese scores. That shot was very central. I think Loris Karius should have done better. Decent free kick. I love to watch a decent free kick, but not exactly proud of Loris Karius in that net. 54 minutes in, we have our first highlight, or do we? Kanakwi wins it back, but Becker does well and then just gives it back to Kanakwi. What are you doing, mate? Kanakwi into Reese. Already scored one. Bauernick. Seems very Polish name, deflected. Own goal. 55 minutes in. Hertha Berlin have a 2-0 lead at our stadium. This is not exactly what I had in mind. 61 minutes in, Oscar Højlund is on, as long with Amuri. I forgot his name, the left winger. We'll sort of Gomis Iron on the right hand side as well. Or maybe not, we don't yet. And we had Deji just before he goes off. Shot into the back of the net. We have lift off. Schalke have a goal back. Picks up the ball to the halfway line. 3 subs in the pipeline as well. Let's hopefully get that draw. Or, honestly, need to get in the habit of getting 3 points. Campbell, the least German name you've heard. Jensen, Campbell, Kabonowicz have done it well. We have quite a defensive central midfield at the moment. They all prefer playing DM, so that's decent. Donker to Yunus. That's the guy I forgot about. Shot, right-footed. Probably would have done better on his left foot. 76 minutes in, still 2-1. Time on the first day in Gelsenkirchen. Schalke 1, Hertha Berlin 2. As you can see by the stats, they just had a better chance with their shots. I mean, they didn't have Loris Karius in goal for that first goal. Anyway, we did beat them on XG, beat them on possession, beat them on shots, beat them on corners. I mean, I don't know what that means, but they beat us on points. Anyway, if that's how close it's going to be against the top of the league, maybe we are not having the worst result. I guess we just need a little bit of team cohesion. So, second game away at Kaiserslautern. Not even sure how that's pronounced that. Changed the roles a little bit. A couple of the players just having that out of position as just as a centre forward, and the same for wingers, just to get them used to the position as well. A couple of these centre backs were no nonsense centre backs, which is not exactly what we want to have. Hopefully Loris Karius has a better game, or Hurricane can definitely come in for him. But anyway, same start 11 and bench. Mostly there is an injury to one of our centre backs. I think it's this one, the Turkish. Maybe not. Anyway, it's one of the centre backs. Thomas Callas is out for 4 to 5 months, but that was before we started. So anyway, Kaiserslautern away from home, 1 o'clock kickoff on a Saturday, which is a little bit weird for me as someone from England, but hopefully we can get a better result in this one. We are favourites for this one, as we should be for most of the games in the league. Hopefully, with a team that will be battling for us for them promotion spots, we definitely want to get off to a good start. Didn't start off well with that game in the last game, but starting with this one, Silla in behind, back to Donko, as we are in the blue as well. Gomez to the back post, header. Probably should have done better with that one. 16 minutes in, doing the ball back through Silla to Gruja to Gomez. Becker to Gruja. Nice to see where a little bit of patient play. Silla comes deep though, back to Silla. Not sure he can do it all his own. Anthony Adji has been definitely lively when you come back from that shot. Look, just over the bar, 16 minutes in. We are the better side, but yet to really get a shot on target. But we can get a shot on target here. Deep free kick on the left hand side. Gruja to take. He's in the rain because of course it's football manager off the post. Knocked away by the 5 at the back that Kaiserslautern are playing today. Over to Klein Hansel. A couple of these names are going to be definitely a little bit difficult to pronounce. So then, deep free kick on the right hand side for Kaiserslautern. Search to take it. Can he search for a player in the edge of the box for them? Or shoot. Karius does a little bit better in this one. Tips it over the crossbar. Or was it already over the crossbar? Anyway, nice to see a free kick from Loris Karius that doesn't go in. Talking about Loris Karius, a little bit of sweeper keeping. Not sure he's the most used to that, but I'm sure at 32 years old, he definitely wants to learn. Nice to see one of our centre backs with such high aggression has already got a yellow card. Becker in behind. Can he have a shot? He does have a shot. A little bit tame though. Kroll in the Kaiserslautern goal. Saves that pretty tame attempt. Looks like they're going to counter-attack us. Nice to see that we're winning our headers. So then, corner just before half time. Search, who did take the free kick. Cross ball in. Knocked in for Jolly. Karius, a little bit nervy. That wasn't on target. Just before half time. I do believe that is now half time. Kaiserslautern 0, Schalke 0. Yet to score in today's season, but the fans don't lose faith. The players just couldn't give a damn. Anyway, as Fortuna does score a goal, we search for our goal. 75 minutes in, still 0 in this one. Second half has been a little bit more quiet than the first half. Hassan Karaguay taking his time with the free kick. We do need to get things going on a little bit. Nice, would be actually nice to get 3 points in. Slit is behind, has a shot off the post. We've hit the post twice. One in the last game, one in this game, and I think we just need a little bit of luck. As soon as we get one, we're going to absolutely open the floodgates. Not so lucky so far though. Gomez, back to Katic, to Kurikai, to Finn Parath, Kurikai, Dunker, has Antwi on the left-hand side, has been one of our brightest players. Parath, right-footed shot. I think we had exactly the same shot in the last game and exactly the same result. It's not on target. Who's that injured? Becker. Right. Gantabine. Who are you? Swedish international. That's not exactly a convincing one. We just have a red injury. Straight from nothing else, but I thought this game was going to be another 0-0. I say 0-0. Keeping clean sheets is decent, but keeping clean sheets and 0-0 draws isn't going to get us back to the Bundesliga. Maybe a late goal for Kaiserslautern won't do us the world of good either. Headed away. Silla on the counter-attack. Not really sure who that was from. We do win it back though. Antuaji, who has been our best player so far. Can he get a goal? Going a little bit wide. Crossfield ball into Silla. Oh my god. Silla. That might be an own goal, but that might be the goal that kicks us off. Kim Jung-soo with the own goal, but that is the goal. Kaiserslautern 0, Schalke 1. Right. Let's get into the end. Where does that leave us in the league table? Honestly, I should not be thinking about the league table after 2 games. But that is just the way it goes. So, 8th in the league at the moment. Injury for him. 2 weeks, really. He'll be fine. So, anyway, we do have our DFB Pokal game next against Turkish Munchen. Seems like Turkish, German. I mean, you can play that player in our Tosin. Probably pretty accurate. Semi-professional side, so probably should be winning that one. But that is for another episode. It is currently 4 AM, and that is the end of today's episode. If you have enjoyed up to this point and you are excited for this Schalke rebuild, make sure you hit the like button. Check out the playlist if you are going to miss any episodes in the future, or just to make sure, hit subscribe and the notification bell to make sure you don't miss any videos. Hello there and welcome back to Ginzelkirchen. Here we are in the Schalke rebuild. Only 2 games since that last episode. A 7-0 win against a semi-professional side to Turkish Munchen, semi-professional side, and a 7-0 win. Didn't gloss over that one. But back in the league, VfL Bochum is a team that we kind of struggled quite a bit against. Kenan Karaman, our striker, Oscar Ferrulo, and then Meisterschale off the bench. It's 2 strikers getting a goal, and then a new signing. Talking about new signings, let's go into that. Go into transfer history. On the outs, Henning Matriciani accepted an offer for him at last episode. So he's gone to Eintracht Braunschweig for 84k. And Emil Højlund has gone on loan to Denmark. Couple loan players, and then a youngster brought in from Bayern. Adin Lichina is a German 18-year-old winger we bought from Bayern. 110k, 2-star career ability, up to 4.5-star potential for 110k. You can't really get wrong. Couple of loan players. Fabio Bolde from Hamburger, decent crossing winger. That pace, 17 pace, 16 acceleration is actually what we need. Nice to see we have some players like that. And then Oscar Ferrulo, 21-year-old from Borussia Mönchengladbach, 3-star current ability, up to a 5-star potential, is on loan as well. This is a player we do have an option to buy for, I think it's 4.5 million. But honestly, in our first game, he scored. And then in the league game, I think he scored as well. I'm not sure if he scored in the cup game. No, he didn't. He did get 2 assists though. But honestly, been a revelation in midfield. So, into the team news. He is away with and whatever. Loris Karius starts in goal. Gantavine comes in for his second appearance. He did pick up a knock. Katic and Kurakai start in centre-back. Our youngster Vitaly Becker starts his first game at left-back. Elfoyuzi starts in DM. Hasn't had the best start so far, but hopefully he can get a bit of performances, giving him a bit of slack, because defensive midfielders don't get very good performances anyway. Max Druger, 20-year-old, starts in midfield alongside the loan signing of Frollo. And then Balde, our other loan signing, starts on the right. And Tuiaji, who got a goal and assist in his 3 games recently, and then Keenan Kerriman. We do have a couple of strikers on the bench. Silla is definitely one. Gomez is a good one as well, can play on the wing. And then Revia, who's apparently going on loan somewhere. A couple of other substitutions, but can kind of figure that one out. Not been totally convinced with Loris Karius. Kieran did play the cup game, so his rating is a little bit skewed, but honestly, we'll give it the chance. So Dynamo Dresden in the Bundesliga 2. Here is the league table. It is a little bit early. Dynamo Dresden 10th on the season preview. I think they're 12th, so about where they should be after 3 games. Up to 7th, so it's a little bit early to say, but let's get into that game. Becker needs squad number 36. There's no real limit for how many players you're going to have, so I'm literally just giving everyone a team. Do I recognize any of them? I don't think so. Right. With favourites and Richard Williams comfortably. Here we are then, in Dynamo Dresden's home stadium. It is very orange, looks pretty cool. We're on the blue, and hopefully we can get that blue army running. Here we are then, first row highlight of the game. We've been the better side. Dynamo have had a couple of pot shots, but 0.04 XG from 3 shots probably tells you a lot about it. We've had a lot of possession, but we've not really done a lot with it. Gruja to Balde might get something going here though. Balde with options in the box, into Keenan Kierman, hits the post. Valentin Becker on his debut picks up the pieces, up to Kierman, just doesn't win the header. Fusi to Gruja, 1-2s to Gruja, loses out to Herman. Helpman to Vermeij, taken down. Katic will get a yellow card. Counter-attack was dangerous. I think we'll probably take that yellow card. Just needs to be a bit careful now, just to make sure it doesn't get sent off. A little bit of a quiet game in this one. We have had loads of possession, like I said before, but we're not really creating too much. There's nothing that's highlight worthy. Justin with a bit of possession now though. Sapina to Obsu Koulibaly on his little run. As a shot, Karius, decent little save. Honestly, Karius, as I said before, just hasn't been pillar performances in at the moment. Decent save there though. Corner to Dresden. In the last game, we did concede 3 free kicks. Is that another save or hits the post? All 2 goals that we conceded in the last league game were from set pieces, so this is definitely something for the set piece coach to work on. Silla doesn't really win that. For my shot from distance, and that's basically what this game has been reduced to. Karius with the goal kicks, 73 minutes in, still 0-0. They are winning a lot of their headers. Down to Rich, up top, Ollie Meekan, cuts inside. Can he shoot? He does shoot. Katic stitches a leg out and kicks past Karius. Dynamo Dresden 1, Schalke 0, 73 minutes in, and that goal might honestly win it for them, because this game is just lack quality in both sides. Full time in Dresden, 1-0 defeat that own goal deflected into the back of our net. Honestly, the whole game was just reeks of just, if there was a goal, it was going to win it. It just reeked of 0-0. So the fact that Dresden even got their goal is pretty lucky for them. But honestly, after the international break, we need to get better. Just a bit of news here. Ibrahima Cisse, who was already transfer listed and in the season gone for 42k to Paderborn. So the fact that we got any money for him is a pretty good deal, especially because it's not really going to play any games. Here we are then, one more signing for the transfer window. Timothy Fosu-Mensah, formerly of our Manchester United, Crystal Palace, Ajax and Bayer Leverkusen. On a free transfer as a squad player, can play centre-back, right-back and DM. Maybe even a shifty midfield if we really have to, but it's squad player to have. Here we are then, we are going to start with the same lineup and a bench in this one. Actually, put Fosu-Mensah on the bench, just in case. But same lineup as this one in against Holstein Kiel, who are currently 9th in the table. Where are they supposed to finish? 9th. So another mid-table team, relegated from the Bundesliga last season. But if we give a squad number to Fosu-Mensah, 22 seems fine. And then hopefully get a better result in this one from the last one, at least. I hope it's a bit more of an entertaining game, because that last one was not great at all. This game is a game we should be winning at home as well, so got that home advantage. We are in the blue. Can't even remember the names. We literally just saw it 3 seconds ago. Bernhardsson getting them start off. Nice win by Balde. Karaman on a decent run. Deflected shot, Wiener in goal for the away side. A little bit of possession in this one, 20 minutes in. A little bit same story as last time, a lot of possession but not really doing much with it. Antuyaji might get us going there, through low to Kuragshai. I have a feeling we're doing a lot of these just triangle passes. Antwi isn't behind though. Cuts inside, has a shot, Wiener tips over the bar. 20 minutes in. Finally coming to life. Deep free kick. Becker will take it. And so we actually edge of the box. Decent shot. A little bit tame though, over the bar. Wiener with the goal kick. 23 minutes on the clock. Not really seen much from the away side. Bernhardsson, just a lot of these teams just have a 5-back, so scoring goals is just almost impossible. Literally, the whole of the league is just playing for 1-0 wins against us, and we've just got to really pronounce that. That isn't exactly the best from Kurakai. Could have knocked that out for a throw-in. Instead, we give it a cheap corner away. Bernhardsson over to take it. Set pieces has been a bit of a struggle. Up to Katic away, Skrubisky to Knudsen, Kameda, a little bit of possession from them. Just look how many players I have back when they're in possession. Niehoff taking on our left back, youngster left back, and in for Jonas Thurkelson. 3 goals for him in this season, but honestly, just not good enough so far. Katic on the ball now for Schalke. Seems like every single team in this league is just playing for the 1-0, and when we're defensively leaky as we are at the moment, we're just giving a ball on the right side. Can we get at least a goal back before half time? Into Keenan Karaman, and he scores his second goal of the season. Nice to see. Nice cross and header into the back of the net. VR will check the goal, but it will be given. Wiener can't do anything in the net for the away team. Alfuza to Kurakai. Maybe that livens us up a bit, up to 8th in the table. little bit of a slow start, but I guess we've just got to get a little bit used to it, used to each other, used to formation, used to me, Gantabine on the right hand side, up to Frullo, keeper, tried to do his best, Oscar Frullo, in on loan from Mönchengladbach, gets his second goal this season as well. Seems like that goal for the away side really kicked us into play, and looks like we've finally decided to turn up this season. Becker with the goal up to 4th in the table, and we just see this early in this season, just any good result, any 3 points per run together, will be top of the league easily. Ball there on the right hand side, does have a couple options. Shooting probably wasn't really the best option. Wiener does tip it over for a corner. Just before half time, Karius with the ball throws it outside to Kurakai. Antwi with his back to goal. Not really his best, but goes to Becker. Back to Antwi. Just look at the players that have back. Frullo to Antwi. Shot. I think Wiener's tipped that out. Deep free kick from the away side. Ever since their goal, they're not really showing anything. 53 minutes in, deep free kick. Away by a defence. Ragnar will pick it up though. Go down the left hand side for them. Ragnar to cross it in up to Hares. And Phil Hares gets his 3rd goal of the season. Karius, not exactly shining light. He really should be one of the best keepers in the league, but not really showing the form that we need. Last couple of minutes. Becker to Lasme, the substitute. Could have gone down, would have surely gotten a penalty. Gantenbean to Balde, to Gruja, to Gantenbean. Gruja, Balde, up to Silla. Shot. Decent shot. Decent, but not quite what we need. And there is full time in Genschelkarken. If you just look, can we even look at their formation? Just look at that 3-4-3. We just can't do anything about it. Leaves us up down to 9th in the league table. Need to find a little bit of a way to get past these just defensive teams, and maybe dropping Lois Karius might be a good idea. But anyway, that is the end of today's episode. Thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Hello there, and welcome back to the Schalke rebuild. We are currently having a little bit of a hard time for it, but that doesn't exactly tell the whole story. As you can see, expected goals against, we are currently bottom, which doesn't exactly tell the whole story. And then expected goals underperformance, we are 2nd. Although this stat doesn't really show you a lot on XG and everything, we are 11th in the table after 9 games played. 3 wins, 2 draws, and 4 defeats. To be fair, we're conceding about the same as everyone, but if we score a couple more goals, we can actually get through this. Anyway, since that last episode, we did have a 2-2 draw against Holstein Kiel. Honestly, Kini Karaman and Oscar Frullo getting the goals in this one. And then 2 goals from Kiel was kind of a hammer blow. This one was the hammer blow or hammer blows away against Madenberg. Musa Silla getting the 90+1 goal, and we just weren't in the game at all. Just couldn't create anything, and then into the next game, Musa Silla getting another goal against Gruther to take his tally to another one. And then this one was just the whole point of our season to this point. Karlsruhe, I'm going to say that. They scored 90+1, and we tried just going all out attack. Honestly, it was just absolutely the most annoying game you've ever seen. And the fact that they even got a winner when we was trying to push for a winner was so annoying. And then this one, completely exact same story. They scored from a counter-attack. Joel Gradowski, again, the goal for Armenia Bielefeld. And then they even got a sent-off. And we just could not break them down. We could not score. We could not get a goal for love nor money. So, Hanover in this one, another team who are predicted to finish third. We are predicted to finish second. So maybe a team that isn't gonna just sit back and we gotta try and break them down. And then Darmstadt, who are sick, so great. 2 difficult fixtures, but honestly, something needs to break, because with XG, it's not exactly a total performance of how your team's doing, but with how the stats are in this, like if I go to match day and data hub, midfielders perform better than average. Shooting midfielders better than average. Goalkeepers, just going to ignore that a little bit. Defenders better than average. Attackers better than average. Goal output attackers better than average. Just team average. Pitch tilt better than average. Defensive efficiency better than average. Goal output average. Performance better than average. Team defending much better than average. Just like we're doing everything except not doing it, not what we actually need. And I'm just like, I don't know what we can do. Loris Karius is dropped in the matchday squad. He has been dropped for the last couple of games. I can't exactly say he's even been missed. He is injured as well. Where actually is he? Towards the end. With a training injury, out between 7 days and 3 weeks. Patella fracture. Really sure what that is. So Hikiran's got starts in goal for this one with Gantabin, Katic, Kurakaya and Becker. With Bachmann, Gruja, Frulo, Silla, Yunus and Keenan Karaman. Honestly, I'm going to swap. No. Leave that for now. But I really hope this game is the game that turns our fate, because it doesn't matter what we do, we cannot buy a win. Like, we're performing well. Sick and tired of getting bad results, and it's got to the point where I don't even know if we're going to stick in a job, because mid-table, and honestly, I really feel like if we get that one win, it's going to be all for us. But this game isn't exactly going to be easy. A team that's just below us in the season preview, and they are playing at a 3-4-3, which is exactly the formation that I hate playing against on this game. So Kurakai to Katic to Bachmann to get a start off, to Gruja, Frulo. Honestly, at wingers, the fact that all our squad is 6'2", Silla is in behind though. Silla, less said about that the better. All of our squad is 6'2", they're just not built for this formation, for this style of play. And I really feel like if we get some players that are suited towards it, it might actually be better. But honestly, I feel like we just need a bit of luck at this point. Throw in to Hanover on this near side, Nuba, Gansabine away. Taibi to Nuba from the throw-in to rush out to Nuba to rush out. Honestly, I've seen this before. Taibi. That's such a thought magic goal this year. Just wingers doing winger stuff. Fullbacks can't do anything, and Hanover get another goal. Goal kick from Hikaran in the Schalke goal. Honestly, just a little bit of luck would go such a long way. The fact that we're dominating XG in basically every game we play, and then we get chances like that. against us. Just every team in this league is just set up the exact perfect way to counter us. Just countering us, and then as soon as they get one goal, we just can't score. Like, the fact that we scored 7 goals in a cup game a couple of weeks ago is just beyond me, because I don't think we even had 7 shots on target in any game since then. Cancelling the throw-in just for half time. Silla. Back to Silla. Not sure he does his best work on the round side, but has been scoring decently. Honestly, I'm just trying to get as many attacking players on the pitch, because it's got to a point where I don't know whether it's the players that just aren't performing, or whether we just need time, or I just don't have the answers for it. Becker with the corner. Maybe set pieces might help us out. Honestly, for a team that's literally 6'4" in basically every position, we win so little headers, it's unbelievable. Kiliman up to the edge of the box. Silla does knock it down, but Rochelle, just wow. I mean, if you're going to concede, you want it to be a goal like that, but 2-0 Hanover. Yokota to Leopold. Hanover just, I think we're just going to discourage long shots when that comes back up. Taby, honestly, a long shot seems to be working, or at least when you turn the setting on, because if you have long shots, we just don't shoot at all. Silla only to the side netting in this one. I think we need a couple substitutions. Put Silla up front. Try to last me. Honestly, just who's not playing well? No one's really playing well. Put Donker on a right back, left back. Finn Perez or Gruja. I mean, I'm going to try anything at this point. Goal kick from the Hanover keeper. Half an hour left. There's going to be a lot of draws in this season, just because of our performance in XG in scoring and defending them. And if we can get a draw from this one, it won't be the worst. Yokota just wants to run through our team, though. Back to Algier, to Leopold. Algier. Just, however, just going to waste possession and just waste a bit of time. And the football managers just going to rub it in our face, because we're not going to press them at all, are we? Tanubu already threatened us once, and Gantabine actually puts it. It's just going to be the longest highlight of all time, really. That's one of the most pathetic long throws I've ever seen. Of course we'll bring him down. Just when everything goes against you, just everything goes against you. And I'm just like, I mean, no penalty, but what is he doing? I'm glad we subbed him off. Borman to Kurakai. Maybe we can get something in this game, because I haven't really seen it so far. I mean, this is a standard that we have set for ourselves, and Balde cuts in, shoots, not on target. However, with the throw-in or on the side, Matsuda to take it, just last me away. Matsuda to do a typical football manager thing, and 3-0. They do not deserve this 3-0 at all. Honestly, they don't deserve one goal. Honestly, XG, this should be 0-0. 0.84 to 0.51. Honestly, probably the worst performance of the season, but 3-0 is flattering them so much. Do you watch? They're going to get a fourth now, and they are going to get a fourth. Just nothing is going to click for this team, and I don't know how to change it. There we are then, 4-0 Hanover. I have just no words. just no words at all. Right then, into the second game. I can't remember if it was against Darmstadt. Had a little bit of an inquest into the team, as just the team just didn't like it. Here we go. I don't know. Just winger, sure. Apparently, the team aren't suited to the formation and the tactic, so if we're going for a little wing play, honestly, I wasn't surprised by anything like that. Pretty much the same team on this one, just Balde coming in for Eunice. Right then, hopefully this change of tactic, even if it is against one of the teams fighting for promotion with us, might get us a little bit better. 3 out of 4, 3 yet again. I'm just so done with playing into this formation. FIFA just wants to walk through our team, apparently. Right. Us in the blue. Ganta being out was dangerous. Nuremberger to Carl. Crossing to Fraser Hornby. And luckily for us, he puts it wide. Nuremberger with the throwing on the far side. To Will, to Carl. Cuts in and shoots. Then at Carl, on loan from Bayern Munich, scores his second goal of the season. These players who are kicking up a fuss about this tactic not working. We had 34% possession in the first 15 minutes. You guys have actually got a pick up as well. When you're back, then with Katic to Gruja to Silla on this right hand side. Silla just doing ball rolls into the opponent's fullback. Balde to Becker, putting a space on this left hand side. A couple of players in the box, crossing for Silla at the back post, and no surprises where that went. Past his man up to Karaman. Honestly, the team genuinely just want me to play Route 1 and I just refuse. Limburg. Honestly, guys, if you're not going to put a tackle in, we're not going to win any games. Fraser Hornby in behind for Darmstadt. Honestly, it is exactly the same story from what's been happening recently. We beat LXG, we conceded a goal, and then we just can't get even on the score sheet. Balde in behind for Silla. Can he shoot? He does shoot. He does get his 5th goal of the season. That team finally wants to kick up some dust. And Darmstadt are levelled by Schalke. Same story yet again in this one. At home, 1-1 draw against Darmstadt. Honestly, from the teams that we've been joining against recently, isn't the worst result in the world, but the fact that their keeper got a 6.4 and we're drawing 1-1 with them is just tragic. Anyway, that is the end of today's episode. Thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Hello and welcome to today's episode of the Schalke rebuild. We have some massive news coming in just a minute, but firstly I'm going to catch you up with the results. Since that last game, we had a cup game in the DFB Pokal, Energy Cottbus, 2-0 win over them. I'm going to skip over scorers and you'll understand why in a minute. Elfsberg, a 6-1 win, Silla with 4 goals in this one. 3-1 defeat to a proven monster in the league, along with another 1-0 defeat. Hertha Berlin knocked us out in the DFB Pokal with a 3-2 win after extra time. Fortuna Dusseldorf, 1-1 draw with them. Nuremberg, 3-1 loss away from home. Eintracht Braunschweig, a 1-0 win away from home. Hertha Berlin, the team who knocked us out in the cup, had a 3-0 defeat in that one. And the last 2 ones, Schalke and Kaiserslautern, ground out a 3-0 win in this one. and VFL Bochum in the last one. I'm going to go through this slowly. If you've gone through some of the team news, you would have seen a lot of red in this one, and look where we are. For a team where that's supposed to finish in automatic promotions, we are 1 point, and that's it out of going into the relegation playoff. So, I have gutted the team, and when I say gutted the team, I have put every single first team player. I'm going to actually show you. Every single first team player, if I go on general info, like the oldest player in our first team squad is 23 now. Every other player has been transfer listed, is now in the under 19s. There's a couple left that have been sold. Antwi, Eunice, these already have transfers out, as I completely gutted the squad. The only way to have this mess and just bring it back to any kind of semblance of a Schalke team. Honestly, if we get relegated, we get relegated. But this cannot continue. If we go through the transfers, firstly, Thomas Callas left at Oviedo for 350k. Yannick Bachmann, who a couple of these loans have options to buy, others I will just send in the summer. He is on loan to MS via Duisburg. Adrian Gettenbean, our right back, has gone for 675k to St. Gallen. Keenan Karaman has gone to Giuseppe on loan. Gurukwai, 3.6 million out to Ghent. Musa Silla was the only one that I really didn't want to get rid of. He was the top scorer in the league, which since we were absolutely dog awful, that was very surprising. I did say if someone came in with a £3 million bid, then he could go. And then Ren put a £3.6 million bid on the table. Timo Becker as well, another right back, 1.2 million over to Levante. Ron Schallenberg is on loan at Sunderland. Ron Schallenberg went to Sunderland for 475k, sorry. El Fosi is already on loan at Erndungen. Donkor, the left back, is on loan at Telstar. Christian Gomis on loan at Zurich. Then Loris Karius on loan at Sydney. How the mighty have fallen. 6.75 million so far. A couple of them. If I go on future transfers, maybe not. That won't even work. But a lot of these deals will either have buys, optionals, or permanent. So, or options. So we actually get some money for them. Honestly, 10 million, and we didn't even buy anyone because we are going through youth, and that's how we're going to do this. The oldest player in the squad is 23, and I'm pretty sure they don't even play. So, to introduce you for the squad, to try and keep us in the second Bundesliga for this season, a couple of these players you might know: Johannes C.B. King, the youth goalkeeper, 6'5", 19-year-old. Dylan Leonard, back from his loan, the Australian, is usually a centre-back, but he'll fill in at wing-back, as we have two really class centre-backs. Mertan Ayan is the first one, Turkish, just absolutely class, 6'3" as well. Felipe Sanchez is the guy they bought for £1 million in real life. 6 foot on him, 21 years old. Over to your left back, and we have Vitaly Becker, 20-year-old German. Max Gruger, another 20-year-old German. Oscar Freulo is still on loan with us. We did try and buy him, but he just wanted 30k a week. And if we're going to possibly get relegated, that's probably not the best idea in the world. Luka Vozar, 18-year-old German centre mid. Kayan Simon, 18-year-old right mid. Was also wanted by a couple of teams in the Bundesliga. Fabio Balde, the German 20-year-old winger we got from Hamburg, is still on loan with us. And then Emil Højlund, Denmark international, 21 years old. And then literally the whole of our squad is under 19s. Like, we have 2 players in the Schalke second team. A lot of these players are just players that either have just really low potential I'm going to get rid of, or players like Hurricane, who we're just going to get rid of. 85k. That's literally how little we're going to get. I've literally got the squad. Literally spent the winter break gutting the squad, and if this team's going to be successful, we need to get rid of these players that are just rotten to the core. As you can see by the results, it just didn't really work at all. That, as you can see, after this 3-1 loss to Fosu Mensah got sent off, I just completely lost it. In it with the youngsters against Brunswick. We are going to lose some games like this one to Hertha Berlin, who are fighting for the title, but that's just the difference. It might take a little bit longer to get promoted back to the Bundesliga, but we're going to do it responsibly and not just throw money at it like every other manager failed before us. Into the most recent result, Ibrahim Sissoko did get a goal back for Bochum, but they really did put in a good performance away from home, and honestly, probably should have got a win from that, but I guess when you have youngsters, they are going to be a little bit inconsistent. Anyway, into this game, we have Dynamo Dresden and Hostel Kiel, which will play in this game today. And on to the end of the season, we have a youth intake as well, which hopefully will add to our budget and to our squad roster. We're going to have a lot of transfers in at the end of the season. It's only a 34-game season. If you go back on match day, we've played 20, so 14 games left of the season. Hopefully we can keep out of the relegation zone. Keep it in the Bundesliga 2 will definitely be a little bit better, but honestly, I think the squad has enough for it. But if the worst was to happen and we was to go down, I think we have the quality to build a really good squad. So let's go to this match. Already have played a couple games with the youngsters. As you can see, 3 or 4 games. They're doing decently well, but honestly, the standard is so low from just the way our team have played for this season, and something's got to change. Is that Kalidou Koulibaly? It's not. I was gonna actually lose my just not how. Right, Frulo to Simon. You're gonna have to learn a lot of these players like I will, and then even the summer some of these might leave, and then depends on whether we get something in the youth intake. Emil Højlund, since Silla left, has been pretty good with the goals. Decent shot off the crossbar there, and it's definitely stepped up a little bit since his loan back from Denmark has been recalled, but still it is big to replace. You are then saving him behind, shot saved by the keeper. As you can see, this squad is so much better performing. I am using the gegenpress tactic yet again, but honestly, I was so sick of the team just being old and bad and all 6 foot. We might actually have a penalty in this one as well. Honestly, just this team is so much nicer to play with. Just everything's so nice. The players don't moan at me every 10 minutes for playing the wrong tactic. We actually seem to fight in games. We actually have a chance to win some games, which is very different. You think for a bunch of teenagers, basically, we're gonna, as Emil Højlund puts us. Hello there, and welcome to today's episode of the Schalke Rebuild. There's only 3 games since that last episode where we drawn. Wow, we won 1-0 and then lost 2-0. Since that, we've drawn 0-0 with Magdeburg into a Greedo Fruit with Kian Simon. Goal 45 plus 1 gave us all 3 points away from home. And then Armania beat Bielefeld at home, where Emil Heulen got all 3 goals for a hat-trick. Got him a brand new contract with a £1.8 million raise. I guess we couldn't do much about that, but today is the day that everyone loves. The best day on a Football Manager. It's a new intake of youth players. Real chance of developing it into a golden generation for the club. Wally prospect, 16 players. I'm going to go through. Joel, right mid. Not terrible, not great. Nico, definitely not great. Vitali has definitely some gaps, but does have a core. Hoffman, pretty much the same as the last one. Some of which target forward, centre back. Not terrible. Does have 4 passing and 5 pace. But anyway. Barkowski. Physicals, good. Technicals, shambolic. Mentals, Rome. Yeah, less said about him the better. Leon Muller, another left back. Not terrible, not great. Nick Smith looks decent. Doesn't have the potential though, and low determination. That's not exactly great. And then already 2 stars from Kosovo. Adlin Masulu. Alden Maslui. Honestly like it. Not sure golden generation, but pretty good. I'll take it. First youth intake of the save and a left-footed right midfielder. I like it. I think since we are focusing on the youth, might not be the worst idea to give him a couple starts. Looks like I can't play Musilu after all, after being at the below the minimum age for the competition. Does look like a decent option. Put him in the first squad. Maybe if we can get some training on him and 2 positioning. Not sure golden generation, but pretty good. From Kosovo as well. Always love a bit of Kosovo. Here is the league table. We are playing Hanover in our first game, who are 6th. We are 10th, 33 points. Quite a bit away from the playoffs, but I guess we are focusing on the East, so we can kind of put that to the side at the moment. Anyway, Steve King starts in goal with Leonard, Ayan, Sanchez and Becker, with Gruja, Frulo, Vozar, Seaman and Balde and Hoyland. So here we are then. Hanover's team used to be in the Bundesliga 1 a couple of years ago, but can't say I recognise any of the players. But we've been on some decent form the last couple days, the last couple match days. Shouts are back in the top left corner. I do have shaders on if the game looks a little bit different. 58,000 at home. Not too bad. So then, blank on the ball for Hanover. Skeeter to Knoll to blank. Looks like a very possession-based side from Hanover as they go long. Matsuda to Yokata. In behind for Coleman. Shot. Sea King, not really sure what he was doing. 6th of the season for Benjamin Coleman. We are 1-0 down after 21. 40 minutes in, our first real highlight. Leonard to Gruja. To Leonard. Back to Ihan. Seems to be one of those leagues where there's not that many goal-scoring actions that take place. Or maybe it's just our formation. Becker on the left-hand side, trying to change that though. Shot, going straight through the keeper. Vitaly Becker, first goal of the season. Almost cursed to the commentator. It does seem one of those leagues where there's usually the odd goal in it, so definitely a very good against that. And the 3-4-3 that I hate playing against as well, just to top it off. Ocon for Hanover. Shakrun to blank Taibbi. In behind for Shakrun. Cross ball in. Ihan decent defending. So going right to find out Hoyland, excuse me. Taibbi to Leopold. In behind for Coleman. Almost a complete replica of the first goal Hanover scored. Sieb King just not really doing his best goalkeeping impression, I guess. Being a youngster, he's going to be a little bit inconsistent, but I really feel like he is inconsistent. Becker on this left-hand side to change that, though. Can we get another equaliser? Matsuda out for a corner. So then, Cruiser to take. I don't remember the last time we actually scored a header from a corner. Not going to do it that time either. Cruiser to Balde, right foot shot over the bar. 4 minutes on the clock. Corner for Hanover. Leopold to whip it in. Knock it in. A little bit of Ihan panicking. Up to Ihan. Hit it out up to Shakrun though. Hanover, probably one of the favourites for promotion. Seem to be lacking a little bit like we are. 68 minutes in. Are beating us away from home though. Olgier to Yukato to Olgier. Should we put a shout in? Encourage. Shakrun. Play it. And that is an absolute tap in. Benjamin Coleman has his hat trick. 68 minutes in. Schalke 1, Hanover 3. We'll check it. And here's a goal. I think. Yes. Full time in this one then. Schalke 1, Hanover 3. Hanover just really are the better team this season, up to third in the league table as well, on 43 points, 2 points behind the leaders VfL Bochum. Kind of really didn't get into the game, and Hanover were just the better team. I guess sometimes when you have a young team, they're going to be a little bit inconsistent. Here we are then, second game of the episode, same lineup in this one, against Darmstadt, who do sit 1 place and 1 point behind us. So if anything's to go by, I think we should probably get 3 points from this one. At least that's the expectation anyway, but we all know that expectation isn't exactly what happens every time. Darmstadt, Fraser Hornby, definitely recognise him. Not really sure on anyone else. Marco Richter, maybe? I'm definitely not like a Bundesliga 2 expert, but it's definitely a couple players that I do recognise. Get a nice little encouraging, because why not? I'll send the orange this time. Here we go then. Seaman cuts out. Up to Leonard, to Cruiser. We have got a bit of a technical team. It's a little bit shorter than our team before. Do have a couple of decent players though. Balde on this left hand side. Cuts in. We had a shot. Just wide, 22 minutes in, looks a lot better in that game against Hanover. Frollo to Hoyland, move my mouse out of the way. Seaman almost leaves it for a throw in. Leonard does pick up though, don't know what I call him to Leonard. Up to Seaman, to Leonard. We do close the pace, I say close the pace, we do lack a little bit of pace around the box. Frollo with a shot, Balde hits the post. Almost reactionary from him, so the fact that he even got it, well, officially off target, but technically on target for me, it's pretty, wow, impressive. Alright, then into the second half. Paderborn? Because we forgot who we're playing. Corridor to Nuremberger. I don't know how I can forget who I'm playing at mid-game. To Carl, long shot, Sieb King. Still didn't look completely convincing. It was pretty good until turned the camera on. Maybe he's a bit camera shy. Nuremberger to Corridor. Not sure it's actually pronounced corridor, but I think we'll take it. Cloudfish. Just going to pronounce everyone wrong. To Nuremberger. Balde cuts it out though. Frullo to Gruja to Balde. Up to Hoyland. Is in behind. Emil Hoyland puts it in the back of the net. 7 goals for him since his return on loan from the past. I forgot already. Just my memory is apparently just awful in this one. Luckily, Emil Hoyland's finishing isn't there. 1-0. Lundberg doing it back through Sanchez though. We are definitely a lot better defensively. Against some of the better teams, we are a little bit suspect, but Balde up to Frullo. Frullo hasn't been really that good recently. To Remner, to Becker. Becker's shot off the crossbar. Venomous shot would have been a hell of a goal. So we know it's in. Still passing around the box. Carl away up to Lindberg. Sanchez does win the header though. Carl back to Lindberg though. Sanchez does well again. Nice to see fullbacks actually making tackles now with a new update. Richter though. Fraser Hornby to Lindberg. And that's off the underside of the crossbar. I don't know how that stayed out, but still 1-0. Schuhen. I think it's Paderborn. I don't know how SVD means Paderborn though. Not sure what Ed is doing. Does work out for him. Just hits him. Doesn't go for the header. Diawara on the left hand side though. Can he get a ball in? Cross off the defender's face. Out for a corner. Can we get a late, insurance goal? I was going to say winner. There we are then. 5th minute of extra time. Last corner. Head this away. We should be done. That should be it there. Frullo. Diawara. Can we get a second? Is the keeper off the line? Wow. Mode Diawara. I didn't realise where the keeper went. He must have gone off the corner. 95th, and we have our second. That is maybe one of the strangest goals I've ever seen. But anyway, strangest goals I've ever seen. And then 2-0 win. We'll take it. Anyway, that is it for today's episode. If you are new to the channel, make sure you hit the like. Comment below whether you are a fan of the German league or you know more players than me. It's probably a better question. Subscribe if you are new. Thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you guys later. Hello there, and welcome to the next episode of the Schalke rebuild. Just before we get into today's episode, if you wouldn't mind checking below if you are subscribed, hit the like button if you do go on to enjoy it, and leave a comment of who we should sign in the summer, because this is the last episode of the season. Anyway, since that last episode, we only played 5 games just to get towards the end of the season. 1-0 win over Karlsruhe with Emil Hoyland getting a penalty. 5-0 defeat against Elversberg, where the players actually refunded the performance, which kind of says it a lot. I think that damaged morale after 3-3 draw with Prue and Munster. Hoyland getting 2 and Frullo getting a goal. Paderborn, 1-1 draw. Peter Remnant getting a goal in that one. And then back to winning ways with a 3-1 win over Fortuna Dusseldorf. Anyway, since that last episode, we have had a couple issues. Firstly, Oscar Frullo has now been recalled by Schalke for some reason. Gladbach for some reason. But we have signed him on a free transfer, so he's joining us for next season. Not really sure why that's happened, but we'll take it. Also, we've had a bit of an injury situation. Becker is, just coming back from an injury. CB King out for 2 weeks. Lillard 4 to 7 weeks. Fozar 7 days to 2 weeks. Balde up to 3 weeks. This guy just got a random ACL. Hoyland's out for 3 to 7 days. Tubic is out for 67 days. And I'm just like, what is going on? So, in goal for his professional debut is Luka Podlek. Is it his professional debut? It's not his professional debut. He's played for our second team, so first team debut. So not ideal, but Tidan Torre, another guy, probably not good enough for this league just yet, but he is just 21. Ihan and Sanchez with Becker, Gruja, and then midfield kind of just put in place together Gruja. Then we've got Timothy Rupil, who's French, 22. Well, I thought he was French. It turns out he's from Luxembourg. Salazar, and then Simon Diawara, and then Peter Remnant, who should be a lot better than he has been. Did score in the last game, I think, or a game before. I subbed him on, he scored at some point. Anyway, bench, we've got this young left back, who's a Turkish left back, who's wanted by some clubs, so I was just like, just give him some game time, but his technicals are lacking. But anyway, let's not waste any time. We've got 2 games left of the season. Firstly against Nuremberg. Firstly, we should actually get to show you the league table. If we go into this finally, Hanover have now won the league on 64 points. We're on 44 with a minus goal difference. We're scoring about enough goals, but we're just conceding way too many. Scoring 41, conceding 46. I'll just highlight us. That's a bit easier to say. Just losing too many games, drawing too many games. I mean, for a team that was predicted to finish second, to finish slap bang mid-table, not great, but I think I've said enough about problems for this time. Here's that left back. Give him a squad number. So into this first game, I forgot who the second team we're playing against. Anyway, we'll find that out later. So Nuremberg, Finn Becker, I recognise. That's really it. Right then. Hopefully we can get a good performance. We have dipped a little bit since the turn of the year. Well, the last couple of months. But honestly, with the amount of injuries, it's kind of explainable. So then, the first real highlight of the game, Nuremberg have just been on top. I think they are quite high in the league. I forgot to actually check. Corner, headed wide, and not really highlight worthy, if I'm going to be totally honest. We are underdogs for this game, and we've not really had the best day in front of goal. We haven't really seen any of it, but that's at least what our assistant manager says. In the 71st minute, I think, in all seriousness, I would take a 0-0 from this one. And as soon as I say that, Sanchez gives away a penalty. Just, Jesus, VR will check it. It probably will be a penalty now it's awarded, and it is awarded. Honestly, we get a slight surprise of doing something good, and then we just, I don't even know, just kaput. Stepanov to step up for Nuremberg, and Potlek can't do anything. 10 goals for him in the season. I think it's about time we bring on a couple players. Firstly, I think that left back, he can come on. Who else? Shibara. Who else do we even have on the bench? Popple, maybe not. Sure. You wanted more game time. Honestly, at this point in the season, we're just gonna rotate the squad a bit, to be honest, with our injury problems. But just keeping fit is kind of a hard thing to do. 78 minutes in, we have our first highlight, dropping down to 11th. Diawara to Remnant. Is a bit of more of a target man than Hoyland. Orich, Arda Orich to Diawara to Salazar. Diawara, Remnant. I thought you just whacked that wide, but it is apparently a corner. Deep free kick for Nuremberg. Just Van to take it. What we do is going to shoot. I thought that went in. There we are then, penultimate game of the season. FC Nuremberg 1, Schalke 0. They are second in the league, and that is just the standard. Nice to see the new patch is working well. right then into the last game of the season, and can't get relegated. I mean, we are close to relegation in the promotions, so that's bad. And there is the last game of the season, Eintracht Braunschweig. Even just in the break since that last game, Oscar Højlund, training injury, for some reason, he got injured heading the ball in training. Just what we're doing in training the last couple of weeks, I have no idea. Anyway, same starting lineup against a team. Where are they in the league? Some 3. Trying to fight for them playoffs. Probably Munster, probably going to be in the playoffs, but Dusseldorf and Greuther Fürth already down. Nuremberg, after that win against us, are promoted or in the playoffs. I mean, definitely one of them. It'll be a pretty bottly of them to get in the playoffs now, but probably promoted from them. Hopefully we don't have someone really good coming down from the Bundesliga, because I kind of want to get promoted sooner than later, because, well, I think Schalke as a club just deserve to. Maybe not this Schalke, but I think the fans, if anything, just deserve to. Another game in the rain. I thought being in Germany we might see a little bit less rain, but apparently not. Anyway, against that formation we hate again, the 3-5 whatever. Headed away, Diawara to Gruja, to Becker, to Rupel, Timothy Rupel, one of the youngsters that we're just checking in because injury happens. That's great words. Anyway, that's one of the good things about having random youngsters come in. They can come in and, well, score for us. 18 minutes in, Simon on this right-hand side, Prue Munster, 1-0 up. Bell, one of the weirdest names, but sure. No, I'm going to try and pronounce his name. Out to Gomez for... I forgot their name already. I've got a habit of doing this. Gomez into Max Mary. 5 goals, 5 assists to him. It's pretty cool that we see that stat. And tapped in from a range where he couldn't really miss. They've only had that one shot on target, or one shot in the whole game, and it's gone in, so still a little bit in control of this game. Rupel already going past this man. Becker might, probably not. Up to Salazar, Diawara, Salazar, shot. What a shot. Mara Salazar, another one of these squad players that not quite enough quality for the starting 11, but definitely off the bench. Our 2 midfielders. I got our 2 goals. Nice to see someone. Wow. Nice to see we're actually getting goals that aren't from our front 3. I mean, as long as Zaki been potent in the last couple of weeks. Up from Sanchez away to Rupel. Not really sure what he's trying there. Brunig. Out wide to Bell to Gomez. Forward to Mehmet Aydin. It's just all the space in the world on this side. Back to Marie. To Flick. Did he save that? Or is that just wide? So then, the last 45 minutes of the season, can we keep the 3 points? Not that it actually matters. It's a bit of a dead rubber. Valentin Becker on this left-hand side. Simon's got an injury. Of course he does. Just what we're doing in training, or maybe it's just... Oh, I thought that was going in. Maybe it's just, like, fatigue at this point. But I don't know what our physios are doing. Hoffman with the goal kick. We should really win those, because our centre-backs are tall. I guess everyone in this league is tall for some reason. Maybe we just had a real tall side. And that Aiden, who did have all the space, does have a little bit of space, not really put any pressure on it. Flick to Gomez to Marie to, I'm not even sure pronounce his name, off the post. Our defenders are a little bit risky. You want to just pass between themselves. Long ball up to Marie. Oh, Sanchez cuts that one out. 53 minutes in. Seems like we're definitely not on the ascendancy at the moment. A lot of possession for them. I guess they are the only team in this game with anything really to fight for. They don't really want to be in that relegation playoff. in behind for Marie. Keeper's come out. He has a touch on it, and Max Marie scored the first one, and now he's got a second one. Chips the keeper, and seems to be a bit of an issue for us with our goalkeepers. Remner trying to get us back into this game. Crossfield ball and come out straight away. Honestly, it's like playing a League 2 team. The amount of long balls. Simon. Crossfield ball into Diawara. Not sure why that's not aiming for the striker. Becker to pick it up though. What's he going to do with it? Crossfield ball. Remner can't really sort his feet out. Gruja doesn't really jump for that either. Ihan to Zalzar. Becker. 10 minutes plus added time left of the season. Still 2-2 in this one. I think the 2-2 kind of, without looking at the league table, suits both teams, to be honest. Bar in behind for Gomez. I mean, defeat wouldn't really do that. And can not going to try and pronounce his name. There we are then. The season ends with a pretty disappointing result in a pretty disappointing season. 2-2 in this one. Anyway, not really happy. Should have really won that one. We have got some free transfers already lined up. I guess we'll have a better look at that in the next episode. They did avoid relegation as well, so pretty cool for them. Into 9th. Maths. 15, 18 points. It's not undoable, but just looking at rating. Average rating is just... Board isn't happy. I'm not happy. I mean, what's the season preview now? 5th. I think that says a lot. Anyway, that is the end of today's episode. If you have enjoyed up to this point, make sure you drop a comment, see who, if we should sign in the summer. Bearing in mind our budget is tiny. Do have a lot of wage budget though. And that is the end of today's episode. Thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you guys next season. Hello there, and welcome back to the Schalke rebuild. Here we are in the first episode of season 2. If you haven't missed season 1, the playlist is in the channel page, and if I remember, I'll put it in the description as well. If you are new to the channel as well, drop a like, hit subscribe, it always helps me out. For those who are new, or those who have catched up, aren't new, a couple episodes I did say I was going to focus on the youth. And then, at the start of the season, I looked on the season preview and then realised it was 9th. And a couple more seasons in the second Bundesliga isn't exactly what I want to spend my time on. So, we might have got a little bit crazy in the transfer window. Anyway, this is what happened in pre-season. When it gets Anderlecht, Japanese team, and a big loss into Miami was, wow, a little mess they scored against us. So that's all Bayern Munich and Dortmund, Barcelona, 20, Antwerp. So, eagle-eyed, you might have seen some of the transfers. But let's go on to our transfer history. Firstly, we're going to look at... I thought it would have been there, but no. Anyway, firstly, we'll go through the ends. Kasper Schmeichel, 1-year contract, 20k a week. Just, CB King just doesn't have the experience yet. I thought, bring in a goalkeeper only for a 1 year. Kasper Schmeichel is pretty good for this level and pretty reliable. 39 years of age, so probably not for the future, but not too bad on that one. Another free transfer is Yannick Lurs, just honestly a fringe pair with high potential on a free, can't really get wrong. Another free transfer is Regen, another one with high potential, Portuguese. Bruno Montero, I think he's just in the youth team for a little while. Oscar Frullo, who we had on loan last season, has come in for $4.5 million. Another backup goalkeeper, Josh Griffiths, 3-star current ability and 4-star potential ability decently for the Bundesliga. For 125k, I don't think you can do wrong. 10k a week is a little bit expensive, but honestly, for a backup goalkeeper of that quality, and who's happy to sit on the bench, not the worst decision in the world. Probably the biggest money we spent is Ethan Laird. We didn't really have a right back last season, and then when he came up as a transfer listed for 5 million, I was just like, we have to take it. Good player for this level, good player for the next potential. Has all the stats you want to need, quick, good at tackling, and pretty physical as well. So bought him in for 5 million, already valued between 10 and 15. Max Meyer is a former Schalke player, brought him back just for a load of experience. Just, we're not going to completely disregard the youth players. We're just having a couple of older players just to get around them. A couple of young players. Shea Lacey, if you watched my West Ham save, he was instrumental in his last season. I got him all alone because our right wingers seem to be a little bit inconsistent. Ricky J. Jones is a good bench option. Just look at that pace. 18 acceleration, 19 pace. Not the best finisher, but I think for £2 million, it's a pretty good deal. Lucas Nmecha is hopefully the guy that's going to bring us in all the goals. 45k a week is probably our highest paid at the club. But honestly, if he's as good as I think he might be, this is going to be another good deal. And then another freebie. Petron Haga, who's I think he's from Gambia. So, 16-year-old, another one with high potential, is unambitious, so not the greatest. Anyway, Loris Karius, I think the less said about him, the better. Has gone to Sydney in Australia for 550k. Brian Lasme, who kind of outcast last season. A lot of these are just outcast, 24k. Finn Parath, another one. Team kind of kicked off about this one, and 625k for that one. This guy, just youth team player, wasn't going to get the team. Keenan Karaman, 32-year-old striker, 650k, did a pretty decent deal. Another youngster for 81k. This guy, a couple of loans. Not going to focus on the loans too much. Wazinski, Belgian, wasn't really going to come in the first team. We just got better centre backs. A couple more loans. I mean, Eunice, honestly, just getting a contract off the wage bill, left on a free. Couple of loans. Alfosi, probably could have kept him in the first team. He's gone out on loan. Who else? Kind of a lot of loans. Because of the two goalkeepers, I decided to get CB some game time, so he's out on loan as well. And then Anton Donkor, who's the left back as well, 100k. So, pre-season prediction, don't know why I clicked on that. We are up to 4th. We do have Oscar Hoyland on the bench, so this will be the team that we'll start off with. Lucas Demetria does need a squad number. So Balde, who is on loan for us for this season as well. For some reason we did a 2-year loan. I'm not sure how we did that. But Schmeichel was starting goal with Laird, Sanchez. I had Adam Becker, who had a lot of bids in for Bundesliga sides. But honestly, when they're bidding £1 million for our starting left back, it's just not worth it. Gruja, Frulo, and Max Meyer. Nice to see Max Meyer come back after quite a big gap away from 2018-19. Honestly, letting this guy leave for free was one of the things that definitely got it worse. Lacey and Bolly on their wings with Nemetra on the bench. Dylan Leonard, who's made his Australia debut in the off-season as well. He's on the bench as well. With Simon, Tabara, Diawara, Remnant, Ricky J. Jones, and Emil Hoyland. We do have Zalazar as well, but he is on the bench. And then the youngster, Masilu, who is still 15 and can't play in the league yet. But anyway, first game against Hertha Berlin. Hertha BSC. Where are they supposed to? Just above us in the league. So this is really a litmus test to see, well, firstly, if our sightings are doing any good. Maybe 15. But this is going to be, well, as I just said, the litmus test of, are we actually going to be a fight for a fight this season, or is it going to be another mid-table and I've wasted all my money? But hopefully it's going to be the first one. But honestly, let's see. We are in the orange today. I haven't been in the orange for a while. Right, so absolutely nothing happened in this game so far. Max Meyer up to Ethan Laird. Not sure really why he didn't jump for that. Schuler, cross, Becker away. Mamazo Lom to Seafook to Winkler. Looks like they're having the best of the edges. Paul Segun has Hertha Berlin 1-0 up. Schmeichel got a hand to it, but couldn't really keep it out. 20 minutes in, and I think that might be the level. Couldn't demand more before this corner because we have not had a shot in 38 minutes. Schmeichel did get the save on the first one, but only parried it out to Zifuk. 38 minutes in, and not the greatest start to this season, I'm going to be honest. Right then, just before half time, can we at least get a shot off? Half time, they were 7 shots with a 0. Lad, not exactly used to the league. We've got a bit of squad, I guess, cohesion to do. Through load to Max Meyer. There we go. We have one back. We have a little bit of team cohesion to do because we have signed a couple of players that aren't quite used to the league. I think Max Meyer fit in perfectly though. And there is half time. A bit of work to do. We'll talk about revenge because we need to have a bit of dominance in this game because, well, this season, because we kind of just let teams roll over us last season. Exactly like this. Cuisance with the corner, away by Sanchez. Back into Cuisance. To Young. I'm not really sure what Schmeichel's doing. Kind of, it seems like he moved out of the way to then dive. I think, hopefully this isn't another carry situation. Ball day on the left-hand side. Winkler does tackle it though. I'm going to demand more as well because we are not just, either we're so far off the level or just not playing led foot in. And then why are we so open defensively? Are we both on wing backs? I think maybe put these both on fullbacks because we are so open defensively, it's not even funny. 83rd minute in, made a couple of substitutions. Doesn't seem to be having much of an effect though. Schmeichel with another save. He seems to parry a lot. VJ Jones on the right hand side. To Shibara. How's he on the yellow card? Okay, sure. Anyway, maybe today was a litmus test to be like, this isn't going to be easy. As a Shinwu is just going to run through our team. Shibara away. It's going to be a litmus test to be, this isn't going to be as easy as I thought it would. I mean, the fact that we're now up to 4th probably shows we're probably one of the best teams in the league, but I mean, we signed Lucas Demetra, he's done absolutely nothing. I mean, we've not exactly fed him, and Reese somehow puts that wide. Or it's gone for a corner. Don't know how he's put that wide if he actually took that shot. Last couple of minutes, through low. Can we get another consolation goal to at least morale goal difference? I mean, if we're just going to pass it around like this, we don't really have the urgency. To Becker. We seem to be a little bit more solid now, but into Ricky J. Jones. Cross from Nemecha. Nemecha's off the mark. Can we sneak an equaliser? Go on to very attacking. Let's see what happens with this. Right, encourage. Last couple of minutes of the game, can we I mean, we've not been in this game at all. Got possession, but nothing else. And opening day's defeat 3-2, I think flatters us a little bit. I think we've got a lot of work to do. But anyway, because we have a bit of work to do and we have some transfers to do, I'm just going to leave that as a one-game episode. But hopefully you are enjoying up to this point. And I'll see you guys next time. Thank you guys for watching. And I'll see you guys next time. Hello there and welcome back to the Schalke series. We've had some early season form, no transfers to note of. Started off with a 6-2 win over Darmstadt, mediocrity, Schalke, an own goal, Ricky J. Jones, and those are getting it going. That one. 4-0 win in the DFB Pokal, Hoyland, Balde, and Lacey getting goals in that one. 2-1 win over Karlsruhe, Max Meyer, so he's returned to the club, and Oscar Ferrilo. 4-0 win over Kaiserslautern, Ricky J. Jones, Nemanja, Meyer, and Led. A little bit of a dip in September. We were 3-0 down, and then late goals from Meyer, Gruja, Balde, and a winner from Lacey in the 90th minute. Another pretty slow start. Within 4 minutes, we were 2-0 down, and then Ricky J. Jones and Lacey got the draw for this one, and then an early conceded goal in this one to Hamburger, and we are drawing that one. So, early season form, we are third in the table into the playoffs for the end of the season. It's only 7 games played, 4 wins, 2 draws, and 1 loss. We are conceding a little bit more. We have changed a couple of the teams' lineups. We have changed the fullbacks, but it's not really helping too much. Anyway, after the international break, it's Griffiths in goal with Becker, Mertcan, Sanchez, Led, Gruja, Meyer, Frollo, Lacey, Jones, and Nemanja. So in this game, in this episode, we've got Cologne and Bochum. Cologne, who are 9th, and Bochum, who are 15th. So hopefully we can get 2 wins in this episode, and hopefully we don't concede another early goal, because we seem to not start very well. We did have Schmeichel in goal for a couple games, but he's just dropping off, especially being 39 years old. It's kind of expected. It's a good player to have, but you signed Josh Griffiths as well, so hopefully he can be the difference between us having some clean sheets now. 3.5 minutes in, Lucas Piton has a early corner for Cologne, and we've conceded yet again. Rav van der Berg. Don't know what it is, conceding early goals. Right, just encourage the team, because I don't know what is happening. 20 minutes in, Led to Lacey. Nemanja picks up the ball. Lacey's just standing there a little bit questionable. Nemanja to Gruja. They do have Brunner Notte, Lyle Foster, and Robert Zieler, who was in the team of the week recently, so hopefully he's not got a performance like that. Led to Frollo, shot blocked. We do have a little problem with counter-attack, so the fact that he stopped playing and didn't get a card is pretty useful. Right then, just before half time, Gruja, a little bit of a loose pass to Van der Berg to Buonanotte. Nemanja does win it back though, up to Lacey on his right hand side for a player that, come on Lacey, to Frollo. Did keeper save that? I think he's offside anyway, but for a player that was so good in the West Ham save a couple of years later, he has been a little bit worse at this one, but still pretty good. I mean, we haven't got a shot on target this whole first half, so that's not exactly great. Maybe Meyer can, maybe not with that pass, but inspire something. So it's to Sanchez, to Gruja. I think we're just playing until the half-time whistle. We are half-time 1-0 down, and not a single shot on target. We're not even a deep free kick for Cologne. Into the box, Schmid away to Nemanja. Counter-attack, I think it's Lacey. It is Lacey. Lacey to on goal. Can he have a shot? He does have a shot. Pretty tame. Not sure why he didn't take it on his left foot. It is a very strong left foot. Conor and Gruja, Lyle Foster away to Schmid away. Throw to pick up the pieces. What are you going to do with it? To Sanchez. I am to Becker. Maya. Jones. Has got the pace. Does use his pace. Shot. We run obviously over the bar. Alright, I think it's time we make some changes. Jones off for Bolde and Hoyland in. Because we are not getting the shots off. 68 minutes in, we have gone back to win backs, up to very attacking as well. We're just not getting shots off, so hopefully they'll have us in our favour. Bolde to Hoyland, and he really should be hitting the target, even if he is offside. 71 minutes in, Laird. Sanchez to Laird. Out to Frullo. Hoyland's free. Does pass it out to Bolde. A little bit of ambitious pass. Does reach it though. Cross in. Lacey's not really going to challenge that. Laird did get himself a goal in the last couple of games. Lacey to Frullo. Shot. Blocked. It's this formation again. The three at the back and the five in midfield. I don't know what it is, but just can't do anything with it. Last couple of minutes in this one. That was, I don't know why. We just have some players, like, sometimes that just pass it inconceivably, just, like, they're just not good at football, but they are. Gruja in behind for Bolde, brings it down. Frullo, equaliser. Hasn't been the best this game, but honestly, getting a draw from this. At least we're not losing, we're still on our unbeaten run. And there is full time. Pretty disappointing result against a mid-table team. Cologne on the worst team, but really should be doing better. Right into the second game against Bochum, or Bochum. Griffiths starts in goal with Laird, Sanchez, Ihan and Becker, Gruja, Frullo, Maya, Lacey, Bolde and Hoyland. We have changed the fullbacks back to wing-backs. As honestly, we just need an attacking threat. We're just conceding any goals anyway, so might as well score some at the other end. Alright, 18 minutes in. We haven't conceded any goal. They are playing a formation which is like Haramble. Like, if they are not looking to win this game. Lacey to pick up the pieces to Laird, to Gruja, Hoyland, Maya, Frullo, decent. Oscar Frullo gets us 1-0 up. 20 minutes in. We have broken the Bochum backline. Timo Horn in goal, decent little player. Felix Paslak as well. We've gone attacking just to help the team as well. Just like, look at this. Like, 5 at the back with a defensive midfielder and then 2 midfielders as well. I'm just like, they are not coming to attack us at all. Laird to Frullo, to Laird, to Lacey, to Hoyland. We've got runners. Just find him, maximise him behind, shoots. Not on target though. Paslak, Becker does win it back though. Back to Griffiths in the goal. Forward to Lacey, doesn't really, not going to challenge that. Maya to Hoyland. Out to Lacey on the right hand side. For Laird. Really wanted him to turn and face the opponent. Lacey, tap in for Hoyland. And there it is for the second goal. 27 minutes in and we seem to be a lot better team in this second game. I don't know what it was, but definitely a lot better. Timo Horn with the goal kick. Well, I say goal kick. Out of his hands. Hoffman knocking on. Subovic is chasing out. Sanchez to Laird. Just cut it out though. To Laird. We can get a third goal before half time. In behind for Hoyland. That was a hell of a pass. Hoyland outside of the foot. Gets his second of the goal. Second of the game. Third of the game for us. And looks like Bochum has come to not even play football and still not doing great. Right then, I hand to Becker. Can we get a fourth? Maybe help our goal difference for end of the season. Bolde. Paslak wins it though. Bolde to Gruja. To Bolde. To Becker. Gruja. Becker. Cross. I mean, was it a cross or was it a shot? Either way, not on target. We take Bochum maybe getting into the second half. Maybe a little bit of complacency. Tap in, hits the post. Becker away. Pass out, picks up the piece for Bochum. Heber back to Passlag, but Balde cuts it out. Can we get the counter attack going? Balde? Maybe not. Passlag with a deep free kick. Surely he's not going to shoot from there. He does shoot. Just over the bar. Griffiths was a little bit concerned, but no worries on this occasion. 5 minutes left. Seems like we've taken off the pace a little bit. Passlag with a deep free kick. He's not going to shoot from this one. Win it. Roche just ghosted in between our back line, and I'm not really sure what our back line was doing. Yeah, we'll check it. And goal disallowed. That probably makes a lot of sense. No goal. Alright then, last couple of seconds of this one. 3-0 win, Frollo and a double from Hoyland getting us all 3 points in this one. Where does that leave us in the league table? 5th? Once this is done processing. Don't know why it doesn't just show us the league table. We are second now. 1 point behind Hertha Berlin, who maybe we have to play them in the next game. When is our Hertha game? Up to January. Maybe we'll come back for the Hertha game. See how form is going for the next episode. But anyway, that is the end of today's video. If you have enjoyed up to this point, make sure you hit the like button. Subscribe if you are new. And I'll see you guys next time. Hello there, and welcome to the next episode of the Schalke rebuild. Here we have some news to get off to first. Firstly, we got our youth recruitment and improvement. Our youth recruitment network and budget has been upgraded, and over time it will be considered extensive in its range. Did try and expand the stadium, but they didn't feel like it's currently needed. As you can see, we'll show you this facilities in a minute, and we are planning to upgrade the training facilities in the region of 4.9 million, and will be completed by May 2027. It'll take a little bit of planning. If we go on club and our facilities, our stadium is only good. We have a slight capacity to upgrade it, but I think maybe it's something we do in the future. But honestly, 65,000, because the stadium condition's only good and the pitch condition's only good, so we're just trying to find our way around that. We only had 27 million, so that's maybe why. Being in the second division as well, we do have excellent training facilities, excellent youth facilities, and exceptional academy coaching and youth recruitment now. So hopefully we get some more youth players coming through. We did come back slightly earlier than I said, just because honestly we actually want to not just play the same people all over and over again. Firstly, since the last episode, we had a 1-0 winner, Dynamo Dresden, Max Gruja getting a goal. He now has an injury for the sports hernia. Still has 2 weeks left of that. After that, we had a 3-0 win over Eintracht Frankfurt, Gruja, Leonard and Ricky J. Jones. 1-0 draw against Magdeburg, and a 3-3 draw against Holstein Kiel. Max Meyer getting a 90th minute equaliser in that one. And Salazar, Frogler and Remda getting a goal in this one. We've made a slight addition to our tactics. We have moved our wingers slightly back. And then we have Max Meyer in this, behind the striker position. We are going to put Hoyland back up front. Remnant's good, but not quite as good. A little bit disappointed with Nemacha. 8 games, 1 off the bench, only 3 goals, 2 assists. Not exactly great. 6.84 rating. Not exactly the impact we wanted him to have. Glad we only got him on loan. But anyway, in today's episode, we will have 2 teams for you today that we haven't played before. Proven Munster, and then Saarbrücken. If we have a look at the league table, Proven Munster and Saarbrücken are 17th, and then Proven Munster are 14th. So these are 2 games we really should be winning, but we always know in my series is that our team doesn't really perform to expectations sometimes. Anyway, Griffiths starts in goal with Led, Sanchez, Ihan and Becker make up the back 4. Through those are Lacey, Meyer, Balde behind Hoyland. So I think we've shaken off that conceding early period that we had a little bit early in the season. We are picking up a couple more draws. Still haven't been defeated yet, but hopefully that continues. Still within the top 3, so that usually helps. Frullo to Lacey, 1-0. 3.5 minutes in, and it looks like we're getting the early goal. It's a nice change of sorts. Nice to see we're winning some games as well. Always a nice bonus. Becker with a throw in, 6 minutes in. Gone straight attacking just because we are the favourites. Out to Becker. He's wanted by Darmstadt, but honestly, with his value, he's worth keeping for our team. Frodo is apparently leading Bundesliga quality in the future, so for 4.5 million, his signing was pretty decent. Just before half time, had a lot of chances, but honestly, a little bit. Wow, we just need to take control of this game. But there is half time, 1-0 to us. Just need to take control of this game. They've not really been in it, to be honest. I'm not really sure what our possession data, I don't know what that actually means, but we're doing well in this game, but we just need to find another gear, maybe get a second goal, insurance goal, and put this game to bed. Salazar to Frullo, Lacey, out to Lad. They don't really have wide players except fullbacks, so maybe our wingers might be a good idea. Lacey to Meyer to Balde, wingers up to fullbacks, Becker to Meyer, with his back to order, cross in by Becker. I mean, I thought it was a cross, keeper. I mean, cross comes shot, sure, went out for a corner anyway. Josh Griffiths drops on the ball. 12 minutes left, not really been a dominant performance. We've been the better team, but honestly, still not getting that second goal. I think coming up against a better team, it might have gone a bit better. Ricky J. Jones isn't behind and does play wide. He's never really been prolific, but his pace does get him quite a few chances. Deep free kick from Lacey, almost in the 4 minutes added time. 1-0 win isn't the worst result, but I guess we'll take the 3 points. Balde into the box. To Meyer, shot. Inches wide. Last couple minutes. Prudman on the ball. Long ball out to Mia. Nice to see Sanchez has covered that. Could have been dangerous. Led up to Lacey. 4th minute goal. Up to Ricky J. Jones. Has the pace. Does he have the finish? He doesn't. It hits the crossbar. Keeper will pick up the rebound, and is that it? I mean, it really should have finished that, but I guess it's not the worst result in the world. I mean, there is full time, a 1-0 win. Shea Lacey early goal in that one, getting us all 3 points. Probably should have scored a second. Did get 2.42 XG to 0.24. But that result, as you can see in this little corner, takes us top of the league. Right then, away against Saarbrücken, another team down in the relegation area. Anyway, pretty similar lineup. Unfortunately, Oscar Hoyland has picked up a sports hernia. He is out for about 5 weeks. So Ricky J. Jones starts off front. Not exactly the most prolific striker, but 4 goals, a little bit higher than Navacha, and his pace can maybe get some counter-attacks going. If he's not going to finish them, then maybe someone else can. Another one of these formations are 3-4-3, the ones that I absolutely hate. Josh Griffiths with the ball out to Ihan to Becker. 7 minutes in. Scored another goal in the last one. Can we get another early goal in this one? Even though we are top of the league, we've not exactly been putting people away. Ricky J. Jones is in behind though. Shot. And he does finish this one. 4th goal of the season for him. We do get 2 early goals back to back. And Ricky J. Jones puts us 1-0 up early on. Pick to right. Ihan with some good defending. Led. Took a little while to get out of his feet. Up to Lacey. Has a couple of balls trying to find Ricky J. Jones in the last game. It was brought down for a deep free kick. Does pass it short to Ricky J. Jones. Not sure that was smartest idea. Lacey, shot from distance over the bar. Just before our time, 5 minutes left. Struggled to get enough shots on target, says my assistant manager. Frulo. Up to Meyer. To Jones. Good football. Baldy. Great footed over the bar. Leonard on for Laird as he's picked up a knock. Tight groin apparently, but won't really know how bad that is till the end of the game. Through to Zalazar, Meyer, Jones, Baldy. Cut back. Shot. Blocked. Up to Meyer and he hits the back of the net. Max Meyer on his return to Schalke. 6 goals, 4 assists so far. 65 minutes in and we've finally got that second goal we've been searching for. Frito wins it back. After Ricky J. Jones. A little bit crowded out. Pick. Frito wins it back again. Showing that Bundesliga quality. Frulo. Can he find a teammate? Does get brought down from Bishop. It looks like it's going to be a penalty. 66 minutes in, we got a chance from 18 yards. Martin Peterson, the referee, is going to go to VR, pointing to the spot, and penalty is awarded. Not sure exactly who's going to take it because Hoyland usually takes these. I think Frulo, since he won it, is going to take him himself. Frulo, and puts it into the bottom corner. Could not be any further in the corner. Keeper had absolutely no chance. 5 goals, 5 assists for Oscar Frulo, and it looks like our midfielders are getting in the scoring action. Away by our defence. Katterback to Bournemouth. Sontheimer to Willem. Bournemouth. Pretty good defensive shape. I kind of like it. We do keep a couple more clean sheets. Pick. Got shot from distance. Does help when you got a keeper. That's actually pretty good. Josh Griffiths has displaced Schmeichel. He has gone down to 2.5 stars. Looks like this might be Schmeichel's, well, one of his last seasons anyway. There we are then. 3-0 win against this one in against Saarbrücken. Saarbrücken does send us top of the league, and that's where we hope to stay for the rest of the season. It is in goal difference so far, but we did just play 2 teams. Well, Saarbrücken are bottom of the league, so that kind of says a lot, only on 6 points. But that is the end of today's episode. Thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you next time. Hello there, and welcome to the next episode of the Schalke rebuild. Since that last episode, we've only played a couple games, so we have now hit the winter break. Firstly, we got knocked out in the DFB Pokal 2-1 to Darmstadt. So that was like getting the goal, and Fraser Hornby getting to knock us out. In the league low, it's been pretty good. 2-0 win ago over St. Pauli, Nemecha and Balde getting the goals in that one. 2-0 win. 3-1 win over 1860 München. Nemecha, Frulo and Lacey getting the goals in that one. 2-0 home win against Paderborn. Nemecha and Remnet getting the goals in that one. And then a 2-1 win away at Fortuna Dusseldorf. Just before the winter break, where Frulo and Meyer got the goal. So if we go on match day, we go on the stadiums, and then we look at the league table. We are top of the league by 3 points, and we have a game in hand over Hertha Berlin. And we have made a signing. Dennis Seaman, he is unregistered, but that is just a visual glitch. Signed him. If I go on recruitment, transfer history, on in, signed him for 16 million. So the fact that he's worth between 30 and 40 already is completely insane. We did sign Schmeichel and Griffiths. Schmeichel just hasn't been that good, and then Griffiths He's been pretty good, so it's a little bit harsh to drop him, but he is pretty happy with a backup. But to sign a player such as Dennis Seaman while we're still in the second Bundesliga is pretty good. He is one of those keepers who are going to be one of the best keepers in the game. We have a couple loans out, a couple of players that we're not going to use. Diawara, probably the most use you've probably heard of. Anyway, into the team. Seaman is in goal. We do have where is he? Misulu, the top youth player, who is finally 16 and available to be on the bench. He does have an injury. Torn PCL, is out for 2 to 4 weeks. But he is back, along with Emil Højlund, who is back as well. Hopefully, even though he is wanted by Bristol City, he can have some decent performances. So, Ricky J. Jones starts on the left, behind Højlund with Meyer, Lacey, Gruja, Frullo, Becker, Ihan, Sanchez led, and then Seaman in goal. Josh Griffiths a little bit unlucky to be on the bench. And Dylan Leonard, who is on international duty with Australia. So, in 2 longs, we are playing Hertha Berlin and Karlsruhe. Hertha Berlin are second and Karlsruhe are fourth. So if we're going to stick top of the league, we are going to win the next game. So I'm kind of surprised how good we've been this season. Just the season preview, I think I just like 4th or 5th. I can't remember at this point. But the fact that we got this performance, and then the fact that we got Seaman to add to that a bit as well in the snow in Germany. Just the fact that he signed for us. He is on a little bit of a higher wage. I think I can't see on here. I think it's on about 20-30k, but for a keeper that's going to be so good in the future, and when we get promoted, he's going to be absolutely class for us at some point. His value shows that. Becker to Ricky J. Jones to start us off then, 9 minutes in. With Gruja to Becker, left foot shot blocked. Becker has another shot just over the bar. We've had quite a few goals from our midfielders. I think it's Gruja and Frullo who just seem to get a lot of goals. Right then, Seaman with his first real goal kick for highlights. Short to Ihan, to Gruja, to Frullo, Lacey, Højlund. Tries to knock it through, does win it back though, to Ricky J. Jones. Not the best finisher, does hit the post as well. He does get a lot of chances, but unfortunately, probably a lot of what happened when he was at Peterborough, he just doesn't quite finish them. This was the team that knocked us out of the cup as well, so maybe it's a bit of revenge as well. Højlund back to Sanchez. Not too bothered about the cup from this point. Meyer out to Ricky J. Jones. Come on, boy, use your pace. Or a pass, that'll do. Meyer. Jones. Another shot. I mean, talked about his finishing, and that was into the top corner. Couldn't have been a better finish if he tried. 23 minutes in at Ricky J. Jones, completely known for his wasting chances, doesn't waste that chance. Alright, a little bit defended for us. Lacey with a almost weird header. Up for their right back, Sergio Lopez. They're playing a 3-4-3, which constantly have struggles against. Sergio Lopez crossing for Corridor, hits the post. Seaman has conceded already. Kylian Corridor gets the goal back. Just before half time then, Sergio Lopez up to Pedrinho. Shot, Seaman, I mean, I thought he'd have better handling than that. Jones away, but only back to the Darmstadt players. To Will. With Vukutic. We've kind of started well, but Fraser Hornby I don't know what it is, but it just seems to score against us all the time. 14 goals for the season for him. VAR will check it, but it is a goal for them. Seems like we scored our goal and then that real kicked Darmstadt into position. Becker up to Ihan in our own box. Seaman up to Long. Hoyland is under it, doesn't really jump for it. Killfish for Darmstadt to Arnold. Lacey is trying to track back, doesn't really get there. Corridor, also only scored once. Can he score again? A decent save by Seaman, spreads himself well. Out for a corner for Darmstadt. Right, Hornby doesn't win that one though. Frullo. What can you do? Apparently in Bundesliga quality now, so good start for us. Ihan to Becker has picked up a little bit of knock. Should be fine though, might be over a couple of days afterwards. Ricky J. Jones crossing the box and Hoyland has a tap in. Hoyland back in the starting lineup after he is a bit of a layout and gets his third goal of the season. A little bit quiet from him this season, but I think we'll take it. 83rd minute in, still 2-2. Honestly, a draw isn't the worst result in the world, but if we are willing to win the league, we might have to get 3 points in this one. Jones up to Hoyland. Corridor away, only 2 led to Meyer. Jones to Hoyland, shot from distance. I can't tell if it is the post or the keeper saved it. Lopez for Darmstadt though. Long ball up to Hornby. Seaman catches that pretty easily. Alright, couple minutes left. Can we get a winner? Ihan to Sanchez. We seem to do this a lot where we just slow the pace down and then just speed it up like this. Lacey Hoyland out to Ricky J. Jones. Surely he's going to keep that in. He does. Jones to Gruja. Shot from distance. I think the keeper saved that. Decent save by the keeper. Out for a corner. 5 minutes left. So then, full time in this one. Darmstadt to Schalke 2. It did edge it a little bit, but honestly, I think with the formation they play with a 3-4-3, with Fraser Hornby and Darmstadt being our bogey team, keeping us top of the league, it's not the worst result in the world. They are 9th as well, which I thought we played harder. So then, just the one change from the last game. I thought it was a bit better at that. Maybe it's just his out of possession. Nope, this is just playing around a bit. That'll be why. So, Seaman starts in goal, led Sanchez, Ihan, and then Bindier comes in for Becker, who is out for 2 to 4 weeks. Frullo, Gruja, Lacey, Meyer, Jones, and Hoyland. Is Misulu ready yet? No, probably next episode. So then, the second game of the episode is Hertha Berlin, who I thought we were playing first. Looks like I completely forgot we had that Darmstadt fixture. But first against second, let's see how we get on. Lacey, down around the side, into Frullo. Knocks it in, but Cuisance away. Bindier, out to Gruja. Lacey, Led. What can Led do? He's got the pace. Does he have to find a ball? Might do. Out to Lacey, out to Gruja. I don't really know what happened. Complete pinball in the box, but Oscar Frullo gets the goal. 7 goals and 5 assists for him this season. At 3 minutes in, the league leaders are 1-0 up. Seven minutes in, it looks like we're on the advantage. Ihan up to Frullo, Gruja, Frullo, Meyer. Just look at this short passing. Up to Bindier, already on yellow. Not exactly the greatest sign. Ricky J. Jones to Meyer, to Lacey, left foot shot. Second shot over the bar. We now with the ball for Hertha Berlin. Out to Zifuk, Winkler. Goldschalk. A lot of these names I can't really pronounce. Schuler to Lum. Outright to Winkler. Crossfield ball. And Julius Gottschalk has a tap in. It just seems to consider a lot of them where they just have tap ins. I guess our fullback, Bayern there at left back isn't exactly our strongest option. So then throwing from you now, Hertha Berlin. Kind of a bit of a story from the last game. Was scored first and then kicked them into gear more than keeping us into gear. Up to Winkler. Can he repeat the same way he scored? Shot deflected off the defender, so Seaman did pretty well to get behind it. Seems like we've got a bit of an issue with Winkler on that right hand side. Seaman up towards Højlund. Doesn't win the header. Out to that Porter sign. Throwing from there then. What can we do with this one? 32 minutes in. Seems like scored the goal and then took off the gas a little bit. Seaman up to Binder. To Ricky J. Jones. Sakruja. Decent possession, but what we're going to do with it? Binder. Ihan. Sanchez. Gruja. Frulo. Can we get something going? Ricky J. Jones is free down the left. It's got space to pass or shoot. Maybe not anymore. Goes down. Referee doesn't think it's a penalty though. Winkler does come forward with it. Ricky J. Jones does have the pace to come and track back, and he does. Gruja to Frulo to Lacey. Does have Højlund and Ricky J. Jones' options. Jones cross for Højlund. The keeper might get there. Keeper doesn't get there, but Højlund's shot is straight at the keeper. And corner. "36 minutes in. Seems like Hertha Berlin are pretty even in this one now. To Organs to that guy up forward to got to Schalke. I have to play these every week. To shoot edge of the box. Probably should have done better, but lucky for us, it is wide. Alright, Winkler on this right hand side. Defug taking on our left back. Probably a smart idea from them, seeing it is a makeshift left back. Back to their goalkeeper though. Dade to Unal. This guy can't pronounce. Cuisance up behind for you now. Cross him, and he really should have done better with that one. That's almost a tap in for the Hertha Berlin player. But it seems like it was a little bit too easy for him. Seaman shot Sanchez. He's now a ball-playing goalkeeper. We didn't have Griffiths or Schmeichel on that, but he is a bit better of a ball player, so not a bad idea. Led up to Lacey, who has been a little bit quiet. Tries to find Meyer, but cut out by you now. Forward to Costa Schalke. Ihan puts a foot in. Led to Lacey. Back to Led. Does have time and space. There's a couple options in the box. Can he find any? Does find Lacey's shot, saved by the keeper over the bar. Seems to be don't know why he keeps shooting on his right foot. He is predominantly left-footed. Crucial with the corner, over on the far side though. Ihan wins it. Does it hand? I think it's a penalty. I didn't really see what really happened. I thought Ihan was gonna head that in, but yellow card for the Hertha Berlin, and that seems like we got a penalty. Højlund is going to pick up the ball. Got a Schalke with the yellow card. Right then, Emil Højlund. Can he put us 2-1 up? From the spot, come and collected as he steps up. Shoots, and straight down the middle. Keeper dives out of the way. Emil Højlund gets his 4th of the season. Maybe now it's back in the team. He can hit double figures. Like he did last season. Right then, Lacey, out to Laird, back to Lacey, Laird, shot, decent hit by the keeper, pumped it out for a corner. 68 minutes in, looks like we are the better team in this one. We are top of the league and dominating the game pretty well. They did have their shot. That was pretty close in and not really much we can do about it. Ihan, almost the same about how we won the penalty, but this time heads over the bar. Alright, couple of minutes left. Can we get the win in this one to keep us top of the league? We still have the game in hand, I believe. I don't believe it is against them. Shooter, can they get an late equaliser? Spoil all off. Good play. Seguin up. Not really sure what Seguin was doing there. Back in though, led up to Sanchez. Looks like we might deal with it as long as Lacey doesn't be silly with this one. Led. Goes past his man and then brought down. It looks like it's for a free kick for us. Waste a couple more seconds. Only the 5 minutes of extra time to go. Referee's going to have a little word with the Truisants. Led with a free kick. Deep in our right back position. 4.5 minutes of extra time. Taking our time with it. Led up to Frullo. Decent control by him. It was a bit fizzed in at him. Lacey, times a turn. Up to Hoyland, who's wide. Shot. Hits the keeper's leg. Keeper can't do much about it. And there is our insurance goal. 90+1. Emil Hoyland gets the second of the goal. Second goal of the game. VR has disallowed the goal. I don't think he was offside. So then, 2-1 win against Hertha Berlin keeps us top of the league. And we've now got a little bit of a gap. 35 points to 42. A 7-point gap. And the game in hand, I believe. But anyway, that is in today's episode. We'll see you for the youth intake next episode. And it looks like from the youth preview, we have a golden generation on our hands. So that is the end of today's episode. Thank you guys for watching. I'll see you guys later. Right then, welcome back to the Schalke save. Now we have the youth intake. I know the youth intake is the right for assessment while it remains very early in their respective careers. These players, led by the very gifted Christian Frochois, are a very real challenge in developing into a golden generation for the club. So let's get into it. Right. 3 5 stars, couple 4 stars, and a couple of 3 stars. So let's look at Christian. Mental's good. Physicals and technicals are very lacking. He's 15 though, so not the worst. Maybe not as hyped as the... You're on some minimum release clause, really? Finalise that one. Right. Christian Frochois then. Turkish Hel Isler. Good first touch, good long shots, good passing, good technique. I think I like him better. Yeah. Halil Isler. Turkish. Yeah. 5'9". Is a year older. Yeah, 5 positioning, high leadership. Brave is 5 as well. 17 teamwork, 14 work rate. Something to work with. So definitely something to work with. Relegation contract. Remove them. Remove the release clause as well. What's 1.7k a week? Sure, whatever. Matthias Kuhn. Marking's good. Heading 10. Aggression 14. Determination 12. Position 6-1. Mercenary. Definitely something to work with. Not golden generation worthy, but I think 400k, get it. Definitely something to work with. Right. Marco Eichmann. Definitely a drop off. 13 handling. He's decent. Not amazing, but stuff says it was a golden generation. I'm not sure I'd call it a golden generation. Right. 2 wing backs. Firstly, a right wing back, probably Gore. Decent crossing dribbling, first touch. Tackling 7. It's not bad, but it's not great. It'll do. Remove those 2 as well. And then Jan-Erik Shrey. Technique's decent. Probably slightly better. Low self-belief though. Jan-Erik Shrey. We might as well sign him up. Worst case scenario, we can just sell them on. But not quite the golden generation I was after. And Tim Erdl. Physical's decent. 13 passing, good. Besides that, nothing really special. I guess these are still 15, 16, so plenty of time to grow, but not convinced. Anyone else any good? Ochieng, possibly. Who else? Gundayan, he looks decent. Very good. 16 though, one of the old ones. Probably doesn't have the highest of. Don't know why you want to. Not sure what youth players I want in release clauses. Beric, possibly. No. Possibly. Maybe. I think for the 3-star guys, I'll sign them up. I mean, there just isn't anywhere else. Might as well sign them up. Right, since that last episode, we did draw 2-2 with Karlsruhe. Ethan Laird and Nemecha getting a goal in that one. Where have I gone? There. Kaiserslautern, 2-0 defeat. Not exactly the greatest result in that one. 4-1 win against Eintracht Braunschweig, 4-1. Emil Hoyland getting 2, Ricky J. Jones getting 1, and then Shea Lacey getting 1. Max Gruger and Emil Hoyland getting 2 in a 2-0 away win against Elfsberg. Musilu, who made his debut in the Elfsberg game as well, so he'll be playing in the game as well. Hamburger, Love Arahov getting the goal for Hamburger, 1-0 defeat in that one. And then FC Cologne, a 3-1 win. Ihan Nemecha penalty, and then Max Meyer goal. If we go on match day and look at the Bundesliga 2, we are still top of the league by 3 points, if I can do maths. And in today's episode, we have Bochum and Dynamo Dresden. Bochum are 17th. Dynamo Dresden are 7th. So, hopefully 2 wins, stay top of the league. Not too much longer left of the season. We are in March. So, probably do this episode, and then next episode will be the Munchen and Paderborn game to end the season. So, I do believe the left winger, I can't remember his name, Tidara, something along those lines, has gone back to his club. Not sure why it ended early. But the seeming goal led Sanchez, Ihan and Becker, Frula, Gruja, Musilu, Maya, Shabara and Nemecha up front. We do have a couple injuries. It just happens this time of year. Remnant with 4 days. Leonard, we could be in the lineup. Ricky Jones out for 6 days. Lacey Hoyland out for 4 days and 2 weeks. And Lacey out between 10 days and 4 weeks as well. Shibara's lacking match sharpness. We kind of have an issue where our under-19s aren't playing as many games. I did schedule a lot of games on Tuesdays just to help a bit. And for some reason, I don't know whether it's just because our second team just isn't filled out, but they just don't play games, which is really weird. But anyway, this game against Bochum in the snow. Snow in March, I guess we're going to pass it. Phineas Paslak doing his best up to Quartag. Dennis Seaman did quite well to take that off his head, because that usually heads in straight for an early lead. Don't want to start going back to conceding early goals again. That's not exactly something we want to do. Decent footballer, Nemecha. Out to Shabara, does keep it in eventually. Shabara, crossing, not really anyone under it. Laird will pick up the pieces though. Laird on the right hand side. What can you do with it? Laird just didn't have a quick enough pace. We have a little bit of a problem where we're not quite used to the pace that we're playing at, and teams kind of just tackle us well, but just stood still for some reason. We're just on extended highlights, so we're just going to watch everything in this game. Anyway, we'll double check. Still key highlights. Not sure why we just watch the whole of the first half. Up towards Nemecha, doesn't quite get it. Misilu to Maya to Nemecha. Can he shoot? He does shoot. Not really on target though. Alright then, Heber for Bookham. Seems like we're getting a lot of highlights in this game. Clean Bakel. Out to Paslak. Former Dortmund player, I believe. To Tabakovic. Sissoko, Paslak. Got a decent foot on this right hand side. Tabakovic. Even if I can't pronounce his name, he can't shoot either. Alright, goalkeeper from Seaman. Only 10 minutes in. Seems like we're going to see a lot of this game. Led up to Misilu. First time you guys are seeing him in the flesh. Frilo to Maya to Gruja. Forward to Misilu. Crossfield ball into Nemecha. Decent save by their keeper. Just strong right hand from the keeper. Out for a corner. Alright then. Another highlight. Frilo trying to get past Paslak. Can't really do it. Past Paslak. That's quite hard to say. Apparently for me, everything's hard to say. Gruja. The player goes down. Not really sure why. Frilo out to Shibara. And that's kind of just what happens. Gruja with a long shot. Decent save out for a corner. $14 in. Up to 15. Shibara down this left-hand side. I guess they are near bottom of the league. Shibara gets past one. Sissoko away. Tapakovic. Becker does win it. Shibara to Gruja. Down to Becker. On the left hand side. Usually shoots in this position. Doesn't shoot this time. Oscar Frilo gets in the 8th of the season. 8 goals, 5 assists from him. Definitely a very good signing. 4.5 million. Just absolute gold dust in this team. Looks like we are going to check something. And it is a goal. $18 in. Becker to Maya to Becker. Gruja to Becker. Gruja. Sanchez back deep out to Laird. Trying to switch the sides. Frilo. Laird. Can he get a decent ball in this time? Just go past this man. Laird. Can he shoot? He does shoot. Ethan Laird with a complete solo goal. Usually decides to shoot and do something completely wild. This time he does shoot. All his own work. 2-0. 25 on the clock. Heber away. Quarteng. Nice to see we've got 2 early goals, but I don't really want to see the highlights of the whole match. Thanks for Sports Interactive, but I guess if we're winning. Off to Hoffman in behind. Full Bockham. We're just giving away a penalty. I mean, we did then. 2 attempts at trying to give away a penalty. First one, just got up. Second one, just pushed him down again. Just completely just wassied. It said no penalty, yeah. And then said penalty. I'm so confused what just happened. Like, with VAR, with my defender, he just wanting to give that a penalty. Right then, Tapakovic against Seaman. Starting to keep it the wrong way. 7th goal for him. Pretty decent goal record for a team down near the bottom of the league. Alright, Shibara from the kick-off. We need a goal straight away. Becker. On to Frilo. Shot from distance. Not bad. Not quite on target there. Corner from Becker. On this far close side. Out to Ihan. Doesn't really win it. Finished pass like the whole left side, half that side. Doing pretty well to try and track back though. They're getting a couple players. Looks like we've got most of our players back already. Hoffman. I feel like I've seen that guy score against us before. Cross in for Hoffman. Almost a free header into the back of the net. 2-2. They've won it straight back from kick-off. Just what are we doing? Got 2-0 up. Looked pretty comfortable, and then defender just gave away the most inexcusable penalty you've ever seen in your life. Margraf. Sanchez cuts this one out to lead. Misilu. Why is he on a yellow card? What's he done? Uzliu. Up to Maya. It's been a little bit quiet the last couple of games. Nemecha Upton tries to find Muzelu. I'm not really sure what we're doing at the moment. Just demand more, because I'm like, what the hell? I'm so confused. I'm to Quarteng, and it's 3-2. Of course, it's his first goal this season. Of course. I think we just throw that away. Hoffman up for Bochum. Gruja. Definitely want a better second half, because that was... started off great and then just turned to absolute horror show. Laird on the right hand side. Playing that 3-4-3 yet again, because of course we are. Struggle from the Nemecha. Hits the crossbar a little bit away. Does finally get away. Hoffman up to Tapakovic. Is someone going to tackle him? I mean, sure, finally. Someone gets it done. Becker. Decent pass out to Laird. Masilu's really doing a good one. Does get brought down off the ball. Is he injured from running into someone? He's been yellow carded for something. I'm so confused what's just gone on. Alright, deep free kick from Frollo. Goes shot to Masilu. Gruja edge of the box. Shot. Blocked. Back to Gruja. Shot again. Over the bar. Close, but no cigar. Last couple of minutes. 15 minutes left. Can we get... I mean, I'm going to say equalise it, but... really should be winning this game. Frollo. Up to Laird. What's he going to do? Left foot cross into Gruja. I'm not even sure how he did that. Excellent header from Max Gruja. It's one of those players that isn't totally convinced about us being top of the league, but if he's going to score headers like that, we're definitely going to stay top of the league. I mean, not with the results like this. Alright, free kick from Becker. Up into Ihan. Shibara, just on the line. Not sure how he didn't touch that in. Masilu picks up the pieces. Masilu, what's he going to do? Right foot cross. I mean, yep. That logo is going straight to Remner's head. Alright, up to Remner. Is carrying a knock. Should be fine for the last couple of minutes though. 5 minutes left. Laird. Masilu's not really given an option. Laird. Down the right hand side. Back to Masilu. To Frollo. Just out crowded. Gruja edge of the box. Volley. Not really sure how close that was. Up to Barrow. Surely Bochum to get another goal. Ihan. Knocked down to Becker. Pretty good composure. Shibara to Maya. To Frollo. Masilu's free on the right hand side. Can he do something with it though? Not sure why he doesn't go attack his man. Witek does, I mean, I'm going to say tackle hard, but I really don't see. VR's going to check something. I mean, it seemed a bit of a dive to me, if I'm honest. That is brought down. I mean, I guess if we're going to get dodgy penalties, I guess what that happened to us. Shibara, keeper run the right way, does tuck it into the right corner. Just this game has been so end to end and so weird that I just had a brain fart. Alright, last couple minutes. I think I might have to take a break after this. Go to the next episode because what the hell just happened? So then into the second game of the episode. After that crazy one, we have Dynamite Dresden. A couple of changes from the last one. Nemecha comes in for Shibara, who's now on Togo under-23 duty. Dennis Seaman has picked up a virus, so he's out for 2 weeks. Josh Griffiths is wanted by Wolves, but we'll start this game and if we also him to Wolves. Not unless he gives us like £1 million, but... Right then, into this game. Becker, Ihan, Sanchez, Laird, Griffiths, Gruja, Frullo, Masilo, Nemecha, and Remno starts up front. So then away Dresden, Laird, up to Meyer. Just tackled. It seems like we've lost a bit of our firepower since the second half of the season. I mean, Ricky Jones is injured, Chet Lace is injured, Shibara now gone at international duty. Diwari was on the left hand side, has gone to international duty. Decent save by Josh Griffiths there, but I didn't really see this coming. Meyer does get it. It's only really got Misulu, who isn't exactly making the best run. If now, Nemecha to Gruja, and he's 6 minutes in, over to Becker. Seems like our defensive record is definitely helping us out. Gruja's long shot, oh my god. Max Gruja into the top corner, just like, what? This episode just makes absolutely no sense. How? Right then, just before half time, Ethan has picked up a knock. It's still on the pitch though. Onyeka for Dresden, going a little bit wide. Only has really two in the box. Helpman, Herman to Bunning. I don't mind that kit actually. Reish to Bunning. There is half time. That Max Gruja 30-yard screamer is the difference between the teams. Oberdorf for Dynamo Dresden. They're not really done much in this game. I shouldn't really say that because, you know, Kurt to the commentator, definitely going to get a goal back. Masilo up to Meyer, been a little bit quiet. Can he get an assist? Does put it back to Frullo and does get that assist. 9 goals for Frullo for the season. Looks like he's taken us within, well, basically keeping us that gap at the top of the league. We'll see. Alright, I think it's 6 points. No, 5. Can't do maths apparently anymore. So then Ricky J. Jones is on up front. First appearance in a little bit of a while. Laird could have taken him off for Leonard, but international break coming up soon. I think it's just after this game, so it shouldn't be too much of an issue. If he's out for 2 or 3 weeks. Nemecha. Back to Frullo. Almost got his 10th. So again, Holtman on the counter-attack for Dresden. Sarko, Ihan doing, I think, decent, but goes only straight to Conte. Right then, Schreiber, the goal kicks for Dresden. 15 minutes left, still 2-0. It's 2 pretty good goals. First one, and I'd probably say a little bit better than the second one. But, I mean, a goal's a goal. Sarko. I mean, if they score from a counter-attack now, that'll be a little bit annoying. Josh Griffiths isn't really tested by that one from Conte. Last couple of minutes now into extra time. Corner. Did that, you save that, or the post? Goal kick. Must fit the post. Right then, that is the end of this crazy episode. If you think you can, well, decide which youngster will be the first to break into the team and which one will be the best, drop it in the comments. But if you are new, hit subscribe. Thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you guys later. There was cause for celebration at the Veltins Arena, where I crowd of 56,760 saw FC Schalke's 2-0 victory over Saarbrücken, result which saw Schalke return to the Bundesliga. There was a disappointment to the Saarbrücken, however, as they had their relegation confirmed. So then it is official. We are back in the Bundesliga, but the league isn't over. 2 games left of the season. If they go on a match day, we have 2 games left. 18-60 Munich and then Paderborn. But since that last episode, we have had a little bit of a rocky start. Firstly, getting 0-0 against Magdeburg and then 0-0 against Clean. 2-1 away win to Preußen Munster. Milhoyland getting a 90+1 winner. Saarbrücken with a 2-0 win. Ricky J. Jones and Mara Salazar. And St. Pauli and Milholen get a 93rd minute winner. And right, we have the league table. We are top of the league. We are promoted. Hertha Berlin do have a game in hand. We have a slightly better goal difference, but win both of these games, and we have the Bundesliga 2 title. Right, let's get into that first game. So then, penultimate game of the season. Seaman starts in goal, led Sanchez, Ihan, Becker, Salazar, Gruja, Lacey, Frollo, Ricky J. Jones, Will Hoyland. Unfortunately, Max Meyer's recent performances make him drop to the bench. As you can see, his quality just dropped down a bit, being 31 years old. Bringing him back was very important, but looks like he might not be an important player next season. But anyway, the last penultimate game this season. Hopefully our last home game of the Bundesliga 2 and the last time we'll ever play in this league. But one more game after this one, but last one at home. Win both the games, we have the Bundesliga 2 title. Anyway, let's get into this one. Ricky Jones to Emil Hoyland. Can we get off to a perfect start? Becker to Ihan to Sanchez. Maybe not. Or maybe Salazar out to Laird. Laird, what's he going to do? Bit of a mess. Hoyland was shot, blocked off the line. Perfect start almost. Valentin Becker shot from distance and maybe a bit of blood rushed to the head. Corner from Becker, 3 minutes in. Becker, Ihan's free at the back post, doesn't quite reach him. Rittermüller on the counter-attack for 1860 Munich. Back to Wolfram. Out to Jacobson. Up to Horgan. He's in behind. Can he score the pie? Seaman does very well to tip that around the post. Deep free kick on the left-hand side. 13 on the clock. Good start from us. Ihan knocks it down to Laird. Little bit of a tame header. Cardoso in the Munich goal. Can only... Well, pretty tame for him. Right, Becker. To Jones. Been a little bit quiet since he came back from his injury. Was a very instrumental player earlier in the season. Christensen took it off his toes though. Maybe 1860 can spoil the pie. Wolfram up to Horgan. Already had a one shot. And he's got his second shot into the back of the net. 14 goals from Sigurd Hagen. And maybe 1860 Munich are spoiling the party. Will VR... I was going to say will VR save our blushes, but apparently not. Alright, another counter-attack. Horgan will win it. Sanchez up to Gruja. To Salazar. Has Laird. Doesn't quite reach him. Sanchez. Doesn't want to choose Laird either. Becker. Quickly to Jones. To Gruja. To Frullo. To Jones. To Hoyland. Hoyland gets his 12th of the season. Honestly, if this guy would be fit, I reckon he would have got 20 by now. Hoyland equalises for Schalke. Ricky J. Jones in the box. Does go down. Referee doesn't really do anything about it. We are going to discourage long shots in a minute. When he lets me. Shots from distance. Discourage. Salazar does go down as well, but the referee doesn't notice anything. So then Laird throw in on this near hand side. 50 minutes on the clock. Just after half time. Salazar in to Laird. Scored a couple of solo goals. Decided to go outwards for some reason. Left footed. Just a absolute scramble in the box. Out for a corner. Deep free kick on the left hand side for 1860. Already ruined the party once. Going to do it again. Gonzalez, free header. Puts that wide. And to Becker. Still 1-1. We've completely dominated this game, but it seems to be a little bit of a lack of finishing. Scored long shots, and it's not really helped us too much. Ricky J. Jones crossed the ball to Laird. After Musulu, the substitute. Can our wonder kid do a little bit of magic? He does do a bit of magic at Imam Hoyland. 13 goals for the season, 2 goals in this game, 83rd minutes in, last home game of the season, and we are winning. 4 minutes into added time. Just into the 5 minutes now. Jones to Becker, back to Jones, to Frullo, shot, blocked. I think it's offside. And there is full time. Schalke 2, München 1. We have won the league. Doesn't look like we're getting a trophy celebration. Right. That was an excellent win. Maybe because it's possible on the final day. Lifting the trophy on the final day would be not great, but there we are then, officially. Schalke 4 win Bundesliga 2. Hopefully we actually get to see the trophy shout. Be a little bit weird. I think being away from home we will get what's it called? Where they clap you in the walk. I can't remember what it's called. It's just not great. Anyway, we'll get to that last game of the season. Just the news as well. Kasper Schmeichel has confirmed he has postponed his retirement until the 25th of May. Just an extra 2 weeks. It's been a good servant for mostly Leicester. If we look on his history. Darlington, Manchester City, Cardiff, Bury, Falkirk, Coventry, Notts County, Leeds, Nice, Celtic, and then finishing as Schalke. So then just the one change from last episode, the last game at home. Seaman starts in goal. Led Sanchez, Ihan and Becker make up the back four. Salazar, Gruja, Musulu in for Lacey, Frullo, Ricky J. Jones and Hoyland. Actually, I'm going to start this Schmeichel. It's his last game. Why not? We've already won the league. It doesn't really matter too much. Hopefully we can give Kasper Schmeichel the send-off he deserves. Right then, goal kick for Paderborn. 3 minutes on the clock. Not sure this result means too much, but hopefully we can get a little bit of a easy win. Up to Hoyland. Can we get an early goal? We can get an early goal. Hoyland. Touch around the keeper into the back of net. 14 for the season for Hoyland. Honestly, genuinely, if he would have kept fit, he would probably have high 20s, maybe mid 20s at this point. He just scores so many. Goal kick from Schmeichel on his final game. Hoyland knocked up for Frullo, doesn't quite get there though. Sticker long ball. Led wins it back as Salazar. Up to Frullo. Doesn't really get there. We'll pick up the pieces though. To Ricky J. Jones. Grujo to the box. Shot over the bar. 20 minutes on the clock. Jones to Hoyland. Crossfield ball to Salazar. Kind of just gave up on that one. Breeze going a long way from his goal. Did work out though. Up to Batsner. Paderborn. Batsner. Just dribbling way through our team. Hits the crossbar. Kerder. To Bohr. To Kerder. To Bohr again. Pass. Just a little bit too heavy. Braun for Paderborn. Maybe we need a little bit of a wake up. I guess with the pressure off, we're not really desperate for a win, but it would be very nice. Up to Jones. Seems to be just spreading long balls for this game. Jones, cross ball in, Salazar hits the post, crossbar, not really sure. Away by the Paderborn defence, only as far as led though. It's Gruja to Becker. To Ricky J. Jones, Frullo. Maybe not. 2 minutes before half time. Braun has some space on this left hand side. Braun. Led's close to him, doesn't really put a tackle in though. Ian. Somehow that's a handball. I did not see a handball. All I saw was a head. What's VR going to say? It's going to be a penalty, isn't it? Referee points to the spot is a penalty. I don't know if I just saw that wrong, but all I saw was head. Anyway, honestly, it doesn't really matter. Can Schmeichel save a penalty on his last game? It's pretty good record from the penalty spot. Doesn't save this one though. First goal this season for Yeltsin. As Schmeichel dives out of the way as the penalty goes straight down the middle. Led to Sanchez. Zalzar. To Musilu. Tries to find Højlund. Doesn't quite get there. Sticker to Braun. Last couple seconds before the half-time whistle. Sticker back to Pruz. Højlund does win it back though. Højlund chip. Oh, that is just... I'm just speechless. I mean, not sure about the celebration, but chip over the keeper. That short pass was pretty goddamn awful, and then the finish was absolutely sublime. Corner from Paderborn, 68 on the clock. Did bring Max Meyer on, because if anyone deserves to be on the pitch, he does. Looks like Højlund got that away. Bruckner, deep cross in. Laird got that one away to Højlund. Already known for his wing play. Up to Misulu. Would be pretty good if he get himself his first goal. Has a shot and corner somehow. Capardo takes on Laird. Doesn't really get anywhere with it. Becker away. Over to Laird. Gruja up to Højlund. A little bit of target man play. Out to Ricky J. Jones. This is kind of how we should really be using Ricky J. Jones. Left-footed shot. He's not really known for his shooting, and especially not on his left foot. 7 minutes left of the season. Krume to Bohr to Sanev. Just passing around from Paderborn. Pretty comfortable with this result. Doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. Might mean a little bit more to Paderborn though. I haven't really checked the league table. And Capardo rather has a little tap in. Schmeichel concedes 2 on his debut. On his, don't know why I said debut. He was literally 34. On his last game for Schalke, doesn't quite get the win. Do have 6 minutes though. Frilo and a Højlund. Maybe Højlund get a hat trick. Sanchez out to Laird. Up to Misulu. Doesn't really want to chase that for some reason. Sanev to Sticker to Paderborn. Seems like the fact that we don't have to win this game is kind of playing into Paderborn's hands, because they seem a lot more up for this game. I mean, Højlund's up for it, but not really anyone else is. Laird sticks a foot out, but straight to Borlé. Just goes straight past him without even trying, and Capardo's got out of the tap in. Laird's been so good defensively, and I don't know why he's just throwing this one under the bag. So then full time in this one, we do succumb to a 3-2 loss. But as you can see, there is the Bundesliga 2 title. Cause of celebration. I was going to say Paderborn because they won the game, but it is us. So then, Schalke. Not sure why they got a scar on their face, but fair enough. Anyway, Schalke are champions. There we are then, at the end of today's episode and the end of the season, as we celebrate the first league title in, hopefully, won't be the last. Let's take it around the pitch. This is going to be a hell of a season next. It's going to be a little bit difficult, especially with a couple of our players not being quite up to their quality. Laird has been quite good this season, but if he's going to defend like that, final rating of 6.6, then maybe might need to think of a backup right back. But 72 points is enough for us to win the league. That is the end of today's episode and the end of season 2. Thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Hello there and welcome. Hello there and welcome to season 3 of the Schalke rebuild. Here we have the first season in the Bundesliga, and we have our season preview up to our 14th. Relegation is 16th is the playoffs, 17th and 18th relegation. So as long as we avoid them three, I think if we finish 15th, it'll be a success this season. Anything more than that is a bonus. Anyway, we have our first game, and our first DFB Pokal game has been a Bundesliga club. We have big teams in this league such as Bayern Leverkusen, Dortmund, Gladbach, Bayern Munich, RB Leipzig, VfL Wolfsburg. We have a lot of good teams in this league. But anyway, let's go on our transfer history. Show you through that. Firstly, we've got Toby Collier on loan from Manchester United. Just needed some decent Bundesliga talent, I guess. We're a little bit more English than we expected, spending 25.5 million and 3.2 million coming in. Another English player, Jay Stansfield, Birmingham, bought him in League One for 15 million, and we ended up buying him for 13 million. We just needed some goals. Højlund can score some goals, but he is quite often injured. And for 13 million, there's no more guarantee of goals, in my mind, than Jay Stansfield. Deschamps Bernard, another guy who plays in England, got him on a free transfer. Backup centre back. Max Bird from Bristol City on a for 7.5 million. I know a decent midfielder for this level. On loan from Bayern Munich, Leonard Carl, inside forward. Decent little guy. Is a little bit high in the wages, but definitely if we're going to keep in this division, we need some goals, and him being there is pretty good. And then a backup right back, Jan Berger from Wolfsburg. Couple of players left on loan. Max Lamby, left on the free. Salazar's gone to Dresden. A couple of others. Bozar has gone to Paderborn. Remnant's gone to Hamburger. Nikola Katic finally left the club on 1.2 million off to Al-Kajid. Chabara gone to Kaiserslautern. Oda Oric, our youth Turkish left back, has gone into Rizumspor. Diawara has gone to Dynamo Dresden, back in that league we just played in. Steve Noodle has transferred to Blackburn, 135k. And Max Meyer has completely fallen off a cliff. So he's on loan to Paul Lemazol. So into pre-season. Nothing too crazy, just a lot of big fixtures. Arsenal, Chelsea, Manchester City United, Newcastle, Benfica, Porto, Juventus. And Casavate, which I believe is AC Milan, yes. And then a couple of small teams. Blaue Lind, Cremonese, FC20, Nice, and Inter Miami. Do Inter Miami still have Messi? Gonna say no. So into this first game of the episode, we first have off the FB Pokal first round against Eintracht Braunschweig, and then we have our first Bundesliga game back at home on CD against VfB Stuttgart. So the team for today's game, Led is currently out injured. So Seaman starts in goal, new signing Berger starts at right back with Sanchez, Ihan and Becker. Brand new midfield with Toby Collier and Max Bird. Frollo starts with Musulu, Carl on the left and Stansfield up front. Couple of players on the bench. A lot of youngsters, or a couple of youth players like Frozen Noir. This guy wanted by Leipzig. Schrey, this left midfielder-ish, wanted by Hoffenheim and Leipzig. Grucia's one alone, not too worried about that. And how is there? I can't remember who it is, but one of these had like an £8.5 million bid, so I think we've got some high potential wonder kids. Either that or it's just a bit stupid, which I wouldn't put it past them. But anyway, first game of the season, a couple of players are lacking match fitness, which is a little surprising since we packed out our pre-season. But first game of the season in the DFB Pokal, I'd be impressed. Let's get put on a show. Right, not too worried about this cup. If we could win it, then it'd be quite good. But except for that, not really too fussed. Right then, Max Bird out to Berger, to Collier, to Masulu. We've got a little bit less of quality on the wing, but hopefully with Masulu and playing Bundesliga with our incredible training facilities, we've got upgraded in the off-season and then upgraded again. Shiki in behind, hits the crossbar. Right, get that away, Becker. Nice. Up to Calm. Yeah, so we've got our training facilities upgraded twice over the summer. So, I mean, they only cost $5 million an upgrade, but we definitely need to work off something like that up to 2033, I believe. So, not the worst, but like if we get some more players, like our youth players, into the training ground, into playing games, the other 19s don't seem to play much like top teams, so they're not really developing in there. Our second team just don't play games for some reason, so I've just removed everyone from there as well. It's a little bit strange, but I guess we'll take it. I try Brailsford on the ball, flick to Marie, Collier wins it back, Sabo, Ramos, Aydin. We have signed a couple of English players more than I want, but Suarez, Seaman, what are you doing? It's just drops it out. I think it's against his former side. No, it's next game, it's his former side. Max Marie gets a tap in. Dennis Seaman doesn't cover himself in glory there. But hopefully with our youngsters and our training facilities with some good game time as well, we should have enough to stay up, but also some hell of a good youngsters in the future as well. So 1-0 down in this one. A little bit shooting ourselves in the foot. Hopefully that's not going to be a thing of this season. Dennis Seaman's still worth about £40 million, which is a little bit crazy, especially since we've signed him for, I think it was 16. So we might triple our money straight back, straight as if we wanted to sell him now. He does turn out to be one of the best keepers in the game, but a lot of these players kind of seem to think we're going down, which is a little bit strange since we're not predicted to go down. But I don't know if it's a German thing, but everyone wants a release clause. It's not like Spain where you have to have one. But anyway, deep free kick from Carl, left-footed, tries to find Masulu, cut out. Marie's going to counter-attack on us. Already has one tap in. Not sure what defenders are doing. Swats it out to, I'm not sure who it was, but they're going to be ruining that chance if we end up getting a result from this game, because that was a pretty awful finish. I hang on the ball then, 59 minutes in. Not really had the team cohesion so far. This is, I guess it's still pre-season at this point. We're not really fussed about the cup. We're going to find the cup is good, but it's good for morale. Frullo, out to Carl. Becker, into the top corner. Vitaly Becker, another one of those players who's had a couple bids. Just because of the values in this league, there's not really much point for starting my starting fullback for like $1.5 million, especially when he is quite young and pretty decent, and every now and then likes to put a goal in the top corner. Alright, free kick edge of the box. It's going to be one of those players because we've subbed quite a few on. It's Max Bird. Never really seen him take a free kick. How's this one going to be? 82nd minute, Max Bird to take, and it's absolutely class. Max Bird, 83rd minute, on his debut, away from the Veltins Arena, but Max Bird, free kick into the back of the net. There we are then, a 2-1 win away from home. Max Bird, free kick, and then Valenti Becker, top corner into the next round, the DFB Pokal. Timothy Foster-Mensah, who's somehow still at the club, has gone out to Den Haag, paying some of his wages. Seaman, 1 or 2 days, not too bad. Right then, just the one change from the last game. I did realise Leonard Carl was a right winger, not a left winger. So he goes off to our left, from left to right. And then Pedro Nago, which I believe is the guy who had the £8 million bids. So he's coming on the left, training him on the left. He's usually a striker, so 13 finishing should be pretty decent from the left-hand side. Right then, at home against Stuttgart, our first Bundesliga game. I'm back. Hopefully we can get a decent result at home in front of our fans. Joshua Zirkzee starting out front for them. That was a little bit, well, a little bit out left field. Berger up to Carl. Collier goes down. Is it a penalty or is it a free kick? 4.5 minutes in, we've got a very big decision. No penalty, it is a free kick. Max Bird on into this. Might be another goal. So Berg on the right hand side, 10 minutes in. Collier to Berger to Sanchez. Rolling forward, up to Becker, who's got lots of space, already scored in the cup game. Nahaga back to Becker, shot blocked. Just a bit of a melee. Josh Zirkzee doesn't win the header. Does run with it though, to Llewellyn. On the right hand side. Looks like Becker had him in pretty well. Through low, edge of the box, Collier, through low. Out to Becker. Forward to Nahaga. Becker doesn't exactly have a lot of options. Through low. Seems to be playing around the box quite nicely. Up to Berger. To Bird. Tackled. Carl wins it back. Shot. Decent save by Schwabe in the stuck on net. Corner to Schalke. Good start from us. Berger, the throw in into the second half. Collier onto Carl, back to Berger, cross dribble to Becker, shot from distance, it's the crossbar. Berger maybe could have got there but didn't, and Dav to Engels. They've got some decent players. El Kanusi, I think, as well. I hammer the ball to Becker. Seems to fit straight into the Bundesliga so far. Seems to be very good. I don't think it's Stuttgart even had a shot on target. Since the goal we conceded last game was Seaman just absolutely fluffing one up. It's not too bad. Carl ball down there for a free kick. And Dav's already on a yellow card. Up to Naga. Shot wide. If he's going to be worth 8 million, then decent performance from him, already at 7.1. I think this actually might be his debut. Middlestat. Corner for Stuttgart. My Winder and Lucas Mai. Stuttgart with their first shot on target, scores, set pieces. Not exactly thinking we want to be weak on. So Frodo with a deep free kick on the left hand side. Carl's got a knock, that's not great. The pass wasn't great either, and Dav cuts that out. No, there's one it back though. Decent performance from him. Seems he's not used to left wing, he's done pretty good. Jay Stansfield really should be doing better. Keeper closing down, but didn't even get a shot off. So then full time in this one, our return to the Bundesliga starts in defeat. 2.67 to 0.55. They had one shot on target and scored it. Not the best return to the Bundesliga, but when their goalkeeper and centre backs get man of the match, I think that tells a little bit of the story. But anyway, that is the end of today's episode. Thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Hello and welcome back to the Schalke rebuild. As you can see, the form hasn't been too good. I mean, it's our first season back in the Bundesliga, but after that defeat in the last episode, we have a 5-1 defeat against Hertha. Ihan getting our goal in that one, not a great result. A little bit better against Mainz, 1-1 draw. Pedro in the hangar, one of our youngsters. This guy getting our goal in this one. A little bit of a just change it up because he's just not the quality that we need, but with his high potential, maybe someone in the future is unambitious though. After that, 0 draw against Eintracht Frankfurt. Dennis Seaman getting man of the match in this one, 8.6 rating. First win of the Bundesliga season, 4-0 win against Augsburg. A little bit strange, this one. Led a Lennart Carl penalty. Ricky J. James and Chase Stansfield getting goals in that one, 4-1 win. Bayer Leverkusen, kind of expected to lose that one. 2-0 isn't too bad. And then Wolfsburg, we kind of just have a bad run. Leverkusen, Wolfsburg, Hoffenheim, Dortmund, and then Wolfsburg again in the DFB Pokal. So not a great run. 2 defeat in that one. Leon Goretzka, who's now at Wolfsburg. So if you look at our team, if we go on the squad and go on goals, you can see our top scorer has 1 goal, which is a little bit of a problem. We're already sewing games in, but not exactly the best. We are currently 16th in the league, just 1 place below where we really need to be. Tough games coming up. And then, just to make things a little bit harder, if I actually get unpicked, you'll see it a little bit easier. Dennis Seaman has picked up a fractured metatarsal and is out between 4 to 8 weeks. So that's not too great. Josh Griffiths has come in though, as he is wanting to move away to a bigger club. Not sure why West Ham is on that list. Becker is still wanted by Sunderland, and Fritz Noir wanted by Hoffenheim. And then Grugel is wanted on loan. Matthias Kuhn is a little bit too young to be registered. But anyway, nothing like a bit of tough opposition to try and get you into your form. Hoffenheim are 11th, and then our big derby day against Dortmund, who for some reason are 14th. So win against Dortmund is exactly what we want to get. But honestly, any points this part of the season against these pretty good teams. I mean, Dortmund usually are a better team, but anyway, into that game. This is the team that we'll be going into. Stansfield starts up front. Jones on the left, Carl on the right with Frullo, Bird, Collier, Becker, Sanchez, Mertcan, and Laird. And then first game away at Hoffenheim, a kickoff that didn't go into touch. That's a bit strange. Honestly, run the dogs in this one, so I'm not expecting anything, but it's kind of the performance more that we're really looking at. Right, and Bird up to Laird's right hand side. Seems to be pretty even, not really had any teams really take control of it. Carl tries to find, I think it's Frullo, counter-attack by Asliani. Got former Brighton player Julio Enciso on the right hand side. Up to Hozek, shot. I mean, that is a good finish. Can't really moan at that one. 29 minutes in, and we are unfortunately 1-0 down. Alright then, move the cursor out of the way. The whole thing. The Silva Mora, Chavez, Bensalbini, 34 minutes in. Little bit of Schiffenheimer domination since the goal. Torre, inside the lead, shot, decent hold by Josh Griffiths. We're a little bit, I don't know whether we need to change formation or something, but since we're not scoring many goals, staying up might be a little bit difficult. Tiny bit weird. Physio was on the pitch then for a couple of seconds. One of the strangest bugs I think I've seen. It's not on the pitch now, so that's pretty good. Not with the goal kick. Alright, Wolfsburg on 2-1 up. Torre heads it on, only to lead. Pretty unshiny, just a long ball up to Carl. Not really a thing we're known for. Carl with a shot into the far corner. 2 goals from him, on loan from Bayern Munich. 50 minutes in, and we have our leveller. Chavez up to Enciso to Holzek. They're going to get one straight back, or we're going to get one straight back. Ricky J. Jones, the Collier to Frullo. Back to Ihan. I think our tempo is just a little bit too low. Up to Carl. It's not really want to get there. Maybe we up our tempo a tiny bit. Go on, team instructions. Tempo is much higher. Why does it feel so slow then? Are we still on 1.25? Yeah. Very strange. Torre gets past Laird. Laird does get back in there. Can't stop the cross, and the whole leg wins the header in the air, but can only put it wide. Goal kick from Hoffenheim. Knoll up to Berger. To Holzek. Berger. Just the press, the tempo just isn't there. I'm not really sure what's really happening. Deep cross. Sanchez away, only to Enciso. Decent shot. Touches the bar. And over. Deep free kick from Torre. He seems to be a little bit influential in this game. Sanchez, pretty influential on our side, winning those headers. Ricky J. Jones on the left-hand side. Been a little bit quiet in the Bundesliga. Becker, ball in. Keeper tips out for a corner. I don't know if that was deflected, but keeper made that look a lot more difficult than it probably was. So we turn on the clock. Ihan with the ball out to Becker. Just as the players to pass the feet, maybe it helps a little bit. Not where Ricky JJ is going to have touches like that. Holzek and the counter attack to Torre. Seems just to be a game of counter attacks. A little bit of a dull game. Led just gets beaten easily. Holzek, a decent block. I think that was, what's his name? Sanchez again. And Becker's just taking him down. Right, and Collier, deep ball in to Ricky J. Jones. Can he do something with it? Looks like our tempo is just a little bit too slow. Maybe it's just our players' quality just not being quite as good. Laird to Collier, back to Laird. Collier could have a shot on his left foot. Does have a shot on his left foot. Not too far wide, but not really attempting to troll the keeper either. Alright then, there is full time on that one. I think it's a little bit harsh. Sanchez only got a 6.6. Seems to be a lot more influential to me. Still ends up keeping us 16th. The fact that we've had 12 shots and he 3 on target is a little bit concerning. Especially when, I don't know, I'm just a little bit confused. Alright then, into the derby game against Dortmund. After our draw in the last game, I decided to keep the same lineup. I think I did speak to Frullo, Stansfield, and Højlund about just upping their performance, because the average rating is not great. I mean, we are still early into our first season back in the Bundesliga, but I feel like a 6.4 is just not good enough. Alright then, derby day at the Veltins Arena. Dortmund, although have a decent team, aren't exactly showing it in the league. Carl Can he get an early goal? Decent little shot just over the bar there. Goal kick from Dortmund straight out of play. See if I can recognise any of their players. Not yet. Maybe that's why they're not doing too great. Kevin Schade. A little bit of a left field signing. I guess. I think he's German. Carl back to Sanchez. Good chuckle at Mecca as well. A little bit weird. Sanchez to Becker. Frullo. Out to Ian. Laird. Couple of options in the middle. Takes on his man. Laird. Into the box. Ricky JJ, shots blocked. Janssen brings it out from right back. Up to Grassi. That's a little bit more Dortmund-like. Weeble to Schade. Another goal kick from the Dortmund keeper. 3 minutes in. It seems to be a very entertaining derby. Alright, headed away to Stansfield. Did speak about him getting a bit better performance. At least we got a shot on target. We'll definitely take that. Right there, long ball from them. Goal kick up towards Laird. Doesn't win the header though. Collier is covering. Collier up to Ihan. Up to Sanchez. We have got the tempo on pretty high, so that's a god awful pass. Grassi is in behind, and the shot. I mean, I thought he would do a bit better than that. Up to Carl, to Laird, to Stansfield. Doesn't really get there. Beraldo for Schade. Ihan away, but only back towards Schade to Nebel. Collier, nice foot in. Bird. I don't know why we keep passing back. Like, we have a counter-attack mentality. I mean, players just not following instructions. Carl got too meant to be. Couldn't get past the first line. Does have a second opportunity, though. Trying to get him in the box. Collier to Stansfield. Not really where you want him to be. Not really where you want Laird to be shooting from. Or shooting at all, really. Frullo to Jones. Shot into the back of the net. Just need that a little bit of pace into the game. Not necessarily like acceleration type pace, but just a little bit of quicker decision making. It's disallowed? Why? Alright, it's still 0-0, 34 minutes into Derby Day. Better chances made. Yankuto. Only to Ricky J. Jones. Frullo up to Carl. Doesn't go win that header though. Schade to Grassi. His playing as a little deep line forward to expect him to spray some passes. Janssen, past Becker, does do very well to get a little foot in. Gives time for Josh Griffiths to claim the ball. Brilliant defending from the young fullback. Not really known for his defending. I think our wing-backs definitely more known for their attacking quality. Maybe if we change Becker to a wing-back, we might get some more attacking play going as Laird picks up a knock. For half time, Laird is on the ball. Seems pretty fine though. Can he find someone in the middle? Or she himself doesn't quite have the just pace to his moves. Schade gets the ball in. 1-2 with Grassi. Grassi with quite a lot of space. He can just shoot from now. Goes past the defender. He just had way too much time in the box. No one's closing him down. And I guess when you have players like Grassi, someone's goal this season for him already. It's going to change a game like this. Becker up to Ricky J. Jones on the left-hand side. Shot. Left footed. Not really troubling the goalkeeper. Up to Carl. Down to Laird. Can we get a goal back before half-time? Takes on his man. Can he get a ball in this time? Just get a ball in. Stansfield away. It just seems to get into midfield and not do it. I might just put early crosses on because if we just get to the edge of the box, maybe get one into the box. Where's the instructions? Yeah. I want crossing style. What am I looking for? Keep that on balance. And but what am I looking for? Is it just not here anymore? I swear we had like an option for crosses from deep. Maybe I'm just being a little bit, well, blonde. Alright, Sanchez with the ball, 54 on the clock, out to Becker, maybe on his wing back. Get some decent, well, plays going. Bird up to Jones, through to Stansfield, and how has he not scored? Hits the bar. Becker back in, but away by the defenders. Collier, just not. I think it's just that little bit of quality and we're just missing it, and it's really frustrating to watch. Like, Dortmund aren't playing that well, and if we're in a bit of quality, just... Oh, what is that? I'm actually going to take him off. Bit of play from Dortmund. Beraldo, Sasula, out to Yankuto. Pretty sure he's a pretty good Spanish fullback. Does get the cross in a little bit too deep. Kevin Schade will pick up though. Schade to Niebel. To Schade to Garassi, and there's 2-0. This is so annoying. It's right there, but we just can't do it. Just the fact that we've got 2 XG to their, like, barely 1, and they've had 2 tap-ins, and just like, we're so close, yet so far. I don't know what it is. Don't know what it is, but it's really frustrating. Though it's match ending just showing us we're just not that good. Grass is just going to score a hat-trick, isn't he? Kabar left back for Dortmund with a throw-in, 82nd minute in. We're on high press. It couldn't be more high press if you tried, and now we're just letting them run through like it doesn't even matter. Like, so frustrating to watch. And Garassi, I mean, if it was a better finish, he could have just walked through a whole team, put it in the back of the net. I hand on the ball, out to Laird. I think our quality is very just lacking at this point. To Bird, to Laird, just so frustrating to watch. Because right there, they're just not doing what I need them to. Montero, why is no one in the box for that? Just Misulu up top again. At least he was there. I mean, the keeper caught it out, but oh, do this on a derby day as well. It's so frustrating. Like, that goalkeeper was awful. And we're losing to this. Sanchez, Becker, Misulu. Goes past this man. See, this is what we need. Misulu. To Bird. Shot blocked. Another shot blocked. Just take on your man. You're a winger. That's what you're literally supposed to do. Doesn't need a 17, 18-year-old to teach you how to do that. There we are then, the first derby day back in the Bundesliga. Dominating possession, shots on target, XG, clear-cut chances, passes complete percentage, just everything, except for that one that means the most. Dominate the whole game. But Sergio Grassi takes them up to 6th. If they're 6th, the quality in this league is just wow. Anyway, that's the end of today's episode. Thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Hello there, and welcome back to the Schalke rebuild. Since that last episode, it has been a little bit of a while. Since that game anyway, we got Wolfsburg with a 2-1 defeat in the DFB Pokal. Jay Stansfield's getting a goal, but I'm not too fussed about the DFB Pokal. I think staying up in the league is a bit more of a realistic game. Schalke did get a 2-0 win over Union Berlin. For some reason, it doesn't tell us who scored in that one. Jay Stansfield getting a double with quotes at FM. Over to RB Leipzig, one of the top 3 teams. Leonard Carl, who I realised recently he is a wonder kid. So getting him on loan from Bayern Munich was a bit of a coup. His penalty getting us the draw against Leipzig, a pretty decent result. Over to Hanover, 2-0 defeat away from home in that one. Borussia Mönchengladbach, one of our team that used to be good, but not quite anymore. Then Karl, Musulu and Laird getting the 3 goals, giving us a 3-1 win. And then Heidenheim away. Seems like we struggled against the worst teams, and then beat the better teams, or at least compete with them a little bit better. So Werder Bremen, and then champions Bayern Munich in this episode. Let's look at the league table. As you'd probably all expect, Bayern Munich are top of the league. Only by a point though to Eintracht Frankfurt. It's a little bit weird that Borussia Dortmund are 10th, Leverkusen 8th, Leipzig 12th. It's a little bit strange. We are 14th, 14 games played, 13 points. Little bit of a gap to the relegation playoff, but it's only 1 point. And not even towards the middle of the season, so decent, but nothing expected out of the blue. Anyway, this is the team we've been running. Dennis Seaman is just back from another injury, seems to be a little bit injury prone. Dom, Bernard, Leonard and Sanchez with Berger and Laird as the wing backs. Collier and Frullo in midfield. I think there was a Premier League team or a Championship team that signed Frullo recently in real life, so that's pretty good. Carl and Musulu, one of our youngsters, on the wing, and then Jason up front. Max Bird has an injury, and Becker suspended, Ihan suspended, so not exactly full strength for this one, but hopefully we can still get some decent points. Do we play Werder Bremen already? I feel like I clicked the wrong button. Let's go back. I don't think we have. I'm gonna check anyway. It's not. Right. Werder Bremen. I feel like we played them before. But maybe not. Maybe it's in the previous season. I'm just completely forgetting. The Seaman is perfect for a fitness test. Should be monitored, but it's fine. Not a full bench. Could put Rom on the bench. Bird, 3 days. I think we'll leave him out. Right then. Let's get into this game against Werder Bremen. Should be a decent result. I mean, I'm not expecting us to win, but I don't think we're losing either. Do I recognise any of their players? Isaac Schmidt, maybe? Or I might be thinking about someone else. I guess it doesn't really matter if I recognise them or not. At home against Werder Bremen. We got Just Van. I mean, I didn't think I'd be playing against a Van today. Pretty similar 3-4-3 for them. They just playing the 2 playmakers or 2 attacking midfielders. 5 minutes in, it is Werder Bremen, the away team. Janic to Schmidt. Back to Samporio. Hopefully we can get a decent result in this one. Go back to their keeper, who is quite far off his line, a little bit strange, but works out for them. Just Van. I think I've pronounced him now, so Schmidt with a shot. I think Seaman, he might have saved that around the corner. For how much he cost and how good Seaman is, it's not exactly been great. Threw it away, Just Van to Schmidt to Makengo. Decent save by Seaman, tips over the bar. Out for a corner, Schmidt. What's he going to do? Cross in into the back post. 1-0 down. Mark Oliver Kempf. It seems like a name that I probably shouldn't be saying. Or very similar to one, but anyway, 1-0 down. Oh. Right there, led up to Missoula. Trying to just play the youngsters a little bit on the left wing. We have Ricky Jones, but it's just doesn't have the finishing really. He's got the pace, so he's a good super sub, but I think when we've got such a good youth academy, it'd be a shame to not use him. Stansfield, up to Carl, shot off the crossbar, narrowly. Couple of inches either side, might have been a goal. Goal kick somehow. I mean, I don't know why my brain has gone. I thought it was a big corner when it's not touched anyone. Schmidt, Frullo wins it back though to Stansfield. Tries to find Carl, does get him at the second attempt, up to Berger. Cross in for Stansfield's shot. I mean, the defender was very close to him. I feel like now I've, what's the word? Now I've talked about Just Van, I feel like he's going to do something good against us. Corner from Frullo on the far hand side. Not really seen many goal scoring chances since that goal. Away to Carl into the box, hits the post as well. Looks like it's going to be one of those days, hit the crossbar first and then the post now. Kind of need him to start taking them from the woodwork to the back of the net. Anyway, half time. How I think the performance needs a little bit of fine tuning, but I think with a little bit of encouragement, it should be a completely fine. Lowen to stage. If we're not going to win this first game, it's going to be very difficult in the second game, even though we do have a better chance, weirdly, against the better teams, but I think Bayern Munich might just be a step too far. Kemp up to Just Van, up to Erzbecker, straight past our defence, and Seaman can't do anything. 8 goals, 4 assists for Eriko Zeta. I'm sure I'm pronouncing that wrong. 49 minutes in, and it looks like Werder Bremen are going to take all 3 points in this one. Alright then, call on the far hand side. Medical substitutions. Ricky J. Jones now on the left. Carl Sanchez. I mean, if Hoyland wasn't injured, I forgot to show you that. Probably would have replaced Hansfield already. And there is full time 2-0 defeat to Werder Bremen. Not the best result, but I guess they are third in the table now. I guess. Today's one of them teams, or one of them days where we're not going to be a team better than us, I guess. This is actually what we expect, to be honest. Anyway, top of league Bayern Munich next. Not like it gets any easier. He will then team to face Bayern Munich, and a couple of changes from this one. Becker is back from suspension, so starts at left wing back at lead. We'll start right wing back, and then Max Bird in for Toby Collier. Just thought the two deep line playmakers might get a little bit less overrun than maybe Collier might, being a box-to-box midfielder. He is 5'11", where Bird and Frollo are 5'11" and 6 foot. So maybe just a little bit of height in the team. I guess, I don't think Missoula was that tall. 6'1". It's very tall for a winger, but I guess with our team, everyone seems to be at least 5'10", which, I know the Premier League has gone to everyone being 6'4", but it's not exactly normal. I mean, I'm not exactly a big watcher of the German league, but everyone being over 6 foot isn't exactly normal, I'm going to say. A couple of things for Dortmund. Hickey is one of them. Also, Phil Foden. And one up front, I forgot, Luis Diaz. Did Luis Diaz sign for Bayern Munich in real life? Musiala to Foden. Foden is going to be a nightmare in this game, I can already tell. 4.5 minutes in, and Phil Foden puts Bayern 1-0 up. I guess we're not really expecting anything from this game. Maybe I shouldn't put it on positive, put it on balanced. But I guess this is just telling us how far we are away. I guess Erdegaard on the right hand side as well. Just a load of Premier League signings. Down to 18th, Meccano. Maybe not a set piece, maybe not a battering. 8.5 minutes in, Deo up at Meccano, 2-0. Notice got a Marmaduke in goal as well. Not like we're going to see him much. Joshua Kimmich, decent free kick taker. I thought that was going in, clips the post, just goes wide, 20 minutes in. Maybe demand more because... And Carlson just... Right. Putting the hard on. I mean, up front, I think we're a bit of a lost cause at the moment. Well, to Davies, to Foden. I think this is the first time we've seen Bayern Munich's half. I found the Davies, just what a player as well. Josh Kimmich in Bayern for Odegaard. You just know when Bayern Munich are in their form. Pavlovic. Great. 39 minutes in, and we are being utterly outclassed. Not exactly what I wanted to see. Another deep free kick. Josh Kimmich on this one. He's a decent free kick taker, so if you give him too many chances, Seaman does well with this one. Can we get something going in the counter-attack? And he really has Max Bird, not exactly known for his attacking, does pass back as well. The guard player on the right wing called Brian. I really hope that isn't Brian Mbeumo. I mean, it could be anyone. If they up in Meccano, I know he's quite big and strong, but the way he scored 2 headers from set pieces just really should not be it. It's not Brian Mbeumo, it's Brian Zaragoza, but he looks maybe even better. Bischoff, half-time substitute for Bayern, already 4-0. Won't be surprised to make it 5. Deo Upamecano almost got a hat-trick. If you put that one playing Bayern Munich and he would get a hat-trick, Upamecano would not be probably in top 10 on your list. Kim Min-jae, another one of those substitutes to Upamecano. Davies. I think if Bayern Munich just took a little bit of pace off the game and killed the game, it might be a bit fine. I think they're going to kill the game by scoring. Decent save by Seaman. A little bit dodgy how he saved it from one side and went behind, but the fact that we've already subbed off a player for less than a 6 rating and then we've got another one on a 6 rating probably says a little bit more than the scoreline does. Anyway, a 4-0. I think I can keep it at 4, and I was going to say it might be semi-respectable, but I don't think it is at this point. Masulu to Bird, maybe we get a goal. Led after Montero shoots. That's really doesn't exactly cover himself in glory, but youngster Bruno Montero, as long as referee gives the goal, he does get his first goal, and he doesn't. It kind of tells a story for us in this game. Just absolutely outclassed, and nothing we really can do, and that kind of says it all. Anyway, that is the end of today's episode. 2 pretty disappointing defeats, but I guess that's just how far we are from the level. Thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Right, hello there, and welcome to the next episode of the Schalke rebuild. Apologies if you are watching this live. It has been a little bit of a while since the last episode. We kind of had a little bit of a problem. We were up to January in the league season, and we were our top scorer had 4 goals, and he was injured. So a little bit of a change in formation since the last game against Bayern Munich. I guess a 4-0 defeat against the champions is about as we're going to get. Firstly, a 0-0 draw against Darmstadt, another team that will fight relegation with us as well. I guess you need a little bit of breaking in, but it wasn't the best result. 0-0 draw away from home. 0-0 draw at home wasn't the best. And then we got into a little bit of form. Hertha Berlin team. They did get a red card, which helped us a little bit. Carl was that guy who had 5 goals and came back in for this game, getting a goal. And then Emil Højlund getting his first goal of the season in the 14th of January, which is a little bit concerning. Leonard Carl getting our top scorer again. We had 3 injuries. Leonard Carl, Rich J. Jones and Emil Højlund. 3 injuries in the same game within 10 minutes of each other. Carl getting a goal in this one. Bo did get a 2-1 defeat to Stuttgart, who, to be fair to them, are around the European position, so it's not the worst. Just Rizek, he's scoring for them, which is a little bit of a strange signing. Everton Mainz, another team kind of around us in the relegation fight. Well, I'll show you the league table in a minute. But a 5-0 win. The fact that they scored 5 goals in this game, Højlund getting a hat-trick. And then Ricky J. Jones getting the 2 to get us a 5-0 win away from home. And then Eintracht Frankfurt and Mayo Hoyland, the fact that he got 5 goals in 2 games after getting 1 goal in 6 months is kind of crazy. So Augsburg and Leverkusen in this one, probably expecting us not to win the second one and then not win our next, like, 3 after that, Hoffenheim, Dortmund. I mean, we're not exactly doing great, but here is that Bundesliga table. We are currently out of the bottom playoff on 1 point and goal difference, so that's not too bad. Leipzig are a little bit lower than I thought. Wolfsburg as well. Who also next game? Augsburg. We're in there in the table. Up to 11th, the mid-table team, and then Wolfsburg, Hoffenheim. So Hoffenheim 8th, Wolfsburg are somehow below us. A little bit strange for Wolfsburg to be below us. I guess that's a little bit strange. Who's higher than we thought? Stuttgart, a little bit high. Werder Bremen, Hanover, a little bit high. Dortmund, 9th, that's a bit strange. Up to 10th. So anyway, this is this new formation that we're playing now. It's 3-4-3. Wing backs, 3 at the back. Honestly, our best players seem to be our defenders and wing backs. So, Seaman in goal. Mert Cannon and Sanchez seem to be our best 3 players at the club. As you can see, Hoyland and Carl, 6 goals between them, and Stansford got 4, but 6.49 rating, just not good. We did have the January transfer window, but looking at our recruitment budget, not great. We'll go back to match day and show you that. Hoyland with Ricky J. Jones and Carl, not that convinced that Ricky J. Jones has been decent in the last couple of games, but for the rest of the season, it's not been great. Ethan Laird is still wanted by Leverkusen. Montero, Portuguese guy, hasn't really developed as much as we would. As soon as he is wanted by, I think that's Inter Milan and Juventus, we have offered him a contract. And the same with someone else I forgot. So 3-4-3, we're not actually playing a striker in this one. We're playing a shadow striker, which I guess there's the formations for in and out possession, which I guess is exactly the same, but I guess Hoyland acts as the striker. Okay, we're not even at the game today, or are we? No, it's in another week, so I don't know what I'm doing, showing you the team already, but that will be the team, barring any injuries, that will go in against Augsburg. So then away against Augsburg, I did see a little bit of snow, and there it is, snow's come back in, but away against Augsburg, I guess we're not exactly going to our keeper kit's a little bit wild. I guess maybe it's just keeper kits. Who's that DM? Rex Beckag? Just not even going to try and pronounce this. 4-2-4. See how that comes against us. We don't seem to get a lot of possession, but I guess as long as we don't concede a couple. Yulia and Cito scored. That's a little bit weird. Goals from set pieces a little bit of a struggle though. Or Igor Matanovic. 3rd goal of the season for him, 12 minutes in, and we are 1-0 down. So, goalkeeper for Lubeck in the Augsburg, corner. It seems to be a very, even though we're 5 at the back, the system manager keeps saying that we're getting outnumbered. Through ball onto Ricky J. Jones with his pace shot. Is that off the post or the crossbar? It doesn't really matter though. It is offside. Couple of decent passes to that guy I'm not even going to try and pronounce in the Augsburg midfield. If I can't pronounce Augsburg now, absolutely no chance. Decent little bit of football from them. Having a white kit in the snow is a little bit ambitious. I guess the snow is not exactly settling. Another free header for Augsburg. Not exactly the greatest at defending, but not exactly the greatest that starts from us either. 11 shots them in half an hour. Van der Brepp with a deep throw-in. Seen a lot of these in the Premier Live. To Collier away. Van der Bremt to Messina. The decent save by Dennis Seaman. Seems to be getting there a bit better. Now he's like got, I guess, used to the team. I guess took him a little while to get used to it. The fact that we had 12 shots and a half and we had 3, we definitely need to. You've been terrible to sort it out. You can't just let teams have 12 shots against you. I know we're not exactly one of the best teams in this league. The fact that we were even bottom of the league at one point after that Bayern Munich game probably says it all, but you can't just let the team just have 12 shots. I guess we're only 1-0 down, so it's not the worst, but Matanovic, he scored 4 goals this season and 2 of them against us. Are you serious? Calm, deep free kick, our first real attack of the game, highlight-wise, and we get the 1-0 win. Our second highlight of the game, did forget about that Ricky Deja's offside chance. Maybe 2-1, goes to VAR though. And we do get the goal, Dylan Leonard. We don't really score a lot from set pieces, so the fact that we scored one, pretty good. Deep free kick from them, shooting opportunity, shot. It's like another save by Seaman. I think as long as we keep the shots from distance, a keeper with the quality of Seaman is probably going to do pretty well. Well, as long as we don't let Matanovic score. So, into the second half, made a couple of substitutions. To be honest, our bench isn't that great, so it's a lot of just youngsters. So, if we can get a decent goal, we'll do our standard shots on though. Not that he is the most prolific of scorers. Nahaga's doing pretty decent. Crossed in for Stansfield, and I feel like he really should have done that with a header like that. Corner, 88th minute on the clock. Not great defending, well, headers or set pieces. For some reason, they're taking their sweet time with it. She knew this. I guess when you are 2-1 up, there's no real pressure to go fighting for the third. Especially if you don't, you think you had 20 shots against the team and then you're wasting time for the 2-1. In added time now, Seaman Long doesn't really get there. Is that Hanno Masengo, former Bristol City player? Jakic, Claude Maurice. Right to do this. It seems to be just all them at this point. Tiet, header off the crossbar. Don't know how we got that away. Not sure why Nagas tried to head that away. Had all the time in the world to bring it down. And there is full time in that one. Augsburg 2, Schalke 1. Augsburg mid-table, and they had a lot of shots, but only a 2-1 win. I mean, is that Simon Wagner? Is that the guy who used to be at not Middlesbrough, Huddersfield? Not a great game from us, but not a great game from them either. One thing I did forget to mention since our last break, since the last episode, we've had quite a few job interviews. First we had Lyon, then we had Borussia Mönchengladbach, and now we've got Marseille. A little bit strange, but we're not leaving. So then, the second game of the episode, Bayern Leverkusen. Further look at the league table, they are 5th in the league. Who they got on their team? Teller, Ansu Fati, Grimaldo is injured. It's decent, but it's not great. I mean, he's good. He's alright. They've got some good players, but there's no big names. For a team that went unbeaten in the league for a whole season, this team is quite distinctly average. I mean, they're probably still going to beat us, but I guess it is our first season in the Bundesliga. Got a mark on my screen. Right. Ansu Fati starts. Garcia. Victor Boniface on the bench. Charles Kwanzaa. Yeah, it doesn't really screen quality. I guess Patrick Schick is definitely the type of striker that's going to get a hat-trick against us. We just seem to big, tall strikers just like that. Maybe it's a full magic thing, but they just seem to do well against us. You watch now, so they're not that great. They're going to beat us 5-6-0. So, corner from Bayer Leverkusen. Oh, Sanchez away. Becker away as well. Fight on the ball. For the first 25 minutes, I think in our last game was Augsburg. They had 8 shots by this point. Nathan Teller with a shot. Did he save that? If he saved that, wow. That was a hell of a save. Deep throwing from us. It's been a very quiet game. Seems to be a very Jekyll and Hyde episode. Last episode wasn't that great. I mean, you were staying in the game, but I guess that's it. And this game has been, I guess, pretty dead, which falling in behind and does get 1 lap. 7 goals for the season. Keeps getting his goal. For a team that's 5th in the league and fighting for European positions, this Bayern Leverkusen team, don't know what I keep calling them Bayern. This Bayern Leverkusen team, which isn't that great. I mean, very even game against us. They do have a couple quality players, but the fact that we're 13th, and there's 3 substitutions, they're just giving it away there. Højlund up to Frullo. Yeah, Højlund's in behind, a little bit wide to take a shot though. Just have a couple of options if we're going to find them. I mean, I don't think he meant to find Leonard Carl, but Leonard Carl, who's apparently a wonder kid, he's gone down as a wonder kid. Didn't realise he was when I signed him. Got his 7th goal this season, barring a VAR check. Disallowed? I think Carl must have been offside. Right, Malik Tillman, Garcia, Chapoku. All of the hostile substitutions made by the Leverkusen manager. Looks bold, so it might be Ten Hag. I mean, I hope the game's updated so it's not Ten Hag. Fatty, up to Andrik, shot from distance. I mean, if that's all we're going to do this game, I'm pretty satisfied because I'm pretty sure Siemens got that under wraps. Alright, goal kick, 87 minutes in. But it's the last couple minutes and we're going to get a massive scalp against one of the best teams in the league. Becker towards Ricky J. Jones. Does have the pace to beat anyone. Not sure whether the defender's gone so deep. Ricky J. Jones, terrible shot. Decent save by their keeper. Holzman, get a corner. Last couple of minutes now. 87 on the clock. Right then, a full time in this game. 1-0 win. Højlund. Just look at our possession. 34%. I think we did better in this game than we did last game. I think Bayern Munich, well, I don't want to keep calling them Bayern Munich. Bayern Leverkusen is 6th. We're now 11th. How close is this league? We're 3, 4? We're 4 points behind them now. What? We were bottom of the league like 8 matches ago. What? That makes no sense. I mean, this is about as close to the parity. I mean, I was going to say for a second, I thought Eintracht Frankfurt were top. The fact that we're only 15 points in the middle of the season is quite a bit. But we're not exactly out of the title race. I'm not saying we're in a title race, but it's a little bit crazy. Maybe not 15. Maybe I can't do maths. Anyway, that's it for today's episode. Thank you guys for watching. I'll see you guys next time. Hello there, and welcome back to the Schalke rebuild. Here, this is the last episode. Almost coming towards the end of the season. And firstly, Wolfsburg away. A pretty decent win against a team that are fighting towards the top of the league. 2-1 win. Then at Carl getting a goal in the 90 plus 5 minutes. So a goal in the early minutes and the late minutes gets a win over that one. Hoffenheim, 4-0 win over that one. Carl, Højlund, Stansfield and Led. Getting us 5 wins in a row. Up to that. Borussia Dortmund, a little bit lower in the table than you'd expect. Jay Stansfield getting a goal in that one. Union Berlin, 3-1 win at home. Stansfield, Frullo and Højlund getting a goal in that one. And then RB Leipzig taking us back to reality as a 1-0 defeat to Leipzig. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 games left of the season. We'll play Hanover and Gladbach in this one. Sim over to Heidenheim and Bremen, and then next episode we'll have Bayern Munich and Darmstadt to end the league table and the league season. Anyway, Ricky J. Jones is still injured, probably a fitness test, but Stansfield, Højlund and Carl start up front in the 3-4-3. Becker, Frullo, Collier and Laird with Sanchez, Leonard, Matt, Can, Ian and Dennis Seaman in goal. Right then, again, let's kicked off against Hanover. We've been on a good decent run of form, but honestly, mid-table is probably where we're going to finish. The fact that we're not getting relegated is pretty good for our first season, but looks like we're going to have to make a couple more signings if we're going to fight towards the European positions. I mean, halfway through this season, the fact that we scored 4 goals and it was bottom of the league, the fact that we're even mid-table and at least 10, 15 points away from relegation is still pretty good in my eyes. All right, deep free kick from Hanover. Leopold to take it 24 minutes in. Shot off the crossbar. Not sure what Seaman was doing. Not sure he knew exactly where the ball was. Don't even know how that stayed out. Free kick taker over to Blank. To Nebois. Hanover trying to get another ball back in, but under the rain can't keep it in. Alright, throw from Hanover. Not really kicked on in this game. Half an hour gone, all Hanover so far. 29 minutes on the clock. Blank to Keita to Leopold. Seems to be their best player. Perker. In behind on the fence. Cross the wall in. I mean, there's about 10 players in the box. Lee Jia Sung getting a goal for Hanover. Unfortunately, that's just not great marking in the box. Nebois to Sung, goal scorer. Led gets a foot in, does get it back though. Past another player, another cross in. Seaman takes it out of Sapendi's, I guess, straight off his head. First half been all Hanover, not really had a kick or a sniff in this one. And there is the half-time whistle. Stansfield isn't behind on the left-hand side. Not really got their winners to do much. Becker, been one of our best players. I mean, the fact that you wanted to go for like 3 million is a little bit crazy. Frulo, I mean, if it was in the Premier League, it would be like 30, 40 easily. Decent little possession from Hanover. Looks like after our 5-game win streak, kind of knocked the sales out of us a little bit. 63 minutes in, Perker crossed to Leonard away. Stansfield up to Carl, who did score for Bayern Munich. I think it was yesterday, as this comes out. Carl, decent dribbling. Maybe we can get him for the second season, but probably not. Especially with full marginal loans. Led up to Carl, gets a good save out of Muller. Corner, 64 minutes in. We led with a throw-in, 69 on the clock. Still 1-0 turnover, up to Carl, to Led. Led is wanted by a couple of Premier League clubs. His value is only 8 million, and we signed it for 6.5, so I'm not exactly convinced I'm going to sell him for that cheap. Carl with another shot, brings another save from Muller. Decent, 69 on the clock, another corner. Perker, 78 on the clock. Augsburg go 1-0 up against Hoffenheim. Not that matters too much to us. Taibi to Urbanski. Pretty sure Urbanski's like a decent player. I remember signing him on the previous Football Managers. Lee Jae-sung, goal scorer, up to Matsuda. Cross in and Shipendi. 16 goals, to be fair to the lad. I mean, when you got players that can put the ball on just a plate for that, lovely move from Hanover, but not great from our side. Collier in behind. Just realised they're playing a 3-4-3 as well, so in the battles of the 3-4-3, looks like Hanover have got this one. Can we get a consolation goal? Maybe an unlikely comeback? Becker. Stansfield shot into the top corner. 7 goals this season for Stansfield. Is that going to be a consolation? Or can we get an unlikely draw? And then we had a full time in the first game. Schalke 1, Hanover 2. That late Jay Stansfield goal seems to be just a consolation. Here we are. Just forgot to show you the youth intake when it came in. A couple of decent elite prospects. Nothing too great. Here's Morai Dora. Decent. Nothing special. Portuguese Fernando Gonçalves. Not too bad. Pretty quick. I think they're all just lacking a bit of technicals, if I'm honest. I mean, they are 15, 16, so it's not exactly a surprise. Robin Reinhardt has scored his first goal for the under-19s, and they got injured a couple of days later. Everyone lacking the technicals. A little bit better on the technicals. Demir Stakanovic. Greek Thanthis, not sure how to pronounce that one. A couple of top prospects, pretty much the same. Decent left wing back. Kugel, same on the technicals as well. Probably mentals as well. Bravery, decisions and work rate decent. 2 visions, not really going to cut it. 1 leadership, definitely not a captain. Shamidis, decent stats, but not really round enough yet. And then Paul Winkler, pretty same on that one as well. Right then, into the second game of the episode. Borussia Mönchengladbach on this one. Probably should have won last game due to the chances, but when they create chances that are just that good, when they put 2 chances straight on plate, and then we don't score until the 87th minute, I think it was, you're not really going to have a good chance. We had 5 wins in a row, so hopefully now we've lost 1, it isn't the exactly end of the run, but I guess the end of the season soon, so it's not too bad. I think a lot of these games are just dead rubbers if we can place higher in the table. We are not playing against a 3-4-3, so might have a little bit better of a chance. Saying that, Mönchengladbach on the ball, reads to argue. Stansfield cuts it out, does win it back nicely. It's been a little bit of a fresh air, even though Ricky J. Jones has been injured. To have a goal-scoring player on that, well, each side ideally is pretty good. Danforth in behind, crossfield ball, and almost conceded exactly the same way we did against Hoffenheim. I guess that is the problem with the 3-4-3 behind the wing-backs. It's a little bit of a problem. So then 35 minutes in, nothing's really happened so far. Mönchengladbach on the attack again. Collier wins it back pretty easily. Ihan up to Sanchez. Switch the ball over to Becker. Stansfield's not really making a run. He is now. Does have a Højlund if he cuts back, or he can shoot himself. I thought that was in. 36 minutes in. Decent shot from Stansfield. Apparently that's a corner. I didn't see anything. 36 minutes in. Do get a corner. Becker. Up to Højlund. We're not really that proficient from corners. Becker. Ball in for Carl. Decent little movement. 9 goals, 8 assists for him. 36 minutes in. Schalke 1. Alright, and Seaman on the ball now. Has been a lot better since we switched to the 3 at the back. Not exactly last game. I guess he couldn't really do much with shots that close. Frodo wins it back. Right, up to Højlund. It's been a little bit quiet recently. Doesn't matter though. 10 goals for the season for Højlund. I think maybe next season he probably should get towards 15, but I think 10 in his first season back in the Bundesliga, not too bad. Alright, that's not exactly the greatest kickoff in the world. Frank Becker, nice. Right, we seem to be a lot better in this game against Gladbach. Soja, up to free kick, knocks it down, and I mean, I think I might have just jinxed it. I think we need a player like that. Lucas Höhler, 16 goals. Might be offside. I think that's the difference between us getting European positions. That first half of the season was just not great. Disallowed to offside though. Not really sure if that was a good decision or not, but we'll take it either way. Becker with a throw in. 63 on the clock. Frullo. Back to a Frullo from Becker. Collier to Carl. Shot. Another decent save from Nicholas. Doesn't seem like a very German goalkeeper name, but guess we'll just move on. There is full time in this game and no full time in the episode. 2-0 win over Gladbach. Definitely a little bit better of a performance in this one. We've still got a low possession, but I guess we need to beat a Gladbach team who are just quite higher than us in the table. Up to 9th, I think 11th. Not really gonna... I mean, maybe? What points are we on? 41. Europe's not out of the question, but I don't think it's realistic. But anyway, that is the end of today's video. Thank you guys for watching, and we'll see you for the last games of the season next episode. Thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Hello there, welcome to the next episode of the Schalke rebuild. Apologies for the last episode. We had some settings at the match. They looked a bit bad. Anyway, since the last episode, we only played 2 games. Firstly against Heidenheim at 3-2. Definitely got away from home. We didn't get into goals in that one. not enough for this one. And then a 25-yard streamer from Werder Bremen's Jens Stage got us another 1-0 defeat. So to end the season of season 3, as you can see, Terry Collier is suspended. Berger's out for a couple days with ankle ligaments, and Felipe Sanchez out for 1 to 6 days for Achilles tendonitis. So Schalke against Bayern Munich at home, and then to end the season against Darmstadt. Here's the team that we'll be playing against. Both of these games, maybe get Collier into the second game of the episode. So Stansfield, Højlund and Carl make up the front 3. Midfield 4 of Becker, Freulo, Bird, Laird, Mertcan, Bernard, Leonard, and a seeming goal. So, champions Bayern Munich. Let's see how we do. So then, Bayern Munich at home. They've got some pretty good players, Martin Odegaard, Help Meccano. So, not really expecting anything from this. Phil Foden and Harry Kane up front just says it all. And, I mean, no expectations, but as long as we don't get absolutely pummeled, we should be fine. Does have a good early start, and a Carl is on loan from Bayern Munich. Back to Max Bird. Freulo to Max Bird to Leonard. Thought we might have a little chance here. Freulo to Stansfield. Good football. Højlund shot. Saved by Marmanashvili. 6 minutes in, we've started that team. Corner. 10 minutes in. First free kick. First chance for Michael Olise from the set piece. 12 minutes in. Shot. That go off the crossbar. I think Seaman tipped onto the crossbar. Corner for Bayern. Alright, corner. 32 minutes in. We had more shots and almost dominated Bayern, which is weird. Freulo up to Stansfield, and Jay Stansfield scores in the corner. 32 minutes in. And likely winners Schalke 1, Bayern Munich, the champions 0. So, and just before half time, wide free kick, Bird, Stansfield already scored 1 header. Momandashvili pretty easily captures that, and we go into the half-time break at 1-0 up against Bayern Munich. So Bernard still 1-0 up, still being the better team. Davies does win that back though, with the quality that Bayern Munich have. Laird wins it back from Musiala, takes him on, but Musiala wins it back. With the quality Bayern Munich have, they could pretty easily just get back into this game if they want. Forward back to Elise. Seaman, shot by Leonard away. Shot, well, dealt with pretty well. Carl to Bird. Alright, 56 minutes in, still 1-0. Bayern Munich have grown into it a little bit. Getting possession, but not doing anything with it so far. Just passing around that back. Well, 3 of their back 4. Ito to Foden, who has picked up a knock. Musiala into the box to Musiala. Shot from Phil Foden. 12 goals, 7 assists for Phil Foden. 57 minutes in, and Bayern Munich have finally woken up at 1-1. Odegaard deep for Bayern straight after the equaliser. Surely not a winner as well, or at least go in the lead. Elise, not sure whether someone on the line or Seaman saved that, but out for a corner. Alright then, Aaron Hickey to Harry Kane. Has been a little bit quiet. Cut out by Max Bird. Ihan to Stansfield to start the counter-attack. Bird to Freulo. Slows down a little bit. Becker does have Stansfield on the left. Does find him down the left-hand side. 10 minutes to go. Get a goal from this one. Good chance of maybe in the holding on. Into Højlund, blocked by someone in the box. And Harry Kane though, becoming a bit end-to-end. Højlund, Odegaard to Elise, back to Odegaard. There we are, the full-time whistle at home for our last game of the season. Decent draw against Bayern. They are champions and probably a little bit off the pace because they already are taking the foot off the gas, but decent 1-1 draw against Bayern. Not too bad a result, so last game of the season now. Just need a couple more of them performances like we did against Bayern today. Probably had the best chances, but I guess when they have to players so good like Phil Foden, Harry Kane, Musiala, Elise, Odegaard, can't really do much against it, but decent result in this one, and we'll go straight into the next game. So then, 2 changes from the last game. Højlund picked up an injury, so Stansfield starts up front with Ricky J. Jones on the left, and Sanchez comes back into the defence. over Bernard. So, into the last game of the first game back in the first season back in the Bundesliga. Dumb start away, hope we can get 3 points to really show how much progress we made this season. Right, so 10 minutes in, looks like they've had the better of the possession so far. Early start for Bayern, and 3 minutes in, gone 1-0 up, so it shows how good a performance we played last game. Quick football from them, Nuremberger, taking on a defender, crossing for corridor, and goes in. Just a little bit of a lax in fullback, gets past Led, gets past another defender, and unfortunately 1-0 down. Alright, as you can see, 18 minutes in, just 20 minutes in, they are playing a 3-4-3 as well. When we come against 3-4-3s, I don't know why, but they seem to match us up a little bit better. I mean, we've had more shots on target, but looks like they're going to have the second chance of the game as well. 29 minutes in, deep free kick, out to the back post, free header, Seaman knocks it back. Probably should have done a little bit better of pushing it away from goal, but Lanet cross, blocked. There's another chance Leonard will get it away. Not really towards anyone, so we'll come straight back though. Leonard up to Cade. Leonard, Cade. Turns, got space to turn. Leonard, Cade, just them two. Is that offside? I'm not really sure what happens. Right, Seaman with the free kick. Looks like he was offside. Seaman to Frullo. Seems it took a little bit of a while to turn. Not exactly the most convincing, but Leonard brings it forward. Up to Laird, to Carl, gets past one player. Doesn't really have many options in the box. Does have Jay Sansel though. Doesn't need too many options in the box. If he's going to play past that well, Jay Sansel puts it in the net. Looks like the referee is looking at something. VAR check. And the goal is disallowed, unfortunately. Launched up by their keeper. Not really sure why he doesn't really challenge for that. Nuremberger down the left hand side, up to Corridor. Not again. Corridor up to Eiberg, I think. But Seaman puts it out for a corner. 39 minutes on the clock. Still 1-0. Right, Liederberg just before half time. Vukovic, Kelfish. Pressing around that back, just taking it to half time. They've got the 1-0 lead, so maybe not too urgent to get the second goal. There is half time, 1-0 down. Alright, Nuremberg with a deep throw. Up to Corridor. Nuremberg into the box. Sanchez away. We do have three quite big defenders. Shot blocked as well. Corridor with another shot. Scored the first one and now scored the second one. 6 goals for the season for him. Looks like this one isn't going to be quite as good a result. Alright, Leonard for Cade to Lindbergh. Not really been in it for this one. Leonard to Sanchez. Collier. Ihan. Making a substitution. Ricky J. Jones just hasn't been as good this season as he was last. Led in behind though. Does have a couple options in the box. Could he find some? Does find Carl. And then Carl. 10 goals, 8 assists in this season. Not too bad from the youngster. It is, I believe, his first Bundesliga season. Right, 2-1. Just get that substitution going. Can we get a draw to at least end the season? Well, wouldn't be the worst result in the world, but nice to send off for our first Bundesliga season back. Alright, Collier wins it back. 4 minutes left. Carl's got a little bit of work to do to get any closer from there. Up to Stansfield. It's been very quiet this game. Collier in behind for Laird. What can he do from this one? Laird into the box. Might shoot, does shoot. Gets it back though. Up to Collier, shot, double shot. Collier with his first goal of the season. Decent little loan from Manchester United. Not been as good as some of the players in our team, but definitely been a useful player. And 87th minute equaliser, and it looks like we might get a draw unless something happens in the last couple of minutes. Alright, can we win that back? Left foot. Looks like they're going to have one attack of their own. Midfield is a little bit taking a little while. Cade, plenty of time. Pretty pretty decent shot, but fortunately for him, but luckily for us, goes wide. And there is full time in this game and full time in season 3, first Bundesliga season back, and looks like we did pretty well in the league. I'll show you in a minute, but not too bad. Didn't quite get as many, didn't quite get up to the European positions, but 13th, a good 10 points away from the relegation playoffs, so about 10 points away from Europe as well. Maybe just slightly less. But decent mid-table. Bayern Munich, of course, won the league, scoring 100 goals. 43 scored, which is one of the lowest in the league. And then 43 conceded, which isn't too bad. But anyway, that is the end of today's episode. We'll look at our... If I go on... Is it general info? No. I'm trying to find stats. Watched literally just on it. Bill Hoyland and Leonard Carl with Jason Sword, 12, 10 and 9. Top assist was Carl, Becker and Laird. Pretty even from that. Top performer, Laird, Hoyland, Jones and Carl. Seaman other as well. 28 appearances from him. How many clean sheets? 9 in 27. That's not too bad. But anyway, that is the end of today's episode and end of today's season. Hopefully we'll see you next episode for the new season. We'll have a lot of transfers. Hopefully. Anyway, that is the end of today's episode. Thank you guys for watching. I'll see you guys next time. Right, quick little end of season information. Schalke board plans to build a new stadium. Board have announced plans to build a new stadium in the process of searching for suitable sites and possible investors. Veltin's Arena is an old venue with high maintenance costs. It will be more beneficial to build a brand new stadium than trying to maintain an aging stadium. The board, however, pointed out that this will not be a smooth process, as it will be some time before any plans can be finalised and put into action. Chairperson Bernd Heigemann really wants to take the club to the next level. Considers building a new stadium a big step in that direction. Hello there and welcome back to the Schalke rebuild. It's been a big transfer window, probably our biggest one yet. £83 million has been spent, 35 million on the ends. Firstly, go through the outs. Oscar Frullo has gone to Ipswich. 21.5 million, 17 million profit. Our starting midfielder. Didn't really want to let him go, but when you get an offer of that much, especially as we brought him in for £4.25 million, £4.5 million, after bringing us up from the Bundesliga 2, I think it was the right to let him go and here's some money. Ricky J. Jones, who just wasn't the player we needed, just the A finishing, some mess in technicals, did decently, but the fact that bought him for 2 million, signing for 5 is not too bad. Emil Hoyland over to Reims for 4.8 million. Unfortunately, he just didn't get the goals that we need, and although it was decent, not quite good enough. Look at those are bit of a youth player, didn't really play much except the first season, 1.4 million. Couple of others, Christian Gomez went for 1 million. Yannick Lewis, a lot of these players you won't know of. Josh Griffiths, who bought in for 125k, has gone to Ajax to be their backup keeper instead of our backup keeper. 500k on that one. And then Diawara has gone, and then the youth player for 32.5, who wasn't really ever going to come out of our team. Loads of loans. And then we go to our transfers. Firstly, Al Chad Bechabo got rejected to a buy at Bayern Munich, so decided to might as well keep him in. Bought him in for £50 million. I'll be honest, a little bit of that is using transfers, using the installments, but when you see a player like him perfectly to get us in, just look at them technicals. I mean, he just has everything you want. After that, Our second most expensive was Mari Hutchinson. Right, as I was saying before, I was really entitled on my cat. Second most expensive was Mari Hutchinson. 9.75 million. Got decent dribbling, first touch, technique. I think this is exactly the player we need if we're going to get some more goals this season. Decent player. Online from Chelsea. Does have a £60 million release clause, but don't know if that's ever going to get met. Kasper Podolski at 5.25 million. 20-year-old Polish centre-back, 6'5", pretty good. Jumping reach, 16. Decent pace acceleration at 20 years old. Should be a place for the future as well. Kuto Taro at Zamida, goal, big player on the left-hand side. Bought by Inter Milan, but they didn't really use them. 4.5 million. Japanese international, perfect on the left-hand side to replace Ricky J. Jones. Austin Gaye, backup right back, £3.4 million. Kofi Amako, backup midfielder. Burke Yilmaz, backup left back. Matias Moreno, another backup centre back. Probably wants to play a bit more than he probably should with his 17 jumping reach and 16 strength at 6'4" as well. Decent on that one, just the £2 million. Shea Lacey's back after getting us promotion from the Bundesliga 2 on loan from Manchester United. Jim Thwaites with his 15 corners, 15 free kicks, and even scored a penalty in his debut in the cup game that he played. Just due to a very silky midfielder. After losing Froilo, we tried to look out for a couple of midfielders. One of them signed new contracts, but nice to see him. Joshua, 37.5k from Brazil. Decent little midfielder, and especially for 37.5k. Pretty awesome deal. Has quite high potential, just on a breakthrough prospect. Eli Harrison, we signed from Manchester United after his contract ran out. Decent on a free backup keeper if he goes. And then even if we don't play him, we can sell him for a profit. And then recently Luke Shaw. We'll regret this one a bit. We've got a mandatory future fee on this one for £6.25 million. Decent experience, left back, wing back, centre back, and hopefully it will give us that bit of experience. Might be a future coach as well. Probably regret that one a little bit. But anyway, let's go towards what you guys want to see. So on the Bundesliga, we are 10th on the season preview. There is our apparent what we should play for 2-3-1. Bayern Munich, who did they bring in? Timber. Carl's gone out to another team. We did think about bringing him back in, but with Hutchinson and Lacey, I didn't think having 3 right wingers was the best idea. Dortmund bringing anyone in? Neil looks alright. Not perfectionist. Oh, that was a couple of years ago. What is it showing now? Strange. Anyway, right. Let's go on our fixture schedule. Couple of friendlies, but you don't really care about too much. And then DFP of Pokal. 6-0 win over a team. Semi-professional team in the lower leagues of Germany. Not too bad. 6-0 win over them. Jim Thwaites getting a penalty, as I said, and then Ihan. Jim Thwaites getting a goal as well. Besides his penalty, Hutchinson getting a goal, and then Shea Lacey subs in the 60th minute, and almost scored a hat-trick in 10 minutes. 63, 68, and didn't quite get the hat-trick. But anyway, into league form this season. RB Leipzig at home, and then Hanover away. So here's the team that we've been playing in that first episode. Seaman starts in goal, back 3 of Lennon, Ihan, and Bichabu. With I'm going to put Laird back in. Laird, Thwaites, Bird, and Becker making up the midfield 4 with Hutchinson, Stansfield, and Tarazumida. We do have a couple of bids for Becker. He's been, well, both our wing backs. He's wanted by Sunderland, Kobo Rems, and Union Berlin because of his value not being that high at only 10 million. Probably not the best to sell him, been pretty decent for us for the last couple of years. Then Ethan Laird is wanted by basically half the Premier League, Bayern Munich and Al Hilal. He's only worth almost 20 million, so not really worth getting rid of him, to be honest. Right then, the start of the season, Schalke against RB Leipzig. Out of our transfers, did enough to compete with the big teams. Is that Hannibal Mejbri? Bit of a weird signing, but I guess. Right, starting off with Leonard. Up to Laird. There's been quite a few bids for Laird in the last couple of weeks, up to 20 million. I think if as long as he wants to stay, I don't see why we should sell some of our best players. Hutchinson doing a lot of dribbling, over to Max Bird, shot, Orban, out back to Hutchinson. 8 minutes in, Schalke 1, Leipzig 0. Alright, Leipzig on the ball now, 20 minutes in. A little bit of a fortunate first goal, but well worked by Hutchinson. Bakayoko, win it back though, try it to Mida, crossfield ball to Laird. Doesn't get it up pretty easily. Hutchinson, exactly the type of move we signed him for. Laird, Hutchinson shot. Decent, but just over the bar. Alright, Seawald for RB Leipzig. Seems to have grown back into the game. And we're measuring up to Bakayoko in behind Becker, but does get it towards Taramatsu Mida. Got a lot of space on there. Doesn't really have a lot of support though. Taramatsu Mida, hold it up. Or maybe he will go alone. Shot. Unfortunately, just a bit wide. Or maybe not, it's a corner. Alright, just before half time, you can definitely see the quality up front this time. Just the electric pace of it. Laird up front. Long ball towards Hutchinson. Doesn't really get on the end of it. Lakeba to Rome. Seems to be a very high paced game. Nusa towards the midfield. Ball is in the back of the net, but referee has already blown for half time. Right. Throw in for RB Leipzig into the second half. We're still 1-0 up. Nusa, probably way too much space to suppose. Hannibal Mejbri did show us a bit of a weird sign-in. I guess our goal was a bit lucky, so their goal being a bit lucky as well. I guess that just narrows things out. Alright, 67 on the clock. Still 1-1. I was going to say 1-0 to us. Out to Laird, Hutchinson. Pace has gone a little bit out of the game, but still decently for us. Leonard, pace starts up again. Laird, up to Stansfield. Stansfield in behind, and Stansfield puts the ball in the back of the net. Definitely need a big season from him. Wanted by Udinese in the off-season. Second goal, a DR goal award. Going to be a big season from him. As I said, it was wanted by Udinese in Italy. Did turn it down though, so let's hope that's not a wrong decision. Alright, corner, 4 minutes left. Drawn up to, I don't know who that was. Was it Torre? Put it wide though. Free header, probably should have done better. Last couple of minutes, another corner. Drawn. Cross, Ihan away this time. Out to our sliding. Nusa shot. Their keeper's up as well. Shot again over the bar. Alright, goal kick. Only 2 minutes left. Already played probably 30 seconds of it now. Seems going to try and waste a bit of time here. Out to Laird. Can we get the ball over the other side? Laird, Hutchinson. A little bit of a loose pass, but does get it. Over to Hutchinson, to Stansfield. And there he is, the second goal of the season, the second goal of the game. 3-1. Definitely a very good performance against RB Leipzig. It seemed our transfers have just made us a little bit better up front, and that's all we really needed. So then, first game of the season, 3-1 win against Leipzig. Definitely take that. Right, second game of the episode, away at Hanover. We do have two £20 million bids from Everton for Ethan Laird, but turn them down. Not really in the business of selling players for prices that aren't going to make us better. But anyway, decent 3-1 win in the last game, so hopefully we can continue that. and Hanover are next. Right then, first attack of the game, looks like Hanover with a corner. Didn't look exactly convincing. Forced to Marcus edge of the box, Bird away, Hutchinson will clear the job. Thwaites, furthest player forward. Needs a bit of options, or he can go alone. Not sure that's the best idea. Back to Becker though. Ladd to Lenners, 10 minutes in. Can we get some of that goal scoring impetus? Somehow Hutchinson found Ladd, was surrounded by quite a few players, so that's quite impressive. Bird, Hutchinson, takes on his man, shot from distance, decent. Pretty good shot, just wide though. Alright, 14 minutes in, deep free kick, Leopold on it for Hanover, shot from distance, Seaman, decent save on that one. Might not have been going in, but you definitely want the keeper to be more the safe than sorry. Alright, counter attack from Hanover, Shipendi. Down the left-hand side, doesn't really have a lot of options. Goes back, Matsuda to Shipendi. Taibi. Not quite got as many players. Taibi in for Abansky, Kasper Abansky. Definitely one of their best players. And 17 minutes in, we are unfortunately 1-0 down. Alright, led on the right hand side. Not really had that pace that the pace of the play that Leipzig game did. Turret's Media might be able to change that though. Into the box, into Thwaites. Took a little bit too long though. Ihan to Bird. Back to Becker on the left hand side. Can he find someone or cut inside himself? Does cut inside himself, shoots, and not sure why that's an own goal. I think Becker will be a little bit unfortunate that wasn't his goal, but either way, 1-1. Hanover corner to kick off the second half. Leopold already pulling strings for them. Ihan away. Hutchinson's running the complete wrong direction. Marquez with all the time in the world hits the post. Not really sure how he hasn't gone to score there. Does go down as well. Stansfield does bring it out towards the right hand side. Pass towards Hutchinson is, well, amateurish at best. Long ball up to Matsuda. Decent. Just applying all the pressure in this second half to Schroeder's, and apparently Seaman saved that. If he did, oh, what a save. Long ball up to Shapendi, bit of Shabu, decent on that one. Does have a lot of quality and a lot of size as well, so headers, especially on the long balls, shouldn't be an issue. Seaman long ball up to Stansfield, doesn't quite have that height. Leopold looks like kind of taking the game to us. Foul on Max Bird. Right then, there is the end of that game. 1-1. Seemed to be a little bit of Hanover pressure, but nothing really happened after that earlier pressure in the second half. But anyway, there is the end of that game. Finished the game, a third in the table. If we can stay there, or even sixth, we'll get some European football for next season. But anyway, that is the end of today's episode. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Hello there, and welcome back to the Schalke rebuild. As you can see, after 10 games, we have won 8, drawn 2, and lost 0. We're currently second in the league. Scored more goals against Bayern Munich, but they have 2 extra points, and a slightly better goal difference after conceding slightly less goals. So, how did we get there? If I actually go on the right screen, after the last episode, we had I think we had both of them games. So after that, we had Hamburger. They had a red card. J. Stansfield getting 2, first from the penalty, secondly from open play, and then Chim Thwaites getting a goal as well. After that one, a surprise 5-1 win away from home against Bayern on the Leverkusen. Easton Laird, Amir Ibrahimov, Amari Hutchin getting 2, and Vitaly Becker getting 1. At home, another 5-0, 5-1 win, back-to-back 5-1 wins. Amari Hutchinson getting a hat-trick, Lee Stansfield getting a goal, and Vitaly Becker getting another goal. After this one, a little bit of a closer scoreline, as we only beat Heidenheim 2-1. Jay Stansfield and Amari Hutchinson on that one. Dennis Seaman picked up an injury for 5 to 6 weeks, so Eli Harrison made his debut in a 3-1 win against Union Berlin. Jay Stansfield getting a goal and Mario Hutchinson getting 2 over to Werder Bremen, and a 2-2 draw in this one. Just wasn't the best game from us, but the fact that we didn't play well and still got a draw after being 2-1 down is not a bad result. Max Bird and Shea Lacey on the score sheet for that one. 3-2 victory over Borussia Dortmund. A little bit annoyed that we took a 3-0 lead into the first half. Gave away 2 goals, but still 3 points back to kept in the Veltins Arena. DFB Pokal second round. Jay Stansfield 1-0. Sends us into the next round, and we have Hertha Berlin in the next round. And then to finish off October, on 1-0 win over Augsburg. Amari Hutchinson, who has been in such good form. If I look at goal scorers, Amari Hutchinson, 12 goals, 7 assists from 11 games. Stansfield with 9 goals, 4 assists from 12 games. Even Becker's got 3 and 3. Unfortunately, Kota Tawarat-Zamida did pick up a knock and then hasn't been that great. It's 6.78 from 2 assists from 5 games. Hasn't been starting too many games, but I expect a little bit better than him. Starting the cup and finish on a 6.1. So, as Dennis Seaman is still 3 days away. Also, Gay got a stress fracture in his foot out for 3 months, sent him to a specialist. So we're here to start in the first game of the episode. Eli Harrison goal. Bidgebu, Mertcan, Ihan, Leonard at the back with Becker, Bird, Thwaite and Laird. Hutchinson, Stansfield and Shea Lacey. We did have a bit of a theme at some point of conceding first and then coming back from behind, which I guess is a good trait to have, but it's not exactly something you want to be getting happen on a regular basis. Right then, Bidgebu over to Harrison. Hasn't been the best since he came in, but I guess this is his first couple games in a new country. Long ball over to Laird on the right side. Cuts back to Jim Thwaite, to Bird, Leonard, Thwaite, Bird, shot from distance. Owusu Aduru shot saved by, was it? I can't remember who we were playing. Eintracht Frankfurt. Crossing, Bidgebu away. Uzen. Jim Thwaite. He does go down, but then gets the ball away. We're a very counter-attacking team, especially with the pace of Lacey, Hutchinson, and not so much Stansfield, but yeah, it's been pretty decent. Lacey, and he just keeps saying, gets past the defender, shot, or finds Amari Hutchinson. 12 goals for the season, just 12 goals, 7 assists. 10 minutes into this game, Schalke 1, Frankfurt 0. Amari Hutchinson just keeps up his scoring form. Lacey again on the left-hand side, does get down there, and it's Zaniolotti to bring it out for Frankfurt. Up to Uzen. Nicely tackled by Bird, Thwaite, to Laird. We seem to like them crossfield balls. Up to Jay Stansfield. Can we make it 2? He does make it 2. 9 goals, 3 assists. For some reason, we're rank 38, but I guess it doesn't really matter. Checked by VR, it is confirmed. Ethan Laird picked it up, 34 minutes in, already 2-0 up. Can we get a third? Mario Hutchinson, first real highlight from him. I mean, he scored. Just look at that skill, look at that dribbling. Almost had a shoot opportunity. Becker will get maybe a ball in from this. We'll get a ball in, absolutely mess, and Jay Stansfield tabs in from so close he can even miss. 10 goals for the season for him. 5-minute double, and Schalke are home and drive. 35 minutes in, and I think the 3 points are wrapped up already. Zaniolotti, just before half time. Lacey infield to Stansfield. Out to Becker. Does have Lacey if he can stay onside. I do believe he did sit onside. Lacey, Bidgebu, Bird, Thwaite, Stansfield, Hutchinson, Lacey, just wide. The throw in just after half time. to Stansfield. Becker to Bird. Back to Becker. When can we get a fourth? Get our goal difference up a bit. Stansfield. Needs to turn back to Becker. 1-2 and then Victory Becker. It's got 3-3 now, which for a player that we almost sold for 3 million, I think it's another VAR check. And it is a goal. For a player that we almost sold for 3 million because I wasn't playing, and just what a player. Long ball over to Lacey. I don't think Shea Lacey, as much as he would want to win a header, can win headers. So then you'll see 54 minutes in. First real attack received from Frankfurt in a little while. So Brown, shot from distance, Harrison tips it wide. Go on. Bishabi and Becker were next to him. Zaniotti. Cross-field ball in, Ihan away. Hutchinson king out of the counter-attack tired. To Stansfield, does have Lacey with a little bit of space. Chooses Laird and safe option instead. Laird up to Stansfield. Shoot opportunity, and there is 4-0. 61 minutes in. Is that 3 from Stansfield? I even forgot. It's 5-0. And Stansfield has the hat trick. And Becker. Bishabi to Lacey. To Stansfield. Can we get a 6? 73. Becker. Not quite. Alvarez. Luke Shaw's going to get up off the bench. Becker in behind for Lacey. Shot. Probably a little bit of an optimistic shot, but you're 5-0 up. You're allowed to have them. Alright, Stansfield to Bird. 10 minutes left of this one. Pretty much a dead rubber at this point. Last 10 minutes. Hopefully we can keep a clean sheet and maybe we can get a 6th back heel and crossfield ball to Hutchinson. Been a little bit quiet for Hutchinson. Only a goal from him. Usually does a little bit more. Thwaites edge of the box, and Jim Thwaites gets a goal as well. Jim Thwaites is in on the act. Schalke 6, Frankfurt 0. I mean, I thought we were good, but I think this is taking the mick. Right then, as you can see on the live table in this bottom corner, we are currently top of the league. We have just played more and had on goal difference as well, but Bayern Munich haven't quite played. Game 1 done, 6-0. Just what a game. I tried Frankfurt literally 5th in the league as well. It's not even a bad team. So then, second in the table as Bayern Munich won their game in hand. I say game in hand, their game should have played. And now, second in the league against 5th Hoffenheim. I mean, we played it at Eintracht Frankfurt just a minute ago and beat them 6-0, and they are still in the top 6, so just the one change from the last game. Seaman is back from injury. It isn't quite match sharp, but I think it's a little bit harsh on the hair, so I have to put in a 7.05 rating. But Seaman just has that extra quality, so into the game against Hoffenheim. Alright, a little bit of a quieter game in this one. 39 minutes in against Hoffenheim. You have Julio Enciso, former Brighton player. Watch who has a lot of time, and Enciso and almost had the full magic curse. Keeper Seaman tips onto the post, back out, and really comes to nothing. Noel, long ball. Hoffenheim seem to be a little bit better than Frankfurt, who played in the last game. Roy Hutchinson and the front three haven't really been that great. They still have pretty good amount of time to play, and we seem to be a bit of a second half team, but going up to half time, it's still 0-0. Hutchinson doesn't get past Berger, passed around the back, long ball to bottom. There seems to be a very long ball team, especially to the target forward. Out to Laird on the right hand side. Can we get some of our balls going? Laird crossing to Jay Stansfield. He can't miss on there. 12th goal of the season for Jay Stansfield. Been a very quiet game. Not quite at the races, but just before half time, Jay Stansfield just 1-0 up. Or does he? VR will check it, and it is awarded. We are then into the second half. Julian Ciso is able to make use of his long-range shooting, and because of the fixtures, we are currently top of the league again, but Bayern Munich are still yet to play. Next, Bird on the left-hand side. Lacey is a little bit slow to get to the ball. Wasn't the best passing the ball, but wasn't exactly Lacey's best move. Does win it back, though. Lacey down the left-hand side. 57 minutes in. Where does he go alone? Shot. Pretty much straight at the keeper. Decent catch. It's not often that keepers catch on this game, so we're a little bit more of a timid shot. Becca on the left-hand side. 73 minutes in. Still 1-0. Not been a lot of chances in this one. Thwaites, shot from distance. Not really testing the keeper. Leonard up to Stansfield. Back to Leonard. Only 9 minutes left. As long as we've got good game management, not too bad of an issue. We've had a couple of issues playing off the back. Nothing that's actually cost us yet. Tarazzi Mida on for Lacey. Gets past 1-1. Not been too great. Does have a shot though, and there is his first goal for Schalke. 82 on the clock, and Kota Tarazzi Mida gets his first goal for Schalke and puts us 2 up. Hutchinson actually led. It's been a little bit quiet in this episode for his usual self. Glad to see other players are stepping up when doesn't need to be the main man. Led down the right hand side. Can he get past his man? Maybe put a ball in. Hutchinson, almost as I said. Hutchinson, say his name, and he comes up with a goal or assist. 13 goals, 8 assists for him. 3 goals in a game where haven't quite been at the races, but if you beat a team that are in the European positions 3-0, then especially away from home, we're doing something right. Corner, Ihan away, Stansfield away to Jim Thwaites. I was actually the most attacking player. Does get past his man for the time being. Does try and get back to lead. A little bit of a straight pass. Attacking from Urakan. Not going to try and pronounce his second name. It's decently speculative shot, but keeper the quietest Steven will eat that up for lunch and dinner every single day of the week. And there is full time of the game and full time of the episode. We end the episode top of the league. Bayern Munich yet to play, but just look at that live table. 12 games, and we are currently top of the Bundesliga table. Anyway, that is the end of today's episode. If you have got to this point, make sure you like the video and subscribe if you are new. Thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you guys later. Hello there, and welcome to the next episode of the Schalke rebuild. Here we have a top of the league clash against Bayern Munich and Hanover in the second game of the episode. Since the last episode, we have a 2-2 draw against Dynamo Dresden. El Chad getting his first goal for the club, and then Amari Hutchinson getting a goal just before half time. Wasn't enough for the 3 points. Hertha Berlin, Jay Stansfield getting a double, and then Ingles getting a goal back for Hertha, but not enough for Hertha to get any points. Stuttgart away from home, Hutchinson getting a goal, and then Stansfield getting a goal, 1 from the penalty spot and 1 from open play, 3-1 win. In to Karlsruhe, and a 4-1 win. Shea Lacey getting a goal, Mara Hutchinson getting a hat-trick in that one for a 4-1 win. Away at Wolfsburg, Shea Lacey getting a goal in that one as well. Over to a friendly, a 7-2 win. Not too bothered about that. But unfortunately, Shea Lacey has gone back to Manchester United. The same with Bragomov. Bragomov just wasn't getting the team, and Manchester United recalled him. And Shea Lacey, because he was playing on the left-hand side instead of the right-hand side, Manchester United was just like, he needs to play his right position. So we just start off our first couple games in January without Shea Lacey and anyone on the left-hand side other than Tarazzi Mida, who's not been that great. So let's look at that league table. We are currently top of the league. Bayern Munich have dropped a couple games. They did lose a game and then draw another game since we last checked in. So we are currently top of the league with all games played, 16, scoring 47, which is top of the league, and then against is 9, which is the second best behind Bayern Munich. So top of the league clash ends this one, and then Who was second in the episode? Was it Hanover? Hanover 13th. So, depends on this Bayern Munich game. We could be getting through it. Harry Kane is doubtful through a groin strain. But anyway, this is the team that we'll be playing now on. A couple of injuries on the bench. And Pulse, a couple of our backup players are looking to go out on loan just because they haven't played too much. Steaming goals, Sanchez, Ihan, Bitshabu, and Laird. With late Jim Thwaites, Bird, Becker, Hutchinson, Stansfield, and Turatsamida. Just look at Omari Hutchinson and Jay Stansfield. 19 goals, 9 assists, 17 goals, 6 assists. Just absolutely class. Of course, it's a transfer window now, so transfers are likely to happen. I think Don Bernard's going. Polski's definitely going. Joshua looks like he's going to Holston Kiel. And finally Becker's not wanted, but it's not the end of January. Adelaide just had a bid from Brighton, only £20 million, and didn't seem the best decision to just let him go for cheap. So the big game at the top of the league. Harry Kane does start his carrying injury, but I guess when you're first the title, it does mean a lot. Cross in to Atsumida, 1-0, 6 minutes in, 1-0. We take the lead in the massive title fight. Kimmich, Erdegaard, counter-attack, Atsumida. Already 1-0 up, Thwaites over to Laird, 27 minutes in. We have the edge in this one. Hutchinson down the right hand side. Got a couple options. Laird, Hutchinson, crossfield ball to Ratsumida, 2-0, 27 minutes in. We actually might be top of the league by the end of this, which just what? What is going on? Seemingly goal kick, 29 minutes on the clock. Over to Sanchez. I mean, I thought we might have a chance to draw this game. Maybe take maybe like a 1-0. But Laird, Traxamida for his hat-trick. Bird, oh my god, what a goal. What are we watching? What? Just what? Elise, 33 minutes in, Bayern don't know what to do with themselves. Up to Ito, what a save by Seaman. Out for another corner. Right, Elise, 34 on the clock. But she blew away. Erdegaard, back to Elise. Elise, Erdegaard, Pavlovic, Elise off the bar. Jesus. 35 minutes in. Still 3-0. Kimmich down around the side, cross ball in, Diaz under it, Sanchez away, Hutchinson on the counter. We couldn't get a fourth, could we? Hutchinson, Thwaites, up to Hutchinson. We couldn't get a fourth, could we? Thwaites, Stansfield, Turatsumida, hat-trick. He's done nothing all year. Comes against Bayern Munich, hat-trick. What is going on? I'm just speechless. Up in Meccano, Ito. That's Diaz away, Hutchinson. What's he going to do now? This is just... What? Bird to Laird to Stansfield. To make it 5, it is 5. What? I just have no words. Just, what is going on? Half time. Don't adjust your TV. Don't adjust your monitor. Don't adjust your phone. Whatever you're watching this on. It is Schalke 5 Bayern Munich 0 at half time. What? Kimmich with the corner just after half time. Kimmich. Away by Bitshabu. Kimmich. Diaz. Shot from Diaz off the bar again. Lifted the bar twice now. Taratsumida already coming away with the match ball. Back to Seaman. 47 on the clock. Thwaites on the ball now. Diaz to Pavlovic to Erdegaard. 60 minutes in. I mean, there's been no goals in the second half, but wow. Pass straight to Bird. Touch me just to Stansfield. Over to Becker. Becker into the box. He's going to shoot himself. He does shoot himself. Gets a good save from Ramanashvili out for a corner. Free kick. Hutchinson will take 71 on the clock. Cross ball in. El Chabashibu. It's 6. Just what is going on? VAR. Goal awarded. 6. Bishabu. Bird. Bishabu. Back to Ihan. 76 minutes on the clock. I mean, this performance is probably the best performance I've ever seen on Football Manager. Hutchinson. Thwaites. Shot from distance. Oh, wow. Just what? He has absolutely no right to score from there. Schalke 7. Bayern Munich 0. 7. Free kick from deep. Thwaites already scored a goal from a stupid range. Shot, another shot. Decent save by Ramanashvili. Tips over the bar. 84 minutes in. But there is full time. Wow. Just wow. We are top of the league after Schalke 7, Bayern Munich 0. I don't know if it's even worse than the second game of the episode, because that was just insane. You know, actually, for this time, I'm actually not going to. One game episode, but what a game. Schalke 7, Bayern Munich 0. Just wow. That is the end of today's episode. Thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. So then, welcome back to the Schalke rebuild. Since that last episode, we had a crazy 7-0 win over Bayern. We had a 3-1 win over Hanover. Ethan Led, Kuta, Turats-Lumina, and Amara Hutchinson getting the 3 goals, give us a 3-1 win. And then a 3-1 win away from home against RB Leipzig. David Rome got sent off for Leipzig. Amara Hutchinson getting 2, and Turats-Lumina getting the 3rd at the 89th minute. Over to Hamburger, where Dennis Schimann really did not play well. 3-0 down. We did get 2 goals, and then Jay Stanislau missed a penalty in the 90th minute to make it 3-3. And now we have our first quarterfinal of the series. DFB Pokal quarterfinal against Borussia Dortmund. And then, if that goes well, we'll get our semi-final for next episode. But since that last episode, it's not exactly been rosy. Mario Hutchinson's out between 3 and 5 weeks. Our only backup winger is Jean Shea, who is not great. Low self-belief, regional division player. We do have Xanthis from our youth, who's slightly better, but is also picking up a knock. We have had to pick up a lot of youth players for our bench this game. Ethan Laird has had a 26 rises into £31 million bid from Arsenal. Can't really turn that down. And especially because he wanted to move. We do have Augustin Gay, who can come in. It's not quite as good, but when you get in the best part of 30 million for a player, it's not too bad. We have a £5 million bid for where is he? There. Aris Binder. I think is it not him? If I go on, how do I have a look? Recruitment, transfer activity. I just wrote down. I think it's Orich, his name was. But there we go. Up to 31.5 million. 26 up front. And then this one was a little bit weird. Jim Thwaites has got a £15.5 million bid. Just about. From RB Leipzig. But he's at loan at us, so I'm not sure how that works. With the deadline happening in about a week, I hope he doesn't just end up coming back from us. Anyway, we'll have a look at the stages.
quarterfinal. So, did Union Berlin knock Bayern out? That is crazy. So, beat Dortmund, and we're probably favourites for this. So, Darmstadt. I think Leipzig got knocked out as well. That is crazy. So, if we get a semi-final from this, hopefully Freiburg can do us a favour and even knock out Hoffenheim, and this becomes a little bit easier. But anyway, we still have to do our job. Quarter-final in against Dortmund. Assuming goal with Sanchez, Ihan, and Bitshabu. Led, Thwaites, Bird, Becker, Schrey, Stansfield, Trotzimina, and Harrison. We did have another bid from Pothanopi, which would be with Napoli, for £43.5 million. Being 21 years old in mid-season, I didn't really want to accept it, and didn't. But if it's going to have a bid like that in the summer, I think maybe it's time we let him go. There's been a couple bids for our players, especially when we are like this. Maybe Leonard should start. Yeah, I'm going to start Leonard. Squad numbers given to 2 players. You can have 28. You can have 23. I guess that doesn't really matter too much. But anyway, yeah, quarter-final against Dortmund. Win this, we've got a big chance of getting into the semi-final and final and winning a trophy. But with our squad not exactly in tip-top shape and maybe not even getting any better. So Guarassi. It's not a classic Dortmund side. They still do have Jan Kuto, Nebel, Anton Stack, Kevin Schade and Guarassi, but Emery Chan on the bench with Schuler. It's not exactly a classic Dortmund side, so pressure's all on them. I mean, we are top of the league, basically. Joint with Bayern Munich, topping for that. But hopefully we can get a decent result in this one and have a good chance of getting a trophy this season. You got then Leonard back to Seaman. Had a really bad game. We even had to talk to him about his recent form because, you know, Harrison's not quite as good, but if he's playing better, then I might have to play him. Out to Ethan Laird. This very well might be his last game away from home. Dortmund, the stadium is 81,000. And Max Bird. Did someone save that or was it deflected? Anyway, it's a corner. Corner from Dortmund, 60 minutes in. Neb to take. Seaman is out. And Anton Stack. Seaman didn't exactly cover himself with glory in that one. Came out and just didn't get there. Anton Stack put Dortmund 1-0 up. Becker over to Tarasumina, doesn't quite win it. Nabel to Kevin Schade, gets past Laird, shot, and honestly I thought that was in. Laird on the ball for the throw-in to Bird. Really not been at the gate races this so far. Nabel still only 20 minutes in. Good chill down and makes it a little bit harder. Backwards and behind. Good save by Seaman over to the top, over the bar. Corner though to Dortmund. Svensson, who did already score a corner this game, so can't be too bad. Led away, Guarassi was under it. Probably need to pick up the pieces for Dortmund to Anton. Beraldo, Stack. Beraldo, Dortmund, Jan Kuto. Up to Nabel. Backward. Decent German from him. Kuto. Backward. Crossfield ball into Schade. Back post, Guarassi, good save by Seaman. I mean, we are on the ropes. And with the foot in, just keeps falling back to them. Schade, Leonard gets another foot in, goes back to him, just get it back, straight up to Laird. We're just missing so many goals with Hutchinson out for 4 or 5 weeks as well. Over to Laird. That right hand side, especially when Laird goes, shot from range over the bar. When Laird goes, that right hand side is not really great, and Stansfield's very tired. Big kick from Thwaites right on the side. Cross the ball in, and it's way too close to the keeper. Not good. Right, Thanasis is on 4 Stansfield. Deep free kick from Thwaite. Shot. Decent, but over the bar. 57 minutes in, still 1-0 Dortmund. Bakawa on the right hand side. 65 on the clock. Dortmund still the better team. Svensson. Shot. Leonard blocks. Thwaite up to Schrey. Our front line is not great now. And that is probably just evidence of it. Back when Nebel Garassi Turner shot, and there is 2-0. Barring VR rolling this out, this might be the end of our cup run. VR checking the goal. It is disallowed. Our cup run is still on. Come on, guys. Dennis Seaman. Long ball up to Laird. Can he do something off? Wow, that was. Does run him back though. Schrey to Laird. Can he get a good ball in? Can we get at least an equaliser and keep this game alive? Up to Thwaites. To Bird. Shot. Not really, what we need. Seaman. Cross the ball to Becker. Can we get something down the left hand side? If anything's going to happen, it's probably going to be down the left hand side. Santhus. Thwaites. Up to the Laird. Couple around the box. Just have a lot to do. Laird. Still Laird. Schrey. Shot blocked. Anton away. Dortmund. Get it back though through Garassi and back to Svensson. I think maybe one more chance. Laird on the ball. Shot away pretty easily. Last couple of seconds. Looks like our quarter-final might be over and Dortmund might even get a second. It's the problem when you have big games and our squad just isn't that great. Schrey is behind though. Schrey has got a lot to do. Involve Sanford Schrey over the bar. I think that might be it. There is the full-time whistle. We are out of the DFB Pokal at the quarter-final stage. Was a perfect chance to win the competition if it was to win this game, but when we've got Stansfield that's barely fit, and then 2 youngsters playing Hutchinson out as well for 5 weeks, it's not exactly the best time to play Dortmund, and one shot on target in 90 minutes, not exactly going to win a game. Anyway, that is the end of that game. We'll go into our league form and hopefully no more injuries. And there is official 26 million up to 31, and Ethan Laird is off to Arsenal. Deadline day as well, so I think, should we register the 16-year-old? Kind of says a lot when we have to register a 16-year-old for a quarter-final. Alright, we do have a game in hand over Bayern Munich, and we are still at the top of the league by 6 points. So, win this game, we might have a decent. The fact that Bayern have lost 3 and drawn 1 of their last 5, not exactly great for them. But we're not exactly in the greatest of form either, losing back-to-back games for the first time in, I think, this season. But Bayer Leverkusen now, who are 10th. So here is the lineup. Seaman at starts in goal with Leonard, Ihan, Bishabu, Gay, Thwaite, Bird, Becker, Schrey, Stansson, and Toratsu Vida. Thwaite to Lennon. This is a pretty decent by Leverkusen side, so the fact that they're mid-table is a little bit strange. Toratsu Vida is dangerous on the left-hand side to Becker, Bishabu. Not sure we're going to be the best for the next couple of weeks. Toratsu Vida is in behind, and apparently the keeper saved that. I'm not sure how he saved that. Palacios over to Ehrman. Belosian. Do have Grimaldo. Oh, there he is. Ben Seguir, Ansu Fati, Victor Boniface. Up to Toratsu Vida, in behind, shot from distance, and I mean, did well in this situation, but really need that to be on target. Toratsu Vida. Up to Becker. Did have a £23.5 million bid on deadline day for Becker, but our backups for him just aren't that great, and I think we can probably get a bit more for him. Right, Gay is behind a little bit, lucky, and he scores. 37 minutes in, Austin Gay. That was a very big player from us, so Austin Gay's got some big fixed boots to fill, and if he's going to score goals like that, I think he's starting very well. Thwaites to Bird into the box, shot way over the bar. A little bit of a spoon from Max Bird. Really expect better from him. There is half time. Schalke 1, Leverkusen 0. And the clock still 1-0. Long ball up to Schrey. Is his first real opportunity in the first team. There's a bit of space. Probably could have shot. Does find Bird and Thwaites. Decent football on the edge of the box. Thwaites after Becker. Can you get a ball in or find a teammate? To Bird. Shot. I mean, somehow the keeper's let that in. 59 minutes in, Max Bird. 3 goals, 3 assists for him. And it's 2-0. Last couple of minutes in this one. Becker to Bashibu. Still 2-0. Did bring on Thans this because Seinfeld's not been great. I mean, he is 16, but a lot of potential. Especially when Seinfeld's not been great and not exactly match fit. Taratsu Mida really should have been doing better from that angle. There is full time. Schalke 2, Leverkusen 0. We are still top of the league with a decent gap over Dortmund, over Leverkusen. The fact that Dortmund is 6th and we lost to them last game probably means that game was probably a little bit easier than we probably should have made it. But anyway, over to the league for the rest of the season. Hopefully we can at least get Champions League. I think Champions League might be sorted by now. But anyway, that is the end of today's episode. Thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Hello there, and welcome to the Schalke rebuild. Today we have a golden generation. Our newly candidate intake is right for assessment. The one that fits our group of players, led by a Fabiano Liptic. We could have the makings of a potential golden generation on our hands. So, 3 elite prospects, 6 top prospects, 3 good, and then 4 decent. Let's look at Sven Siegel. Goalkeeper, 6 foot. Looks pretty decent already. Off the ball, first touch probably needs work. I kind of like it. Arrow reach, kind of area, maybe needs a bit of work. But 15 kicking, 15 punching, low reflexes, 12 throwing, 12 decisions, 15 determination, 13 leadership, 15 agility, 14 natural fitness. I kind of like it. Sven Siegel. Cedric Chamba, right mid striker, good finishing and first touch, passing's decent, determination, flair, bravery, work rate, good pace as well, 6 foot. Not too bad. Long shots need work. Decisions need work. Off the ball positioning, maybe. 4 strength, the 6 foot is a little bit ambitious. Fabiano Flipzik doesn't really seem like a defensive midfielder with 11 crossing, 11 dribbling. Passing a little bit low, decent free kicks, teamwork, determination's alright, 18 natural fitness, 16 teamwork. Oh, maybe not the right technicals. Stepan Danjanovic, not quite as good. Herman Im, pretty same. Sandoval, Dutch, 15-year-old. Heading, it's not bad. 5'9" though. Good luck Apara. Just has too many gaps. Clinton Apfield, decent. Nothing crazy. Thomas Schmidt, just no. Any of these guys any good? Not really. Not sure it's goal generation. Probably got one or two players, maybe. This goalkeeper looks good. By the aerial reach in the commando area. But at 50, he's got plenty of time to go. So a couple games since that last episode. Firstly, a 2-1 defeat to mid-table Borussia Mönchengladbach. Trusting Munich getting a goal, but not quite enough for any points. Heidenheim 1846, 3-0 win at home. Stanfield Trusting Munich at Stanthis, getting his first goal for the club. Stanthis got another goal at the 16-year-old 2-2. Get us a 1-0 win over Unum. Then Shannon Stray got his first goal for the club, and Jay Stansfield got a hat-trick in a 4-2 win over Werder Bremen. And then two draws. Firstly, away at Borussia Dortmund, Signal Iduna Park, and 0 draw over there. Then at Augsburg, 2-2 draw at home, as Stanfield and Mike Hutchinson getting goal in. Over to the Bundesliga, we are now at only 2 points ahead of Bayern Munich. Both played 27 games. We do play Bayern Munich last game of the season, so check that out in the next episode. But for today, we have a bit of an injury crisis. We are slightly ahead of them on goal difference as well, so a draw in that last game, if everything stays the same, wouldn't be too bad. Conceded the least goals and scored the most, which is pretty good. So, on our injury crisis, Austin Gay, after Ethan Laird left, has a torn ACL that is supposed to be out between 5 to 8 months. Robin Gore, one of our backup wingbacks in our youth team, has been out for 4 weeks and 12 days. Brittany Becker, our left-sided wingback, has got a moderate calf strain, out between another 7 days and 2 weeks. And Shiratsu Ueda is the same, with a partially torn hamstring. So, team for this first game is on track for Hannover, and then second game against Hoffenheim. Stansfield, Stray and Hutchinson up front. Luke Shaw fills in at left wing back, with Dylan Leonard filling in at right wing back. Definitely a downgrade from Leonard and Becker, which we had earlier in the season. Burden Thwaites make up the midfield with Bitshabuya, Matt Kent, Ivan Sanchez, and Seaman in goal. And just look at our bench. There are then 16-year-old, 24-year-old backup. Actually, we should just play him. And then 17-year-old backup centre-back, hasn't played all season. 17-year-old, and then our backup keeper. He will in the game against Hoffenheim, I believe. Oh, that might be the second game. No, I try and Frankfurt. But anyway, today, as we kick off this one, I did forget while we look at the league table, we have qualified for a minimum of UEFA Europa League. So if we lose all our games, the rest decision, would you get Europa League? But I think Champions League and the Bundesliga titles were really after. Christensen for Frankfurt and Bitshabuya takes him down, and I think that might be a penalty. 3 minutes in, we don't really seem to start well. If we do concede, it's usually in the first 10 15 minutes, and usually for stupid stuff like that. VR, no penalty. So that's a good thing. Free kick from White, though, for Frankfurt. Deep free kick from Frankfurt. It's been a really quiet game. 39 minutes in, shot from distance, Seaman taps out for a corner. Did make a really weird, well, I'd say save, but he didn't save it. Just jumped over the ball on one of the previous games. It was really weird. So then, 78th minute in, and this real second highlight of the game. It's still been just really dull, if I'm honest. 78 minutes in, we're on the ball now. Bitshabuya with that yellow card from the free kick, up to Stray. Not really as good as Traxxas. It does make a real good ball, though. To Bird, who finds Hutchinson, 23 goals, 14 assists. Just what an inspiration Amari Hutchinson has been. What a signing. Definitely our probably best signing we've made in this series. And there is 1-0. I think this game is just lacking a little bit of fight. Is that Renato Sanchez? No. Right. Robin Clark away from Thwaites. Can we get a second, maybe? This game was just fighting into life. Trey almost got the pre-assist, does almost get an assist for himself, Amar Hutchinson, somehow putting that on wide. Goal kick though, out to Theatra. Looks like this game has come to life in the last 10 minutes. The goal usually does. Not sure what Leonard's doing. Not exactly a best right wing back. Yilmaz shot from Burkhart. Pretty wild. Don to Ozone to Doan again. Last bit of pressure. Burkhart, good save by Schumann. It is offside anyway. The keeper went out for that as well. There is full time in this one. A pretty quiet match. But that goal from Amar Hutchinson keeps us within breathing space of Bayern Munich. 1-0 win. Couple of changes then for the second game against Hoffenheim. Trezimida and Becker is still 4 days away, so should be available for the next game. For some reason, I had Trey playing under 19 football in midweek, so he only makes the bench. This starts up front after his 2 goals in 2 games earlier in the season. Hutchinson on the right and Stansfield on the left, and we have the same team for last game. And we get a start from Dylan Leonard. Just 27 minutes on the clock. Cross. Hutchinson's not really going to win that. Counter attack from Hoffenheim. Adam Holzek is a player that my scouts want me to sign, but if Stansfield in this form, I mean, it's been a bit off the boil the last couple of weeks, but I mean, if he's going to score that many goals, I don't think we're going to replace him anytime soon. Seems to be a lot of passing around the back from now. Only 1 minute in, though. Not sure why the tempo is so slow, but I guess we can't score if they keep the ball. Not sure why this is a highlight, though. Machida. Leonard wins it back. Then left wing, I think, got a knock. Leonard. Not really a wing back, more of a full back or centre back. Thwaites, Stansfield, Bird shot. Wow. Max Bird with an arrow from the edge of the box. 1 minute 42 on the clock, and that was just wild. Corner from Hoffenheim, 18 minutes on the clock. That Max Bird, a wonder strike, takes us from 0-0 to 1-0, and I kind of thought that was Roberto Aquilani for a minute, and then realised it's actually 2029? 2030? Holzek down the right hand side, 36 minutes in. It looks like Hutchinson might have a bruised ankle, but I think we might have to keep him on. We just don't have the firepower or the players even playing in his position. Could maybe bring a half-fit Shrey on, but Arthur down the right hand side, he also picked up a yellow card. Ashley Arnish straight in front of the keeper. I mean, there's 6 defenders in the box, and he still got a free tap in. A little bit suspect defending, 1-1. Up to Thwaites, 41 minutes on the clock. It's such a difference when you have, like, Laird compared to Lennon. Like, Laird is so much higher on the pitch. Doesn't go backward all the time. Does go forwards this time. Found this to Stansfield. Up to Amar Hudson. Is in behind. Can he finish? He can't finish off the post. Does get the rebound, though. Onto Leonard. Hutchinson into the box from Bird. Found this. Up to Stansfield, and Stansfield gets his 23rd of the season. 23 goals, 8 assists, and we're scouts wanting to get Holzek. No chance. Brilliant goal. Offline keeper on the ball now. Up to Machida. 2-1, still 60 minutes on the clock. Bird wins it back, though, up to Stansfield. Thwaites. In behind for Stansfield on the ball. Got a couple of options in the box, not too many though. Might take it alone, does take it alone. 24 goals for the season. Cuts in, slots in the right hand corner, and there is 3-1. Torre on ball to Salani. Nice to see Siemens coming out for that. 72 minutes on the clock. Did take off Hutchinson for Shrey. We are 3-1 up. Does mean our front three, besides, well, 2 of our front 3 are now 17 and 16. Holzek in behind, great save by Seaman. Just, I still don't get why my scouts wanted me to get him. The last couple of minutes in this one, we do have a bit of an insulation goal, but up to Shrey. 4 minutes on the clock if we're going to waste a lot of time here. Trey knocks it past this man. Not sure I've seen that before, but it seemed to work well. Shrey. And gets down. Torre, who's already picked up a knock. Tobias Wells says that's a foul and points to the spot. VR will check it. Shrey, you did score in the under-19 game and he did play in midweek. Maybe we should take him off the under-19s the rest of the season. In fact, Ratzimina's back. Shrey's been pretty good, and it took him a little while to get into it, but Stansfield will step up for his hat-trick and says to keep it the wrong way. Jay Stansfield with the 25th of the season, 85th minute in, puts us 4-1 up, and surely that's the 3 points. Thwaites to Shrey to Bird. Can we maybe get a fifth? Decent boy to the box towards Shrey. Holzark will launch a counter-attack for Hoffenheim. Will just be another consolation though for them. Van Bommel cuts inside, shoots from distance, and not really testing Dennis Seaman. Anyway, well, 97 minutes played of the +3, and there is a 4-1 win over Hoffenheim. Still a couple points over Bayern Munich, and we play them on the last day, which will be in the next episode. Thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. So then, today is the day we win the Bundesliga or bottle it hard. Since our last episode against Hoffenheim, we've only played 3 games. Mark Hutchinson and Jay Stansfield getting goals in a 3-1 win over Dynamo Dresden. Our first defeat since February in a 3-2 defeat against Stuttgart. Tratzimina and Jay Stansfield goal wasn't enough. Joshua Zirkzee scoring for Stuttgart to give them the winner. And then Karlsruhe, SST, Tratzimina and Jay Stansfield. Seems to be them quite a bit recently. So then, Wolfsburg and Bayern Munich, and this is how the league table is. We need 1 point to guarantee it in either of these 2 games. And even if we lose both of them, we just need to not get absolutely thrashed. So, I think the Bundesliga is coming home. In this season, where we scored 87 goals, conceded 32, and we might just win at least. Yes. And then, if we do get at least a point, we have Bayern Munich giving us the clapping thing. What's it called? Guard of Honor at the home stadium. Right. Let's get into it. For the first game of today's episode, Tratzimina, Stansfield, Hutchinson, Becker, Bird, Thwaites, Gore, Bichibu, McCann, Eichmann, Sanchez, and Seaman. Gore is the only right wing back at the club. Could play Lennon, but I think this might be a good idea. It might be a bad idea. He did play a game last game and came out with a 6.35, so it might not be the best idea. But anyway, Wolfsburg up first. Let's get to it. So then here we are against the Werder Bremen. We already have our Champions League place guaranteed, but we want the title. We want to bring it home. So then, Wolfsburg on the attack, Maximilian Arnold over to create a challenge. Doesn't have a lot of options. Ranks to Wimmer. Is Ranks the one that used to be in? Is it Norwich? Becker to Bird, tries to lead a long ball up to Hutchinson, who's been such a crucial part of the season on the left footed. 26 goals, 17 assists for Mario Hutchinson, and he does find the back of the net. 3 minutes in, our title chase has gone off to the best start. Maximilian Arnold from distance, holding the captain's armband, I believe. Short, and it's Wimmer, I think he's off the crossbar. Former Tottenham player, Gore can't win the header. Wimmer, Fagerman, they've got some decent players, just not quite top class players. Maloney to Arnold, Lauro. Good bit of possession from Wolfsburg. Arnold out to Wimmer. Maybe it's not the centre back that was at Tottenham. It was in the box away. Up to Hutchinson, the goal scorer. Bad can set us free. Over to Becker. Will this be Becker's last season? Throughout the media, up to Stansfield into the floor. 29 goals, 8 assists for Jay Stansfield. Just Mark Hutchinson and Jay Stansfield have just been the best. The goal has been checked by VR, and this is awarded. Winner, deep free kick to Lundstrom, free header. Maloney, good save by Sheeman. Uses every inch of his frame to chip it out for a corner. 2.5 after 20 minutes. That looks like the first bit of danger from Wolfsburg. Throw in Ryerson up to Amora. To the box, we seem to be a little bit suspect. Maloney. I'm going to assume that's not Sean Maloney. From, I think it's Norwich as well, isn't it? Header saved wide by Seaman out for a corner. Didn't realise Trazumida's got 2 assists there already. For a player that took a little while to get into the game, he's been, into the season, he's been great. Lindstrom, Gore. I go back to Lindstrom though. 18-year-old isn't having the best side of things, and Mohamed Amora, number 9 at Wolfsburg, gets them back in. Barring a VR check, that's 2-on. A VR says disallowed. Vagaman, they've got some decent players. Definitely some, at least to me, who is going to be honest, not the best Bundesliga knowledge. They've got one of the better teams. Tarazzi, can he get a third assist, or can he get a goal from himself? Shoots, good save by their keeper. Santos puts it out for a corner just after half time. Up to Arnold. Back to Kinter, to Arnold. Hutchinson does win it back there. Loose pass, Swades to goal. Is on a booking. Does find Hutchinson. Quite a bit to do, but there we are, Hutchinson. I mean, nothing's too much for him. Shot. Oh, wow. When I said nothing's too much for him, that was not what I was thinking. Into the top corner. What a goal. That is absolutely magic. Alright, 59 minutes on the clock. Gore. Up to Stansfield. Back to goal. Stansfield to Sanchez. To Ayan. Bishibu. Not sure why he's got back to play, but it works, I guess. However, it's the left on the side. Becker brings it down well. Can he get past Vogelman? Cross ball in. Stansfield near post, who couldn't quite get the right contact on it. Goal kick from Santos. 71 minutes on the clock. Still 3-0. Bishibu knocks it down to Bird to Becker. Tarazzi Mida. Or just how he got through that, I have no idea. Becker's in behind. Does have a couple of options. Tarazzi Mida. Bird. Stansfield off the post. We're on the counter attack. And Mora. We had the ball in the back of the net once. Ruled out for offside. Just press for us. Gore. Frank's header up to Swades. June Swades has just been absolutely amazing in this season. Up to Sanchez, brings the ball out up to Hutchinson, in behind for Tarazzi leader. Got a lot of work to do. Shot off the post. Just our wingers, just our front three are just absolutely on form today, and exactly what we need. It looks like the Bundesliga title is coming home with Schalke back to the Veltins Arena. Alright, Thwaites. Mora cuts that one out. Thwaites. Up to Tarazumida. Thwaites. Cross the ball up to Sanchez. To Gore. Hutchinson down the right hand side. Can he cut in or give it to Jay Satterfield? A shot pretty easy for the keeper. To tip over the bar. 8 minutes left of this one. Hutchinson out on the right hand side to whip it in. Left foot. Vagelman away. Back to Hutchinson. Gore. I thought he was going to shoot then. Back to Bird. Sanchez got Gore on his right hand side. Gore. Can he get a ball in or find a teammate? It just gets absolutely swiped down by Amora. Seems to be a little bit suspect. Red card. It's not the exact frustration that the Wolfsburg manager would like, but 6 minutes left against 10 men. Hutchinson towards Becker. I'm not sure he's the tallest player to be aiming those crosses towards, but we do get a corner. Corner from Thwaites. 84 on the clock. Can we get a header? Bishabu, free header. Probably should have done a little bit better from that one. Alright, last couple of minutes. Doesn't quite find Hutchinson. Referee was just completely the wrong place. So Frankfurt at 5-0 up against someone. Not that that means too much to us. What is that pass? Hutchinson will pick up the pieces. Weigman just passes it inexplicably. Stansfield goes down, and looks like that might be a penalty. Wolfsburg are absolutely just throwing the towel in. I really guess some teams haven't got a lot to play for, but give away a red card, that pass from Magerman, and then a penalty brought down by Varro. Yellow card, VAR will give the penalty to Jay Stansfield to confirm up to 4-0. Should be one of the last kicks of the game, and Stansfield puts it into the back of the net. 30 goals for the season for Jay Stansfield, and there is 4-0. There is the Bundesliga season, and there is the title. Still one game left for against Bayern Munich, but here is the title, and here we go. Here is the shield. I don't think I've ever seen the Bundesliga title before. I didn't think it was a massive dinner plate, but here we are then. This is what we've been fighting for 4 seasons, and Schalke are Bundesliga champions. And here we go. And we lift the trophy. There we go. Absolute scenes. This is what we've been wanting to do for so long. After the first season where we took all of our youngsters into the first team and sold all of them old, expired players that just weren't part of the team, rebuilt the team, and rebuilt Schalke back. I can't remember the last time Schalke won the Bundesliga, or a team that wasn't Bayern Munich. But anyway, 80 points. And then, just to celebrate, in the face of the Bayern Munich at the Allianz Arena, we get to Bayern Munich for the last game of the season. So here we are, rebuild is done, we have won the league. Seaman and Dylan have picked up knocks. Seaman is fit enough for the bench, but decided to give Eli Harrison the game for today. Harrison starts in goal with Sanchez, Ihan, Bishabu, Gorthwaite, Bird, Becker, Hutchinson, Stansfield, and Terezzi. Just look at that. Hutchinson, 28 goals, 18 assists. Stansfield, 33 goals, 9 assists. And even Terezzi, 10 goals, 6 assists. Decent from Thwaites as well. 5 goals, 10 assists as well. Bird chipping in with 4 goals, 7 assists. Becker with 3 goals, 11 assists. So, rebuild is done. Now, to get a guard of honour against Bayern Munich. Right then, here is the guard of honour. This is what I've been waiting for. Bayern Munich, the reigning champions for way too long, have finally been knocked off their perch by Schalke 04. Here we are then, Bayern Munich at the Allianz, trying to give it a bit of a reminiscence to Bayern Munich. And the corner kick from Elise, Sanchez away, only to Ødegaard, back to Elise, Ødegaard, into the box to Upamecano. A lot of plays forward for Bayern, Ito to Pavlovic, probably getting revenge for their 7-0 defeat. Luis Diaz shot from distance, Harrison tipped over the mark. Corner, Josh Kimmich to take, 21 minutes on the clock. Upamecano header. Is that a save? No, I think it's just over the bar. Harrison goal kick. 22 minutes left. 22 minutes on the clock, sorry. Sanchez, long ball up to Hutchinson, does bring it down under pressure. Goes past the Bayern players, has a lot to do, doesn't exactly have a lot of support. Hutchinson on his own shot. Did Mumma just really save that? Steinerfeld in the Bayern box, does go down, up McConnell, no penalty though. Loose pass up to goal, Bird, back to goal. 18-year-old, playing pretty decent, cross in, shot. I say shot. Harry Kane goes down. Free kick for Bayern. Goal kick from Harrison, and it's, I say goal kick, right, long up to a Stansfield, not going to win on that up on McCartney, down to Elise, Odegaard to Kane, back to goal, out left to Phil Foden. Foden in the box, comes back to Kane, shot blocked, Odegaard rebound, what a save by Harrison. Keeps it 0-0 just before half time, it will be a corner though. Thrown from Kimmich just after half time, Elise, back to Elise, Pavlovic, of Meccano, Ito. Bayern Munich have had a lot of the chances, not yet to break it. Aaron Hickey into Phil Foden, does have a bit of space. Does turn back in for Kane, back to goal, Odegaard, Pavlovic, shot, just wide. Pavlovic is a box, can't find Foden, Gore. Head away, up to Hickey, Pavlovic, Ito, Hickey, to Ito again. Of Meccano, 51 minutes on the clock, still 0-0. Odegaard up to Elise, shot, and Marco Elise gets Bayern Munich 1-0 up. Not that it means much, we've already won the Bundesliga season, but 15 goals, 10 assists for Marco Elise, already linked with a £137 million move to PSG. Corner from Elise, looks like Becker's gone, no, might have to take him off in a minute. Sanchez up to Stansfield, Odegaard. Elise is in the box again. Shot again. 2 goals for Elise. Bayern Munich 2 with Schalke 0. I think it's time to take off Becker. We'll bring on Schrey. Why not? Harrison to Ihan. Just bring on Santos as well. Schrey's on the left-hand side. A little bit more of a winger, but especially when he's on the left-hand side, can do some damage up to Tratzimida. Some of this in the box. Tratzimida will go alone and brings a good save out of Meisterschale. Ito, 20 minutes left of the season. Still 2-0 to Bayern. Hickey to Elise. Well, he got 2 goals for himself. Can he get himself a hat-trick? But stops to go from going to Kimmich. Tratzimida's got a lot of space down the right side. Hickey's not really keeping up with him. Tratzimida shot. I mean, I think Meisterschale tipped that over. Will be a corner. Harrison away. Up to Tratzimida. Not really challenging for the header. Kimmich. Back to Ito. 10 minutes left of the season. Santos wins it back. Pretty loose pass. Tratzimida's in behind. Does bring it down. Tratzimida. Turns his man. Shot. I think Meisterschale saved that again. He's already got an 8 rating. It's been pretty good. Keeping the score at 2-0. Here we are, from Meccano to Ito. Into added time for the season. Foden up to Alphonso Davies. Not sure why he hasn't started. Foden. Inside to Timber. In behind for Luis Diaz. Diaz to Timber. Right footed outside of the foot. Just wide. And there we are then. Full time at Bayern in the Allianz Arena. We are champions by 3 points. This 2-0 defeat doesn't really mean too much. That is the end of the rebuild and the end of the season. Thank you guys for watching. Should we come back and play one more season? Anyway, that's the end of today's episode. Thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you guys next time.